What's up, y'all? What's up? What's up? What's up? Get up in here. Get up in here. All right, y'all. Y'all know what time it is. Let me clear my throat. Get up in here, wipe y'all feet off, hit that like button, say what's up to everybody. Y'all know what it is. I'm in the barber shop. Let me send this link out to the pseudo killers, and what I want to do is I want to upload a thumbnail. So let's do this. Boom. Okay. Let's go to content live. But what's going on, everybody? Cedric, what's going on, bro? Boom. Okay. Let me grab this thumbnail. Peace, 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 everybody. So the topic is, before we got off yesterday, brother Uncle Ket, Bobby Banger, was trying to tell us that African Americans are the only ones that refer to themselves as Africans. And he was making the claim that Africans don't refer to themselves as African. And of course, I took exception to that. I think that's completely ridiculous. I don't know where he got that from, but he said his source was Brother Larry and Asar Imhotep. Neither one of them are Africans, continental Africans. But tell me, my bad. Tell me what y'all think about that. And in the meantime, let me try to put up this goddamn thumbnail. And let's wait for the pseudo killers to get in here. And then I'm gonna post the link in the chat. Let y'all come on. I definitely want to hear y'all opinion on it. It shouldn't even be an opinion, actually. Because if we have references of Africans referring to themselves as African, then it don't lead to no opinion. Opinion would be ridiculous at this point. Library. Hit that picture. All right, boom. Send to my MacBook. Boom. All right. Boom. And the thumbnail will be uploading right there. Made for kids, no. Save, okay, now that's done. Boy, I'm getting fast, I'm getting fast. All right, well, Unc ain't hit the link yet. Invite link. Let's go over here to the Pseudo Killers Facebook chat and see where CJ the Poet is at. Boom. All right. So boom. My peoples. So what y'all saying? Let me see what y'all saying, since I took care of that business. All right. Got my man Cedric coming in here.
see. Chill. Peace, family.
What's going on? What's going on, Cedric?
Yeah, I was listening to the show yesterday, and this one, Ank's completely out the window on this one. He can't follow Brother Larry on this one. Look, Africa is a continent. Right. And within the continent, you have countries. Within the country, you have districts or areas. Within those different areas, you get then with Africa, you have the uniqueness that you didn't have tribes. So there are levels at which you identify yourself. And Nigerian leaving the continent and coming to, let's say, Europe. When he's asked where you're from, right? It depends on who he's asking to, where he's going to answer that question or the conversation. I'm from Africa, Nigeria, and I'm Yoruba. All those things identify that individual. Like I'm from Atlanta. I'm from the West Side. Yeah, and my peeps is so and so. It's always on a level, different level, how you identify yourself based on who you're talking to or the conversation that you're having. Because in one conversation, I'm from St. Martin, and in the next conversation, I will even narrate down to the district or the area where I come from. You know what I mean? So it all depends on who you're having the conversation with. But to say that a continental African doesn't identify the politics and the world geography just as anyone else would be ludicrous. Like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, but that's how most of our arguments start. And then Uncle double down on it and say, well, go get me a source. Like a source for what? That makes no
but we had this discussion before, right? And Shani pulled up video after video of Africans calling themselves African.
Right. Case closed.
Programs, different TV programs focus on Africa, a deeper look in Africa. They're not talking about their tribes alone or their specific country. We have African Union, right? A military African Union to protect Africa. It's not Nigeria, Senegal, Congo. It's African United Force or something like that. So to say that the African doesn't recognize the continent he's on, one of the few that actually has a continent. Europe is not a continent. But we can always say them Europeans. And they know they're Europeans, but a European would tell you, I'm from Europe, specifically the Netherlands, or specifically France, but he knows he's part of the European, he's from Europe. Now, Russians who are not part of Europe, right? That's like Mexicans calling themselves Americans. No, they're Mexicans. And because they have a distinct separation between them and the United States, they would not refer to themselves as Americans. Same way the Russians are not part of Europe. They will never identify themselves as European. So that's just that's standard. But an African will say, I'm African, I'm from Nigeria, and I'm Igbo. That's how that is broken down. There's no way that an African would come to me who has no knowledge of where he's from and talk about his tribe. My first question is going to be, in which country, which region? That's an automatic question.
That's right.
So I don't see that argument holding anyone.
Yeah, you actually is 100% on point. Like I'm just listening to you at this point. Like I agree.
Yeah.
So you
I was listening yesterday and I was like, oh no, I'm that wrong.
It's like he never been around an African before, a continental African.
I lived in Europe. I lived with West Africans and East Africans. They're a distinct people. The East African recognizes that I'm from the Western Hemisphere. He said, you're from the Caribbean, huh? You guys are from Western Africa, from Ghana and those areas. I'm Eastern African. I'm from Djibouti. Djibouti, Ethiopia, Madagascar. Their phenotypes are different. We are both Black in terms of skin color, but phenotypically, we're different. Hair texture, features of the nose. They have a lot more Asian features in them. So they know that I'm African, but I'm East African, specifically Ethiopia, etc., right? So again, there is no way we can make the claim that an African doesn't know that he's on the continent and identifies himself as such outside of that. Now, if I'm in the middle of Africa, most likely if I ask someone who they are in Africa, they might identify themselves by means of their tribe if they're in their own country. But a Nigerian in South Africa is gonna say first he's Nigerian. So he's not from South Africa, I'm Nigerian, and then follow up with his specific tribe. So again, there is no point that an African doesn't recognize his state, his continent, or his tribe.
100% correct. 100% correct. Adrian, what's up?
What's up?
What's your take on it?
My take is this, right? Okay, this kind of shows Ank's ignorance in terms of dealing with the history of other Blacks across the diaspora, because we're not the only Blacks in the diaspora that honestly refer to themselves as like Africans, right? Like, I know a whole bunch of Afro-Brazilians right now, right? Who would like literally beat you down if you called them anything other than African or Black. And then even to be more specific, they pretty much call themselves Angolans, the ones who are on the revolutionary tip, because that's where the Afro-Brazilian population are from. They're from like Eastern, like Angola and Mozambique. And they even have like in their culture, they kind of have like that same, Negro spiritual thing that we have. And like slave songs, right? And they always talk about how they're, they from Angola and all of that type of stuff. So, and then plus I'm using Brother Larry as a source. I mean, I'm one of the last people. I thought he would be one of the last people that'll listen to a street speaker and use him as a source. But that's neither here nor there. But that's what I got to say on it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that too. Dang, everybody is in agreement so far. It's just a ridiculous statement. To think that is always, I look at it as is always a shot at us, right? Or saying that we're doing something that no other people is doing. Like, our education is so messed up here. Like, other people of African descent don't refer to themselves as African. We the only ones that's doing this craziness. That's the arrogance that they are invoking when they are saying this, right? They're saying like, don't nobody else do this nonsense of calling themselves Black or African, but African Americans. Like, that's what they're really saying. That, it is always a level of to call us somehow stupid. You feel me? Like, the rest of the world do this like this, but you African Americans, you're the only people that's doing this like this. Like, what? Like, you can pull up countless videos of Nelson Mandela referring to him and his people as African. You can pull up countless articles of Kwame Nkrumah calling him and his people African. You can pull up countless videos of Mugabe. You can pull up countless videos of African people in the African Union, in the goddamn United Nations, calling for African solidarity. These people, you go on any college campus, right? You have Nigerians, Ghanaians, Ethiopians, you know what I mean? all these different African people. And then they will have something called the African Student Union. Hold on, what did they call it? And Morgan is the African Student Union, right? Now, these people are from all over Africa, right? And they call themselves African. When they talking to each other, if you walk by, they're calling each other African. They're not, they know that they come from different places, but collectively, they know that we're all from Africa and they refer to themselves as that. They do the same thing we do. And if somebody disrespect them, they're going to stand as one united African group, even against the African Americans. They'll probably, discriminate on them, or when they want certain things in the cafeteria, like certain foods that they eat, they recognize themselves as African. And this is an African thing that they're doing. So, I mean, it's like, you've never been around Africans if you're saying that. You dig what I'm saying? That's my spiel on it. What's going on, Brother Reggie? I know you got a unique take on it.
Yeah, I think for the part that you that both of you have said is correct. When we define ourselves, when we define ourselves now as African, this is after post-colonialism, and it's still in the form of neocolonialism.
You kind of low, Brother Reggie.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you do.
I can hear you.
All right. So we are calling ourselves a term after colonialism or neocolonialism, or in the time period of neocolonialism, from the destruction of African civilization, capitalism, and slavery, and a number of other books, even Diop's books, Black Africa, Basis for Economic and Federated State. Africa has not been able to define itself. It's always been in the terms of the Europeans and the other people who are super exploiting Africans. So we do have we had the Organization of African Community. We have the organization. We had the organization so the OA now, whatever the OA is, right? So Africans now, only in this time period, in the last 80 years to 100 years, we've been defining ourselves. Most of the people of Africa that you talk to, they're really not educated. They're not university trained. They don't have a global experience. They're market people and they're traders. But the funny thing is, when you ask them who they are, they know they usually don't say that I'm Muslim. They don't say that I'm Christian. You have to ask them a specific question about who they are, right? So when you're asking a very specific question about who they are, then in fact you get a better answer depending on who you talk to. But if you're talking to someone who's just trying to get to America to work, why are they going to give you an answer? They want to say that they're American. They want to say anything else, but they are African. So we have to be cautious about who we talk to, and who we ask to get answers from. But the Europeans define themselves as Europeans. The Asians define themselves as Asians, and they have defined this as African. And it's only because of colonialism, neocolonialism, and all the other isms, capitalism and socialism, that we wanted. And religions that we want to define ourselves as something else. So though that period should end now with the explosion of the internet. People can now go online and they can read books. We should hope to see more people being responsive to to the question itself. If Africa can't unite, Africa will die. It would just be a whorehouse for the major Western powers. So it's in their agenda for Africans not to unite. But check out the Diop in the Black Africa Basis for Economic and Federal State said that Africa can unite on resources, as a federation of resources. Gaddafi tried that model and he was instantly murdered, right?
Right.
So the fact of the matter is, it is our enemies and in our traitors, and our whores that define themselves outside of the continent in which they came from. When everybody else defines it, Asians say I'm Asian, but I'm Chinese. I'm Asian, but I'm Japanese, right? We're the only people we want to say we're Muslim, we're Moors, we're Muslims, we're Christians, we're Black Hebrews, we're Asiatics, we're all these type of things out of the birthplace of humanity. So those are my quick comments. Just depends on if you're talking to an uneducated fucking fool, then you're gonna get an uneducated fucking answer. And so I've been battling for 30-something years on this question, directly engaged in Black scholars. You know, and that's only in the early 80s on to now. So that's a short time period. But I've seen people mess up the question. I've seen Henry Louis Gates, and so if it's not African, then it's not Black, right? So what can we be unified on? If it's not Black, if it's not African, we can only in their minds be unified in a space in which they can control us. And so it really just depends on the question. You want a bush person who's never been on an airplane, who's never seen an airplane, who's been to an airport, you want him to define Africa? No, you do not. You're somebody who doesn't know how to read anything else except for the Quran. Do you want him to define? No. Someone who can't even read, do you want him to define? No. Right? Just because a person will define themselves from their local families, I can accept that. But to deny Africa and then for us to engage in a conversation with fools is really our detriment. I will I'll listen for a while until I have to go.
Said a mouthful, Reggie. Peace, Reggie, peace. Always great to be on the panel with you, especially when it comes to the continent of Africa, your first. So just to summarize, Reggie, what I was saying and what Chef is saying, are we more or less accurate that an African can identify himself at different levels?
That's correct. Just the specific question, better question gives you a better answer. And
yeah. So if I ask you where you're from, or I ask you which tribe you're from, I'm going to get a different answer every time.
That's correct, and it just depends on the individual.
Yeah. Thank you, Reggie.
Okay, can I go next? Hello?
Go right ahead, Ashley. Adrian,
okay.
I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
Okay. This is the thing that I see with Africa. Well, let's be more specific. Let's just say Africa here. This is what I see happening if we do not all come together and unify. I feel that Africa would probably be the continent of Africa would probably be very similar to how a lot of these South American countries are. Because if you talk to a lot of people who are from like South America, a lot of them, they really don't know who they are. You have people who are descendants of natives, descendants of the, Black people in the, slave trade. You're gonna have all types of identity issues. And even if you read The Wretched of the Earth by Frantz Fanon, he says under a system of colonialism, tribalism will be enforced. And to back up what he was saying, when Kwame Nkrumah, when he tried to unify Ghana, like he wanted a united, states of Africa and such, and the African bourgeoisie had basically shut him down. Same with Patrice Lumumba, as Reggie says, a lot of the traders in our community are the detriment. So we have to find we need some sort of a cultural revolution to take place. We need, the four O's to be, we need to have some things thrown away so we can thrive and, survive as a people. That's what I want to say.
Can I make a point to this subject? Far often, I think we over here in the Western Hemisphere, because of our disconnect to the continent, we fail to realize the massive expanse, the amount of languages, cultures, and diversity that exists. For example, the Netherlands. The Netherlands is a major European country, but it can fit at least 10 times in Ghana, which is one of the smallest countries in Africa. So when we talk about unification, I think we fail to see the expanse of space, differences in peoples and cultures and languages that we are actually dealing with, because we look at those like Nigeria as one country, but how many different ethnic groups with different cultures that only exist in that small area, well, small, and then put that across the whole of the continent, it's going to be difficult to talk about a one Africa, in my opinion.
Mm. Well, according to history, we've kind of seen something like that happen similarly, with not with Africa, but China. Like you know about China, right, Cedric?
Huh?
Like, you know about China, like before Mao had took over.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
means
like
you would need a Genghis Khan to unify Africa.
say that again. Say the last part.
Yeah, then you would be heading in the direction of military or conquest to unite the country.
I mean, the way Mao did it, he had it. Yeah, he did use military, and he had them all speak one language, because when you look at China before that, all of them spoke different languages and they were under colonialism. It was a lot of people on drugs, so something like the unification of like a certain, continent that has a large landmass has happened before, but that was back in the 70s. So in the late 50s,
Agreed.
I should say.
Yeah, agreed. It did happen. You're making a great point, because China is pretty much unified under one rule, but then again, it's a very how you say uh, hands-on with the fist.
Mhm.
The China's been held together as one nation, but it's by a lot of force. Now, economically, because of China's growing economy, is becoming less and less of that forceful hand, but it was formed under a lot of pressure.
Yep.
Well, China has had many formations prior to dynastic formations, and then them being under the British colonialism, and then I forgot, was it the Boxer Rebellion? I forgot what it was, but China began forming itself in the modern era, had more time when the world wars were fighting in World War I and World War II. China had enough time because Europe could not have a grip on it, as it was fighting new enemies as far as and trying to maintain their colonial positions. So China has had that time to politically grow and to study the West. Um, um, Africa has not had that time. Africa's been in a direct war for resources, starting after gold and slavery, then rubber, and then in the modern age for yellow cake and silver and other the hard metals that are used in the phones, right? So Africa's
Mhm.
been under enormous pressure they've never taken their grip off of Africa, and it's easy to pay an African, a chief off, a leader off, a president off, and if you can't pay him off, you just simply kill him. Africa's failure to close its borders and to rely on its own self for food, and because that's all you need, food, clothing, and shelter. Africa's attraction to the West has doomed itself because China cut itself off from the West and closed its borders. They just basically relied on food, shelter, and clothing for the regular people, and that's how they built their strength. Africa's in the Africans' need to be exotic, to be wanted, to be a fucking hoe, has been ingrained in us, along with our traitorous attitudes. And so what it is it's in our rituals. And when I mean rituals, I do not mean religious rituals, though religious rituals have stolen what the essential point of a ritual is. A ritual is things that you do every day to strengthen yourself, what you give thanks for, what you appreciate, right? But what they have done is inserted rituals that make us look outside of ourselves and to spend time building up Europe. Africa builds up Europe. The African builds up Europe. They farm, they mine, how can I say, and they create new innovations, and even now their artwork and their treasures are being sold to and used for Europe tourism. Africa doesn't have any tourism except for Egypt, and Egypt is built on the Central African culture. So and then Africans fuck up when we had we started going back to Ghana. I was one of the first people in the modern group to go with Dr. Clark in 1986, and then after 86, then we started working on bringing people to Ghana, and then the Ghanaians fucked that up, right? They charge us overpriced. They created Air Ghana, right, which was, I think, was a fractional part of KLM Airlines, and then they mismanaged that, and then they mistreated us. And double dual citizenship is a lie. It's just a simple, you can have citizenship, but you're still not into power. You still can't run for office. You can't do anything except for be a citizen. Now the African is trying to make us a whole. They're trying to make the African American a whole. So what we have to do is we have to create rituals amongst ourselves to be on code. There's no sanctuary. They will come and get you. If they don't get you, they will get your children. If they don't get your children, they will get your children's children. If they don't get you, they will get your wife. They're coming for you, slave. And everybody who wants to identify with some other culture, some other ritual, has a virus in them that is killing Africa and killing our people, right? And the problem with us is that we only get one life. We only get one life, right? Maybe we can publish, but we only get one life to contribute. But most of us are so weak and petty, right? And that is simply why we can't build, because we don't have any we don't have rituals. Everybody should have a ritual to get yourself fit, to eat, to plan, to plot economics for your family. Everybody should have a ritual, and then everybody should have a group ritual. We should have group rituals, right? Group rituals where we can, what's the point of having a Caribbean Day parade and 1 million people goddamn show up to party and boogie? Our rituals can't be around festivals unless we are moving money to do something with that, right? We I only talk on these boards because I don't have to. I don't really have to at this particular point. I try to talk to young thinking minds, and I try to put out themes that we can deal with, right? So I will be coming on. I'm just late today. I got to move somebody, so I can't do the presentation tonight. But my presentation is about the same concept. This concept, we have people coming on saying that now the ancient Egyptians weren't African and they weren't black or brown. Black is just a term. They wasn't sub-Saharan, all right? But who are the modern Egyptians? Are they those groups? So we know that they only have a small part of sub-Saharan Africa. So we know that. But what else are they? That's the question. Who are they? So, okay, so if they only have 8% sub-Saharan African culture in them, right? Then who are they? Do they really represent the modern Africans? No, they do not. I mean, sorry, the ancient Egyptians? No, they do not.
Yes,
No,
Reggie, you got to slow down. You got to slow down. Is 8% sub-Saharan African in the current population? That's higher than it was in ancient times, but it's 67% North African. So
okay.
it's the 67% is North African, which is indigenous, autochthonous, North African DNA. So
Right.
no, being sub-Saharan African is not the only African.
The samples, only from the samples that the study says that they had a limited amount of samples from the Nilotic people.
Yeah, but the current population, right? The current population is 67% North African. So even if you throw out the DNA from the mummies, right? You throw that out. The current population in Egypt is 67% North African.
Okay,
you can't do nothing with that.
Oh yes, I can. Yeah. So unfortunately, I have to go because I have to go and move.
Yeah, is a South African sub-Saharan African?
Yes.
Is a Ghanaian sub-Saharan African?
Yes.
Is a Ghanaian and a South African the same?
No.
You see how easy it is? They lump everything sub-Saharan African as one.
No. You just did something crazy though. You look. Don't jump over the point like that. You see what you just did? You took a wide region, and just because there is a regional difference, right, with North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa, you just lump all Sub-Saharan Africa together, right? North Africa.
No, I didn't.
Hold on.
No,
North
I didn't.
Africa. Yes, you did. North Africa is broken up also.
I'm illustrating the fact every time you say sub-Saharan Africa, you're lumping all peoples together, but can be very specific about who is North African and East African, and we're not ever that specific when it comes to sub-Saharan. Who draw that line and said everybody below this line is sub-Saharan? And who said that all these people who are sub-Saharan, they aren't back and forth? Like I said,
that's just a geographical.
When I look at an East African, he is sub-Saharan, but he's not me, and he looks like those people from northeast Egypt, from northeast Africa. They just look all the same. Doesn't look like me. He's black, but doesn't look like me. Because he's black automatically means he's sub-Saharan. But Northeast Africans do not look like me. They're black and they ain't sub-Saharan.
So my point is, what are you saying? Like, what's the driving point of this? Is it to say that Egyptians are the same as a sub-Saharan African? What could possibly make you do this exercise that you're doing?
When we say the Egyptians aren't sub-Saharan Africans, I agree. I'm not an Egyptian. I'm sub-Saharan, but I'm West African. But an East African from Eritrea or even Ethiopia, why can't he be an Egyptian? Because he didn't cross the imaginary line.
He's from Ethiopia. Why would he be an Egyptian? What is wrong with y'all?
Okay, you're right. In the modern context of what Egypt is today and what Ethiopia is today, they're two distinct people. You're right.
They've always been distinct.
Nope.
Oh my God, yo, this is craziness. This is craziness. The modern country of Ethiopia, do you know where that's at?
Yeah, more or less. It's definitely southwest of Egypt. It's almost into the areas of Chad.
Yeah, I don't know what y'all be doing, yo. Like, y'all do some crazy exercises geographically when y'all talking about Egypt. Y'all just.
Oh, you see, that's the whole thing. I have a better concept of the geography. You would never hear me say sub-Saharan Africa because that there is a term that can't identify nobody. Because an Eastern Sub-Saharan African is not a Western Sub-Saharan African. We are distinct people. We look different. There's everything different. But when we generalize Sub-Saharan African, the only thing we have in common is the blackness. And then I say, but wait, there are black people who are not Sub-Saharan. Not everybody above that artificial line isn't black. So how do we make these distinctions?
So
that's my point. When you say sub-Saharan Africa, it sounds like black people from the Western Hemisphere are claiming to be Egyptian. I know I'm no Egyptian. I'm no East African, but I'm sub-Saharan same way. So when we say sub-Saharan Africa, we fail to realize we are taking the majority of Africa into account. That's why I have a problem with that statement. I'm sub-Saharan African, West sub-Saharan African. I can look at somebody from Chad. I can look at somebody from Sudan. I can look at somebody from Eritrea. I can look at somebody from Yemen and know these people are not me. But they're sub-Saharan African, right? So when we make that term, especially in conversations like this, it blurs the line. It makes us look at Egyptians couldn't be black. No, they're not West Africans, but they are East Africans, and those East Africans look like the same people on the wall to me, but they don't look like me. I see the long coolie hair, I see the pointed nose, I see the Chinese looking eyes, but they're black. They're black, they're sub-Saharan Africans. They're just not West sub-Saharan Africans. And those people, I keep saying it, should be considered just as much as the original stock of the Egyptians as everybody else. They look identical to the people on the wall today. But it's not me. I'm a West African. I'm not an East Sub-Saharan African, and East Sub-Saharan Africans look like Egyptian. That's my point. I keep saying it. I keep saying Nipsey Hussle, he's an East African. He looks like an Egyptian to me. He's Sub-Saharan Africa too, but he doesn't look like me. We have it in common. He looks more like the Egyptian than I could ever do. You see, but I understand the vastness of the continent. And when I hear that term Sub-Saharan, I go, we all Sub-Saharan, but that don't make me a Sudanese now, does it? That's my point.
What's going on? What's up, Seth? Shepherd L?
I ain't got
Peace, dog.
Good.
What's up, OG?
What's going on with you, man? How y'all doing?
Good.
Do I hear the racist? Do I hear the racist?
Oh, cause I'm about to go pick up my daughter from school.
You gotta meet yourself. Seth.
What's going on?
Do I hear that racist term, sub-Saharan African? Yo, do I hear it?
Yeah. I keep hearing that racist term. I don't like it.
Term, nigga. Like when, nigga? When was niggas ever stuck below the
Yeah,
Sahara?
that's my point. Whenever we use that term, it throws too much confusion in the mix. A sub-Saharan African is a whole lot of people. How you gonna just what sub-Saharan? That means you're all the same, all black? No, that term, I can't do nothing with that term. I'm West Sub-Saharan African, but I have no affiliation to an East Sub-Saharan African. They look more like like Egyptians than I ever could do, with a pointy nose and the curly hair. They look like Egyptians. I don't, but we're both Sub-Saharan Africans.
He said it. Just because we lost the war, nigga, don't mean we gotta accept the term, Tom.
No.
I get it, yo. We lost, yo. We lost. I get it. We definitely did lose, but I don't accept the term.
Yeah, I don't win that battle. That's true.
Yeah, we lost, yo. So that's what they want to call us. And then the line go across countries and shit. So my grandmother, she not a sub-Saharan African. Cause she over here, she up north. It's my grandmother. We you know what I'm saying? It's a 50-mile drive to our house. She not sub-Saharan African. She gave birth to me. It's a political term, yo. It's a political term for resources and separation and a whole 9 yards, yo.
I can't do nothing with that term. Every time I'm studying and trying to understand the arguments, when I hear sub-Saharan African come into the equation, it's like so confusing because, okay, who do you mean now? Do you mean the West Sub-Saharan African or East Sub-Saharan African? Because someone from Eritrea doesn't look like me. Nipsey Hussle is a Sub-Saharan African, but he doesn't look no phenotype anything like me. But based on that definition, Sub-Saharan means he couldn't be an Egyptian and he looks like everybody on the wall. I'm doing a little bit of lookership to make it easy. Doesn't Nipsey Hussle look like the average Egyptian on the wall? And where is he from? Oh, East Sub-Saharan Africa, right? Right around that area. So when we use these terms, we muddy the water and we forget that from Ghana to Yemen is Sub-Saharan Africa, but from Ghana to Yemen has nothing to do with each other. They're distinct people.
They're just saying all the black people are
There you go.
That's what sub-Saharan African means. They just saying that all the black people down here.
So what about Sudan? What about Sudan though? Because that's switched back and forth. How does that happen? Do the people change when they make the switch? They switch back and forth. Yeah, I mean, 1 minute is North Africa, next minute is not. They switch back. Do the people switch with us like the Wizard of Oz? When the color changed, or do everybody change? Like it was red yesterday, now it's yellow. Yeah, they move that back and forth. 1 minute is the Middle East, 1 minute is not. 1 minute is Sub-Saharan African, and the next minute is not. How does that work?
It's political.
So and then how does the term black work? What do you mean when you say black? What are you saying? Are you saying African American black? If that's the case, we range from super light skin to super dark skin and all the shit in between. So now what? What are you saying? Oh, you mix. When you black people, it's the mixed Africans, okay? But everybody on the continent of Africa is mixed. What are we talking about? There's not a person on the continent is not mixed. It's a bunch of fucking confusion, yo, to make people be confused if they don't understand exactly who they are. You're like, so Nigeria, if you're not going to school in Nigeria, you're not learning in school that you're a fucking African. You're learning that you're a Nigerian. You know what I'm saying? Or what tribe or clan you connected to. So by the time you get into the term Africa, is a term meaning you really lost. Now we accept it, just like the word nigga. And we've changed it to be a term of endearment. Yo, that's my nigga right there. When you was getting hit with the whip, it was nigga. So, so we accept the term because it's a continental term, it's the continent, right? And we accept it and we black African power around this motherfucker, right? But the reality of the situation is when you really do the deep research, people in Ghana, they Ghanaians. And then if they talk to somebody white or wherever they at, whatever stage they on, or when they comfortably in their house talking to their grandkids, they're not saying, you're African. Now, some people might just do that. But the more majority of them understand their clan, their tribe, they know who they are. So, that term, it kind of identifies you as not necessarily knowing who you are. It's giving you the whole continent, right? So African Americans, we accept the whole continent. So that term for us just made a little bit something different, And then, we want to unify African Americans. Would like to unify all of Africa. So, it's a term. I mean, it's, it's based off the educational level. I don't think there's nothing wrong with the term. But understand the history of where it came from. And it's really not for a debate because you can pick and choose. You don't have to use it. But I always like the scenarios where the rubber meets the road. That's what I like. So if you're in Russia and they clipped you, and you gotta make a decision, what you gonna say? You're gonna say you're an American. The first thing gonna come out your mouth. Yep. Now, depending on the situation, if Russia's at war and you're putting pressure on Russia, then you might be a tool. A tool for negotiation. But if the situation is different, right? That might be your get home free pass. Right? But the term American has political clout around the world, whether you like it or not. And so, good thing you use what you gotta use when you're in situations. That's my point. But go ahead, Cedric, you were saying.
Mike was muted. I agree with that point. Like I was saying, it all depends on which level of the conversation you have. Right? Like when we are talking, I just refer to myself as saying, man, in other contexts, I would first have to let everybody know that ethnically, I'm Black, African, Caribbean, but I have a nationality that is European. I'm a Dutch citizen. I got a European passport. I can travel through Europe like without thinking. But I'm a Black man. Would I ever call myself a European? I would be ludicrous. I would be an idiot to refer to myself as a European. I look in the mirror. Now, it's very hard to even tell someone I am Dutch. They would laugh at me. So I would first have to put the colonial context, Caribbean island, from the Dutch, still owned by the Dutch. That's why. Because if I walk up to Chef and I said, yo, I'm Dutch, European, he's going to laugh at me. Like, but in a different context, when I'm traveling and I fill in the paperwork, I have to put nationality Dutch. As a Black man, born in the Caribbean, of African descent, my nationality is European. Now it's crazy, but that's just the way it is. And that's why I'm able to identify myself on different levels. Depends on who I'm talking to. I'll just tell them my neighborhood. I'm from St. Peter's. So like you said, it is a matter of consciousness. It's a matter of the conversation that you're having, how you're going to identify yourself is my take. What you say to that?
Cedric, can I ask you a
Can you hear
question?
me? Can you hear me? That's a great point. It's based off your level of consciousness. It's based off where you at, but I like to base off when the fucking rubber meets the road. Go ahead.
Cedric.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Adrian.
Okay. I've always kind of like wondered this, right? How, like, is there like a certain degree of like tribalism that happens with a lot of Afro-Caribbeans? Like the Afro, Jamaicans think they're better than the, the Martinican people. Is that a dynamic in the Caribbean?
Yeah. You see, you have, and it's, how can I say, it's nuanced. So it's not in your face, but it is something that live in the minds of the people. I'm going to tell you for a fact, the British and the Dutch countries in the Caribbean are some of the most, we actually think we're better than some of the other islands. Why? The amount of money Europe invested in our infrastructure. So we got a relatively good education system. A lot of the English countries, they can filter to Europe, so as us. Our education is pretty much free. Our economy is good. For a very small island, we have 115 nations that reside on this island because of the economics. So we have people from every other island that resides in St. Martin. Now, when a St. Martiner travels to other islands in the Caribbean, it's not the same. So I'm not going to go to a bunch of different Caribbean islands and meet groups of St. Martiners that migrated, especially in the 21st century. Like before, each Caribbean island was a center point. When there was a cane cutting in the Dominican Republic, most of the Caribbean islands filtered to the Dominican Republic. Then it was the oil boom. They traveled to the Aruba, the Lago in Aruba, and the Shell in Curacao. So it was migratory patterns of all Caribbean people. And at this point, the migration is mostly coming into St. Martin. And that gives the local population, it is not plain out discrimination, but there is this underlying sense of superiority that exists. And I know it because you have to recognize it by yourself to address it. So for example, and the touchy subject, when you don't know what Haiti meant for the Western.
I got some supply.
When you don't know what Haiti meant for the Western Hemisphere, right? You tend to look at Haiti as backwards, impoverished, and just inferior people.
What?
Now, when you, yeah.
Oh my God.
Look, no, like they migrate. Look, the migration happens on the boats. There's a constant migration. The country is poor. When the people come, usually, and that's what happens from every country, you send the less fortunate leave. So it's the less educated leave. It is, and those are the people that come to the island, and majority, and I hate talking like this. Oh man, they do the yard work. Like the Mexicans, how the Mexicans are viewed in the United States, like that we view, that it's sort of more or less how we view Haitians here. Now, I go to Canada, yeah, they do the yard work, they come around, they clean the yards. Now, I go to Canada, and in Montreal, every black man in a suit driving a BMW or a Mercedes is a financial expert, and he's Haitian. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. These ain't the same Haitians that live in my country. Like, no, they're like top shotter. The president of parliament in Montreal, in Canada, is a Haitian woman. Okay, whoa, wait a minute. The Haitians that we experience in other places is far different than come to St. Martin. So you get a different view. And I'm not trying to be discriminatory. I'm just putting the things out there so that we understand, just how it is. And that exists. Now, being conscious of it myself, you start to talk different. You see, I give Haiti a lot of respect because I understand what it meant for my freedom. I understand that Haiti was still paying for its freedom to France up until the 20th century, a country that has been embargoed against by every country in the Western Hemisphere to keep them impoverished. Now, when your consciousness starts to evolve to your understanding this, you can start to think differently. But when asked that question about, is there is there not a tribalism, but almost like a class thing that exists within the Caribbean? Yeah, it does. It just does. Colorism is something that exists here, like structurally. Like I had to work that nonsense out of my own kids because they are influenced by society. So you gotta be black. You must be black. But the lighter skinned black you are, it's almost how your popularity is determined. If you look at the pageantries that they're having right now for Carnival, look at the kids that they put into the pageant, etc. You know, so it still exists. I don't partake in it because of a different consciousness, being in the conscious community, looking at things with a whole different scope, but I can recognize it.
That tends to make sense because my professor, she's from she's from St. Lucia. And she told me, and she's like really, really, really like dark, where she's like indigo, right? And she told me that she had to leave her own country, which is St. Lucia, because she's dark. So she's like, you know, I'm not gonna really be able to make a stable living here. So she went to America because St. Lucia, they like you a whoop-de-woo. So, you know.
Yeah, Lucia, yeah. And again, the economic status of the country, the economic status has a lot to do with those type of mentalities. It's like the poorer the country, the poorer the country, the more racist they are inherently. Like Dominicans and Haitians. Dominicans are like the discriminatory towards Haitian, and they're the same people. Phenotypically, they look a little different, but that's because of the Spanish relationship with their colonies versus the French with their colonies. The difference in relationship, again, Spain were never too distant away from Black people. They spent 700 years with them. Their relationship in all the Spanish countries is different. You see a mixing of the people to the point that there's almost no distinction between white and African anymore. It's like a homogenous group of people that they call Latinos, Hispanics, because of the integration, the mingling. The French, they viewed their subjects as slaves, and there was a very hard line drawn. There was no mingling. And so you got the two different phenotypes that exist out of one people on an island. They speak distinct languages, and they actually, there's racial tension between a Dominican and a Haitian from one island. But again, that island is almost the size of some small European countries. But yeah, there's a underlying tension between Dominicans and Haitians that exists. Even I do a duolingual program, news show in the mornings, Spanish and English. My colleague is Spanish from the Dominican Republic, and so she reads the news in Spanish. I do it in English, and it's a real bilingual conversation. It's a unique program. So she said something in Dutch, in Spanish, I answer in English. I say something in English, she answers in Spanish. It's really cool. But we both understand each other. This morning, because we give shout outs to the different neighboring islands, to people watching in the US, one lady, a Haitian lady called in this morning and said, you know what, Brenda? Cedric always says Haiti, but you never say Haiti. She was referring to the fact that Brenda's a Dominican and would not recognize Haiti. Now, that's not true, right? From Brenda, my colleague, it's just that sometimes we forget, or I don't mention all the countries, and we split it up. But the fact that the Haitian lady was so focused on the fact that Brenda never mentions Haiti is because there's this underlying tension between the Dominican Republic and Haiti, and most likely Brenda being discriminatory by her nature or don't like Haiti will refuse to reference Haiti in the morning. And that's not true. But we got a phone call live on the air this morning hinting to that being the reason. So Brenda, how come you never say good morning to Haiti? You know, you must say good morning to Haiti too. But it is from that underlying old tension where Haitians and Dominicans don't see eye to eye, don't get along. There's this discriminatory thing against each other, right? The Dominican Republic is much more well off than the Haiti is. The social tension in the Caribbean is real.
Hey,
Cedric,
yo,
that's
my bad.
hello everyone. Wagwan. Everyone,
Wagwan face. What you saying, my brother?
yeah, give you some Jamaican there. You all right?
You don't know. Watch nothing, my brother. We here.
Good. I think I was just listening to you said, and I think that's nonsense. I think that's ridiculous what's going on there. And
It is nonsense. It is ridiculous, but it's happening, you know what I mean? And it's with consciousness. It's with consciousness. Most Caribbean people, Fitz, if you come to St. Martin and you walk up to the average person from St. Martin and ask them to identify themselves, they're going to tell you they're Dutch.
Oh,
Hey, yo, Cedric. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, man.
When
you sitting there talking about the Spanish, and my family come from Trinidad and Tobago. I know we're not a Spanish colony, but at one point we were. I gotta correct you on something. There is a hard line between the Spanish and the Black people on the island. There is a hard line between them and the Native Americans on the island. There's always been a hard line. When they come to America, we label them as like this Hispanic, something that doesn't exist in their particular country. That's what Americans do. We lump them all together. But you go to these Hispanic countries, they're gonna tell you who's Black and who's white, who's Spanish, who's indigenous. It's a hard line with them too, just like with the French. But the thing with the French and the Spanish is that if they had children with Black people, those children were usually born free, something that the Dutch and the English didn't usually do.
And don't you think that's stupid, James? Hello, James. Don't you think that's nonsense, though? That is really nonsense. When considering if you understand
what we're doing right now is just illustrating the reality Fits. We are not putting moral context to it because, of course, I think James agree with me that is utter bullshit.
It's bullshit. When we're all when you got to realize the concept of how human evolutions is, you're all the same, regardless of anything. It's only the sun. Only the sun what makes it different, makes you a different shade of color. You know this. We all know this.
That's why I say
that.
We here sitting down having this conversation, understand that. But go out in the streets. Yeah. You're right, Jim. Go out in the streets, it still exists. Like I'm telling you a fact. My daughter, she's really
that's
born.
why we're here. That's why we're here now to push that though, said, isn't it? We're pushing that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. We're trying to push that. They got to be more literate when it comes to knowing how things are. Color is not
exactly.
Unless if you're close you are to the sun, is the darker you are. You don't want to be. In fact, it's worse being closer to the sun. Do you understand? If you really, for us now, do you get what I mean?
Because I agree, Fitz. I agree
you can
completely.
Get cancer, you can get cancer, you can get all kinds of stuff. Do you understand? No matter even if you're black or not.
It's because we are in this setting, Fritz, right? It's because we are in this setting. If you walk up to me, right, and ask me who I am, I'm gonna stop for a second. I'm gonna tell you I'm an African in the Caribbean first. Then I'm gonna tell you, well, I'm from St. Martin, which is a Dutch colony, so my nationality is Dutch. I'm very conscious in explaining that. You walk up to an average black man who born and raised in St. Martin and ask him his ethnicity, he's going to tell you he's Dutch. There's a radio personality here. There's a radio personality here named Billy D, right? He's on the French side, a black man, okay? This man on the radio when they was having a discussion with, you know, about social thing, and one of his guests said, you know, as an African in the diaspora, the radio host, a local radio host, me, you know, African, I born and raised in Caribbean, I from the Caribbean, I'm completely detached from reality. If you go into our school books, if you hear how people on St. Martin address slavery, they talk about the slaves as if there was a disconnect between myself and those slaves. Like you would not believe it. And it's because I'm in the conscious community, and it's because my consciousness in terms of who I am have grown, I'm able to see those things because I didn't before. You asked me 10 years ago, whoa, I've been Nederlander, I'm Dutch. That's it.
You know
that
what?
would have been my straight answer.
And in the Caribbean, they always so quick to say what kind of white ancestor they got. My family, they so quick to say that they Scottish. So quick to say that they got white ancestors.
Yeah. My mom cannot tell me specifics about her grandmother, who is an indigenous Caribbean from Anguilla. There's a small contingency of Arawaks in Anguilla and in Dominica. My mom's grandma is a full breed a Caribbean Indian, Arawak. Her mom is a half breed because her father, my grandmother's father, is a sailor, was a sailor from the English island, from England, that was just coming around the islands and spreading his seed. You know how they did? But they hold on to the fact that their grandfather is from England. Now they don't know the man. He was just a sailor throwing water. My grandmother coincidentally came out of that union, of that sexual encounter. But they are so proud that their great grandfather is a European. And they're like, but what? He stuck around? Did he ever live in Anguilla? Was he like, he just like going and coming? And all of a sudden, after the tour or whatever done, went back to England, never came back. And that's what y'all recognize?
And you know the sick thing? Sometimes they feel like it was consensual. That's the other thing. They feel like it was consensual. When sometimes it wasn't. And nobody really want to talk about that. That's like the deal with like African Americans over here and when we talk about they got like a Native American ancestor. But somebody don't want to tell their child that somebody got assaulted and that the dude that they're related to, that the real father is the white boy down the road who got a family, but they start any trouble. Somebody comes down to the house, not burning no cross. They come down with some rope and some torches.
There you go.
Cause that's how that shit got down.
Yeah, and we embrace that. And everybody knows about the white part of their family. Like what? Like what? Like you look at me and telling me about white part.
But see, in my family, we told that we Europe. They tell us that we Igbo and everything like that. Even before like my parents got into their weird consciousness, because they think they're Hebrews now. But like, you know, we always been like that. There's always the off chance of the white ancestor, but we're never proud of that. Because that's not where we from. We Igbo, we Europe, we Akkad. That's the sad thing, because the Caribbean that's kept like that.
What are you talking about in Africa? What are you talking about?
In Africa. So in my family, in like Trinidad and Tobago, we there is always talk of like these tribes. So like when I'm growing up, I hear the word Yoruba, I hear the word Igbo before I even start looking it up, because it's told throughout my family. So we already have this knowledge, because like the areas where we were, they were still practicing like Shango Baptist and stuff like that. Okay. So that stuff was still going on. We knew where it came from, but of course, by that point, everything is all mixed in with the Christianity, and they started becoming more zealous, and they calling it witchcraft and all that other stuff.
Yeah. in the
So hold on
Eastern
for a minute.
Caribbean.
Hold on for a minute. Let me say this real quick. So I hear you. So I think now after further review, it's very, very complex. So yeah, you know how we used to jump down people's throat. So you ain't African when the person said they ain't African. But the reality is maybe you should ask them, what do they mean? Right? Like just jumping down a person's throat these days. You know, it sounds like if I say, well, I ain't African, I'm Yoruba, it sounds like you're going against Africa. You get that point when the reality is you might not be. You might understand the tribe you come from, right? You know what I'm saying? You might understand the significance of your clan and all of that. So, and you might understand how colonialism actually placed that name, and you just might not be accepting of that, right? So, you know, you can't dive down a person's throat beyond, because a person can be aware of who they are and not exactly use that term. So we'll hear people say, well, you don't want to be African. Wait a minute, bro. I just said I'm Yoruba and such and such and such and such, right? That doesn't mean I don't understand that they've named the continent that, right? But there's an awareness that goes with it. So I think that, like, going forward, right, we just can't clump everybody. The days of clumping everybody in is crazy. You get the point what I'm making? Like I understand the significance of the word Africa and where it came from, but I also understand the significance of knowing your religion or your cultural expression. I get it, right? So you know what I'm saying? Yo, we all got to work and understand that the relations is very, very complex. It's a very, very complex situation. And, you know, like on your passport, it might not have the word African. You might have some African leaders that say they're African, but behind closed doors, they're not even saying that. They just saying it because it goes with the schmear. It goes with what is who you're dealing with. If you go to the UN, right, they have your nation. They don't have at the table that African, right? So it's complex, right? And the
That's not
conversation
complex.
is important. Now for you, but go ahead and argue. I want you to talk to the brother who don't use that. I'm not gonna argue with you. It's complex, bro.
It's not complex. You're making it complex.
And you didn't even say hi. You dove in with the complex.
Africans don't have no problem calling themselves Africans. You just made that up. They don't have that complexity.
So source it up. Source it up, though.
That only exists.
Where's the person you supposed to have, though? Where's the guy?
I'll let you talk.
Yeah, you know, you kind of cut me off. You dove in with the cut me off.
Because it wasn't making sense no more, yo.
Okay, so you're not making sense to me right now, though. So we just cut each other off till we defer and had a regular conversation.
Listen,
Chef, you cut me off, though, Chef.
Yo, you was finished, yo. You know you were.
I wasn't finished. All right,
so what's your next point?
My next point, since you weighed in, where the hell is the people that you claim you was bringing? Don't get that. Go get those Africans, and let's hear what they have to say to the discussion.
Cool.
But go ahead. I'm gonna let you unsource yourself as normal. But go ahead.
You ain't bring no source. You said your source was Larry and Assad.
So what?
So find me a source where Africans don't call themselves African. You can't do it. They refer to themselves as African. You said
it's a nuanced conversation.
You said African Americans are the only ones that call themselves African. That is a lie.
Okay. No, it's a nuanced conversation.
Right. We not the only ones. No, but here's the thing.
It's a nuance. Hold on. It's a nuance. Actually, it's a nuanced conversation. And if you heard everything I said, it wasn't even an argument. It's a personal preference at the end of the day. Like if you heard the whole conversation. We can't even debate this, Chef. It's like that's on an individual basis. It's
individual basis. Nigga, Africans call themselves African all over the continent. All over the continent. They call themselves Africans.
I don't think it's that nuanced because like
Jesus Christ.
It only depends on who they're talking to. So like if you meet a Japanese person, they're gonna say they're from Japan, but they don't call it Japan in Japan. They call it Nihon. So like you won't know that as an American. So they'll say that they're African.
Call each other African.
And two Japanese having a conversation are not gonna say they're from Japan. They're gonna talk about their district or their area or their province. Again, it's a layered conversation.
Lord,
like, if I'm in South America and someone asks me where I'm from, right? I'm gonna start by saying the Caribbean. Then I'm gonna say St. Martin. Why? The Caribbean gives you an orientation, right?
Right.
You know, okay, now you know which area to look in. And now I'm going to be specific, St. Martin, even more specific, Eastern Caribbean. It all depends. Now, if I'm in Miami, where everyone in Miami have heard of, been to St. Martin, I'll just say I'm from St. Martin. They know where that is. So it all depends on who I'm talking to, right? What kind of conversation I'm having. If somebody asks me, what's my nationality? I'm not gonna say African. I got to say I have a European nationality, specifically Dutch. It all depends on who I'm having that conversation with at any given point in time. If we took a plane, got off the plane in Nigeria and drove 6 hours to a village and asked someone who they were, they would not tell you I'm African. They'll tell you I'm Igbo, I'm Yoruba. They would not even tell you I'm Nigerian because I'm already in Nigeria. So my specific identity will then be to my tribe. That same person leaves that village, gets on a plane and travels to Europe. His first point or her first point of identification will be the same. I'm from Africa, I'm from Nigeria, and I'm Yoruba. It all depends on the level of the conversation. There is no one a statement that anyone is gonna give. Chef, you're from Baltimore. You don't say I'm American because they already assume that you're American. So you're gonna say you're from Baltimore. You're gonna be more specific. Depends on where you are. Travel outside of the US, somebody asks you, where are you from? The first thing you're gonna say is I'm American. And then you're gonna be more specific. It all depends on where and on what level you're having the conversation.
All right, so let me ask you this, Chef. So are all white people Europeans? And do they get offended if you're Danish and a person call you European? Like, do they get offended? Is that an offensive statement to call that? Like, do all white people consider themselves European? Since we stuck and gotta use it, so do all white people say they're European? I'm gonna ask anybody on the panel.
I agree.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
That's their arrogance. So how you gonna be born in America and you fully a European descent?
No. That's not what he asked.
That's the arrogance of white people. That's their arrogance.
That's not what he asked.
Okay, fine. All right, fine. Well, isn't Denmark part of the EU? So I don't think they would take offense to that they're European.
He said, "Do all white people call themselves European?" That's the question that he asked.
Do all white people call themselves European? No, they don't. They don't.
I mean, but so we can just keep saying it though, right? So it might seem like I'm in opposition to what Chef is saying. I'm actually not, right? I sat on it and I thought about it, and what I was talking about today made me realize that it's really it runs down to depending on the situation you in. So for me, I realized I wasn't going to pitch my tent and argue that shit all day today.
Africans call themselves African. Show me an African that don't call themselves African.
I'm gonna chill on that.
Since Larry, you said Larry and Asar, and you going with them. Show
I'm going
me
with them.
Africans that don't call themselves African. That shit nutty.
You kind of got it all mixed up. You're mixing it up. That's not exactly what Asar said. Asar said he was talking about how the African Americans is really the real African, and it was a thing. It was written. I know everything's stupid to you, but see, you found yourself on the other side of the Egyptian conversation. Any day y'all niggas want to die.
Now, but here's the thing.
Stick to the point.
But here's the thing.
Because you want to get off of it because you drowned. You drowned.
I'm not
reaching for straws. I know when they nigga reaching for straws. I know when the nigga drowning, he reaching for anything at this point.
Don't refer to themselves as African. There are plenty of clans and tribes that don't refer to themselves as that. Now,
can I ask a question?
Yo said that you reaching for straws now. You drowning.
I'm not drowning. I thought you were drowning.
Grab whatever you can grab to keep yourself afloat. Yo, go ahead.
But you know I got them tanks on my back though. I'm an underwater scuba diver.
Hey, yo, can I ask a question,
Yeah, ask a question. Go for it.
All right, so how about this? All right, so you said only African Americans call themselves Africans. All right, so is it true that we are descended from? No, wait, but I'm getting to the point. I'm getting to the point.
Yeah, but that's not what I was meaning, yo. If I said it strictly, you know, Chef reformed the idea, so that wasn't my point. But go ahead from that, and then I'll tell you what I was
saying. Okay.
But you did say that though.
All right. Look. All right. So you know what I'm saying.
But you didn't mean it. Okay, you didn't mean it.
The people who are brought over here in the Middle Passage, in the Triangle Trade,
let
right?
that man talk. That man in the middle of something. You already admitted that you didn't mean it.
You don't want that. So let me tell you what it was. I said that the African American is the only way to make everybody the same on the continent. That's what the point. I was like we accept the whole continent, and I'm saying continental Africans do not accept the whole continent. They accept their nation and their city state. That was the
I agree with that.
Right,
I agree with that.
But he emphasized that shit and cut us in half. But go ahead, bro. Now we good.
No.
Right,
hold on. You don't do that because you made that statement before. Months ago. This ain't the first time you said that.
I think we get that though.
So you wasn't cleared in. So now you're cleared now because you're drowning. But you didn't double down on that in numerous conversations,
Nah, that's a lie, nigga. Go get the game tape, nigga. Don't talk me to death. So what's up?
Look.
Don't talk me to death. Shit. Go ahead, bro.
All right. My whole thing is this. All right. My whole thing is this. We are descendant of people who come from people who are descendant of the transatlantic slave trade are descendant of people that they took from Africa, correct? The west coast and central coast of Africa, specifically, right?
All right. Go ahead.
So were people on the plantations that were having sex with each other, was any of them talking about like, yo, are you a Yoruba? Are you an Igbo? Are you a Mandinka? Are you any of this stuff?
They had to be.
Yeah, they had to be, yo.
So that stopped them from having sex with each other. That stopped them.
Nah, I don't think so.
So with all that stuff, we are essentially mixed up, in theory, with a whole bunch of different ethnic groups. So I can't just say that I'm just Yoruba, I'm just Dahomey, I'm just Mandinka, I'm just Igbo. I can't say that. So I feel like it's appropriate to have a generalized term. I am not an African, I am an American descendant of Africa. I think is more appropriate.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, what side do you fall on? I'm thinking on my side.
Agreed. Why?
Because I don't have no problem with what he said. He's actually logically and historically correct. There's no. He wasn't saying that. Nigga, go ahead with that.
Yes, I got to agree. I got to agree. That was saying the whole time, though, Chef.
Hold on, Cedric. So, you telling me? No, you're telling me. Hold on. You're telling me what he just said. You couldn't say that, yo.
But I thought I said it in my own
come on, get the hell out of here. Man, see, that's the type of shit I don't like.
No, hold on.
That's the type of shit I don't like, yo.
You don't like it because
just say you like his point better. His point make more sense. I'ma roll with that. But that ain't what you were saying, my nigga. Come on. You can rock with what he's saying.
Finish.
But that ain't what you were saying.
Did you finish? You sure you finished? Don't cut me off, yo.
You doubled down on what the boy what's the boy name?
The triple down. Do I get to do I got a holler scream, yo? How we doing this right now?
No, what's the boy name? You doubled down on what Larry was saying. What Brother Larry was saying. And you were saying you agree with Larry. I'll bring Larry on. I heard that goofy shit Larry was saying. He was saying that Africans in Africa don't refer to themselves as African. And you was agreeing with him. That was the point. Now, what the brother just said, you can agree with him now, but that ain't what you were saying. And I've
been always saying,
hell no. Nah, it's my shot at it. Fuck that shit. Come on now. Now, like I said.
I ain't saying nothing else on the subject.
30 minutes ago, I say, Chef, you cut my shit in half. You just did it again. So the brother was speaking to the point that I was making, that really we're the only Africans, right? So he gives a detailed description of that, what I said. He said because we're all mixed in. That's why we're the only Africans. My brother, that was half of what I said. Then the next piece of what I said was, right, that continental Africans don't necessarily refer to themselves as Africans. And I explained it, and I said I step on this shit. And what I said was, is that, man, at the end of the day, yo, it's a personal fucking preference. You ain't got me, nigga, and I ain't switching up. Come on, dude, don't play me, play loud on. So that's why I can agree with the brother, because I like the way he explained it, but it speaks to half of my point when I said we're really the Africans. Now, in detail, and he said it because we was all mixed coming from different tribes. There you go, Chef. Stop cutting the nigga off. We can get clarity. You just want to argue today. I'm not arguing about it.
No, I'm done with it. You know what I mean? Like I said,
right, brother, I gotta get out of here.
I just reiterated
I'm done
what
with
Garvey
it.
said.
I'm not gonna go back. I'm not gonna go back and forth with you. You can have the last word.
I don't want the last word. I said I came back humbly and said,
I'm already where I'm at in my heart with it, yo. So
your heart, nigga.
Yeah, it's where my heart leads me to go at, yo. At certain points, you gotta stop listening to people because they're trying to confuse you, yo.
Chef,
but
I said,
whoa, bro, hold on, bro. The point you just made, does it not go with my point? That half the point that I was making about saying that we really the Africans. Does that not go with what you're saying? I'm not just tripping trying to do
that. Don't even make sense. How can somebody even agree with that?
Because he explained it.
I said I was gonna stop. Let me stop.
Oh, wow. I'm asking the brother, does that make sense to you? Like, why would the African American be considered the African? You gave the explanation because we was all mixed from a lot of different tribes. And so instead of just doing one thing, you grasped onto the whole thing. Am I tripping, brother, or what?
But the people on Africa wouldn't consider themselves African?
That's a different piece. Fuck, man, I know you did, nigga. I know what I'm saying, bro. I told you from the beginning there's two pieces to the conversation, and you're only taking one piece. And I know everybody heard me say that.
No, they did.
Chef.
What's up?
I explained Brother Larry's point just now with regards to the African. If I'm on the continent, living on the continent, never left the continent, in my neighborhood, whatever, I would not identify myself as an African. I would say I'm Yoruba, right? If someone comes in my neighborhood and asks me who I am, I'm not gonna tell them I'm African because I'm on the continent. I'm not gonna tell them I'm Nigerian because obviously I'm in Nigeria, so they won't be asking me that question. Then I'll be specific about which tribe I am. So the African on the continent doesn't necessarily identify himself as I'm African. He doesn't do that. He knows.
When they have when they have concerts, when they have concerts in Africa called One United Africa.
Let me finish.
Why would they do that?
The same person that identifies himself while on the continent in his village by means of his tribe or his ethnic group, once he leaves that continent, he's going to identify himself by means of being African, by means of being from a specific country, and then from a specific tribe. Once he's on the continent, he doesn't identify himself as an African. He's going to say who his specific ethnic group is. That's one point. That's Brother Larry's point. On the other side, the most I can say is that I am West African. Cedric Ortega from the Caribbean, who is conscious of himself being from the continent, can only say the most I can identify with is West Africa. because of history. That is not even a fact. But I can identify and say I'm West African. It doesn't get more specific than that. So all of us on this side of the coin, those that Nzinga sent out, we can only identify ourselves as Africans because we can't go to a specific tribe. You can even do your genetics, and your genetics is going to tell you, well, you are mixed between 3 and 4 different tribes. Which one are you? So for us, saying we are African, I'm Afro-Caribbean, you're African-American, the word says it all. It identifies a continent because we cannot be specific as to the specific tribe that we come from. So I would never be able to say I'm Yoruba or I'm Igbo. I don't know. And even if I was to identify it, I'd probably be mixed up several. So how am I going to identify? My only point is then I can identify with the continent. But an African on the continent, he's not going to identify himself if I go to Nigeria to his town and ask him what is he. He's not going to look at me and say I'm African. That would be ridiculous. That's the point everyone's trying to make, both Larry and and you can't disagree with that shit.
But yeah, but the issue is they was trying to explain it and how we the only ones who use it in the context that we use it, and that's a lie. That's the whole point.
Which context is that?
If I'm talking to other Americans, then yeah, I'm not going to use the African American context because I'm talking to other, right? I'm gonna talk about where I'm from specifically, right? I'm gonna talk about where I'm from specifically, and that would be motherfucking Baltimore, Maryland, right? And if I'm talking to people in Baltimore, I'm gonna get even more specific and name a neighborhood. So everybody does this in the world, but they were trying to say that Africans don't refer to themselves as Africans like we refer to ourselves as African, and they absolutely do. That's the point.
No, they don't. No,
Yeah.
they don't.
Yo, if you can get, if you
just explained you why.
If you just walk down that path with me, just walk down that path with me, how can you say they don't?
Because if you just walk down that path with me, I'm gonna slow it down again. Chef, you and I, we're gonna say we're African Americans, right? Now go deeper. Can we? We can't.
Can we what?
Can we go deeper? You and I, can we go further than we're Africans?
Yeah.
We
can't. No, we can't.
Okay. So now a brother from the continent who knows he's Yoruba from Nigeria and on the continent, when he refers to himself as African to an American or when he's outside of the country, is he using the same context? No, he's not, because he can be specific. We can't. So he's just using the general term, just like I would say Caribbean, a region. So now you know, now you can pinpoint an area and he can be more specific. We can't. And that's the distinction. And African is not limited by saying I'm an African. He can tell you I'm Nigerian, I'm Igbo, I'm Yoruba, my mother is Fulani, my father is Igbo. He can do that. We can't. And that is where the distinction is made when using the term.
Yo, that's the reverse. Y'all got it, yo. Y'all, that's just nutty, yo.
But hey, I'm not arguing that people from the continent don't realize that they're on the continent of Africa, but they don't. I'm saying that in general conversations with themselves and other Africans, and watch how confused that might sound, but they don't refer to themselves as a continent. We do that based off of our mixing and lack of history. So why would a person is not lacking a history not identify with who they really are? That's the part I'm not really understanding, Chef. Right now, those people most of them don't understand that the continent is called that. But nobody's saying that they African. They say that they whatever what ethnic group they are, bro. Like, how you don't get that?
I do get. Listen, who said I don't get that? That makes no. Listen, no, because it does. Listen, when they are together, if they are Africans from Ethiopia, you ever been to the Blue Caribbean on Park Heights?
Yeah,
back in the day, the club, the Blue Caribbean, is still there.
Yeah, of course.
Right, the Blue Caribbean. Now you have all of those different African motherfuckers that go there, right? When they in there, they know they from different places, you know what I mean, in Africa, but they all refer to themselves as African, yo. In that context, yo.
Chef.
How y'all miss, like, they do the same thing that we do.
But Chef,
they know they African, they refer to themselves as African.
But Chef, the Black American and Black American from the beginning of time been calling himself African before Continental African been calling himself African. Not until early 1900s, when school, depending on what country in Africa, what school system in Africa, because some of the school system in Africa is westernized.
You gotta turn your YouTube off, yo.
Oh, my YouTube.
Yeah, just your just deal with the Zoom. So if you got a YouTube playing.
Yeah, he's making a great point though.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now, what I was saying, Black American in this country, right? They calling themselves African way longer than continental African. They calling themselves African, right? Not until school system of European school system in their country, depending on what year, whatever year it is, that's when they was calling themselves African. You understand what I'm saying? Not recent, I'm talking about 60, 70 years ago. Maybe even shorter than that. They would not look, my people from Liberia, you know what I'm saying? My grandmother, I was telling aunt that my grandmother, even in the country of Liberia, she call herself, she's from Amadou Town. She don't know nothing about no Liberia. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy. She's from, I mean, you know what I'm saying? So yes, now in modern day, we call ourselves African. Yes. Like 30, 40, 50. But how about 70, 80 years? We wasn't calling ourselves African on that continent, man. We were calling each other Nigerian, whatever the country may be.
Nigeria ain't even exist back then. Man, them people
Nigeria was existing in the 1930s. Huh? I mean,
no, it wasn't.
Oh yeah, you're right. But what I'm saying is, yeah, you're right. Let me correct myself. But Liberia was existing during that time.
Yeah, Liberia existed at that time.
Yeah, Liberia existed in that time, and so forth. But my point is, certain African, you know, they so used to not saying the name of their country, because most of the time if they say they're from Zimbabwe, they say, oh, somebody will say, oh, well, that's in Africa, right? They say, nah, I'm from Zimbabwe. Nah, that's in Africa, right? Yeah, it's in Africa. So they get too lazy, their tongue get lazy, so they just say, oh, I'm from Africa. Because that's all they expect you, that all you guys know. It's just, oh, I'm from Africa. But you know, sometimes we don't expand. Sometimes our people in this country don't expand the knowledge about different African countries. So most of the time, the continental African will say, "Yo, I'm African," just to please your mind thinking. We don't say that about Brazil or Argentina or Chile. They don't have to say, "Oh, I'm from South America." They say, "I'm from Chile. I'm from Argentina."
Y'all, you know what? Y'all right, yo. Africans don't call themselves African, yo. They don't refer to themselves as African. We the only ones
they do. Recently they do. Yeah. I'm just saying,
not the we are crazy, yo. Like, I don't even like talking to African Americans anymore, yo. You niggas know every fucking, like Africans don't refer to themselves as African. What the hell are we talking about? And we're having a 2-day conversation about
That's
it.
a straw man.
And y'all getting deep. Listen, y'all getting deeper and deeper with it too. You feel me? Y'all look at all this shit y'all explaining, yo. They explain this fucking retarded point, yo. Y'all going into y'all done went into slavery and colonization. Keep going. Keep going. It's still not going to change the fact that it's Africans. Nelson Mandela called himself a fucking African. Kwame Nkrumah called himself a fucking African. You know what I mean? Idi Amin called himself an African.
But
Yeah, I was about to say that.
What y'all talking about? Diop got whole books talking about
no sense here. After you
Diop
just
got whole books
everything.
talking about Africans.
Yeah.
Because he got westernized, my nigga. No one's
Because he got that man smarter than all us on here. So
It
he
doesn't mean he
didn't
ain't
know about
westernized.
colonization. He didn't know about all this shit y'all ripping off
Yeah.
of me right
You
now.
create a straw man. You create
And
a
I'ma
straw
knock
man.
it down.
You create a straw man for yourself, and now you running with it. Because
And
nobody
I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning.
Keep losing.
I'm winning.
You create a straw man, you build that shit up, put a hat on it, and now you're chopping it up all by yourself. Because nobody making that point.
Cedric, don't hate me because I'm winning. Half of the points that y'all made wasn't nobody making it, and y'all, I let y'all run all that goofy shit by me. And I sat here and listened to you talk about all that shit that ain't nobody talking about.
You know what's so funny? You said you're from Baltimore, right, Maryland, and you're an American, but you can't understand that an African knows where he's from.
I do understand that. Hey, big bro,
as an
big
African.
bro.
If you can't understand that somebody from the continent is aware of his tribe, is aware of his neighborhood,
now you straw man.
If you think that is that Africans are that simple, Chef, based on the reasoning you're saying that African needs to identify himself as African, because Idi Amin had no clue where he's from. Like just like said,
so why did he refer to himself as
if
an African?
that's the argument you're making, why Africans refer to themselves as African?
Yeah, why do they do that? Why do they do that? Did African Americans confuse them? Did the African Americans go over there? Hold on. Did African Americans go over there and tell those African people that they are on the continent? Hold on. Did they go? Hold on. No, hold on. African Americans went over to Uganda and told those African people that they are on the continent of Africa. They didn't know that before the African American told them that shit. You feel me? They didn't know. They didn't know. Hold on. They didn't know.
Your argument?
Hold on.
You making that argument?
Tanzania. So Uganda and Tanzania didn't when they had. Well, hold on. When Uganda and Tanzania, right, are talking to each other, they are two African nations and peoples talking to each other. Y'all telling me that they don't know that and they don't refer to themselves as that. You know what I mean? And to the African American.
Hold on. That's the argument you're making, Chef. Because according to you, when Uganda and Tanzania sit at the table, they only know they're Africans. They don't know they're Tanzanian and they don't know they're Ugandan. So at that table, they need to identify themselves as African, according to you, Chef.
But they do. But they do.
The argument you're making, Chef.
And they actually have a committee, right? And it's called the African Union. Why would they call it that?
Of course. And in the African Union,
why would they do that if they didn't call
each member in the African Union, each member is conscious of the fact that he's either
when did I ever say that they wasn't conscious of their state? Who ever said that the Africans is not conscious of their state and their fucking tribe?
When they are sitting in the African Union, do they refer to themselves as African, Chef? Or do they know where the hell they're from?
Yes.
So continue now with your argument. I'm gonna mute my mic out.
Thank you. Because people tired of y'all nonsense. All y'all mute out. Cause y'all need to. The fuck is wrong with y'all?
Chef, you dove out the window. Take the parachute. I'm giving you an olive branch. Come back in, son. It's okay.
But Chef,
we know you're from Baltimore.
But
you're
Chef,
never gonna identify yourself to me as an American because I know you're from Baltimore, Chef. You're never gonna say, Cedric, I'm an American.
It depends on the conversation, though, Cedric.
But Chef,
can
you admit that the African American was the first one to call himself African compared to the continental African?
I don't know that, and I wouldn't even agree to nothing like that because that would mean that Africans, right, in the 1700s, or that there was no educated African who couldn't recognize that they were African.
Yeah, you gotta be. So okay,
no, I'm
I'm
saying continental African. No, I said continental.
Let's stop playing, right? Let's stop playing. First of all, when you find people, when you hear terms like when Africans trying to unite, okay, Pan-Africanism.
Right.
So you'll find countries that want to support Pan-Africanism and they're so African. But here's the reality of the situation. We lost the fucking war. Prior to losing the war, nobody called themselves that, bro, man. That term comes with colonialism.
Thank you.
Simple as that, my nigga.
That's a whole nother argument.
No,
it's not. We were talking about whether Africans refer to themselves as Africans. Now y'all want to explain the colonial education.
If I can't get my point, fuck it, don't nobody need to eat the show then. Fuck all the rules. We'll just argue till the fucking cows come home. I'm definitely up for it.
But you changed the argument. Just acknowledge that. We can have the other discussion. We can have the discussion that you're talking about, but know that you changed the argument. Acknowledge that, yo.
Conversation with all of that involved, bro. I don't think one
Jesus
like you.
Christ,
my whole conversation was based off of that. That's why
one at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
No, we ain't doing one at a time. Fuck all that. I don't give a fuck if nobody can't hear this motherfucker because he's doing that shit on purpose. It's on purpose type shit because he knows that my whole conversation always involved all of the fucking factors.
The war?
Now,
what war? Nigga, what war did we lose?
Nigga, the war of nutrition of getting enslaved and colonized was a fucking war on people on the continent, bro, for resources.
What continent?
And resources. The continent that's formerly called, is now called Africa. It was named by colonizers.
Now you have to explain how the African didn't know that.
I don't gotta go through all that. That's why I made the point early in the game when I said, bro, wait a minute. I say, man, the reason we the original Africans, right? Because and the brother explained it with elegance that we was just we didn't know what tribe we was coming from. So the point that came from a position of being enslaved. It's called slavery when you lose everything you got. And so then they colonized Africa. Matter of fact, they colonized it so much that they named the continent that, and they caught on because niggas they had a problem and say, fuck you. That's the only reason they caught on. Map makers, geographers, that was all European. The line, the sub-Saharan Africa, all that shit is geopolitical. It means they won the fucking war. I get it, dog. My conversation was, man, let me really stop and think about it for a moment. Right? Prior to all that, motherfuckers had their own clan, their own tribe. They wasn't saying that. And people carry that mantra on, bro, whether we like it or not. The brother said it again. He said, yo, people in America think one fucking way. Yo, we think like Europeans. When we say, like we play shit on niggas and think that's what they really say. Instead of taking the time to sit with a group of people from the continent and say, yo, for real, yo. Like when you chilling with your family, your homeboys, you coming up, yo, and what do you refer yourself to? We know we arrogant as fuck. So you is coming with the arrogant shit, Chef.
No, I'm not. I'm coming with the truth.
Okay, well, bring the truth. That's why I say, yo, can we get some continental Africans on?
Well, what? You don't believe them. You don't believe them.
Chef.
No, yo, I agreed
But
earlier.
hold on. This is James. Sheffrin is right, though.
He's wrong.
No, he's
wrong.
not.
Yes,
Sheffrin's
he is.
not wrong. He's right.
He's wrong.
And see, this is what's crazy about it, because like if you
No,
you have
no,
do you have a conversation with continental Africans that know what they call themselves?
I'm a continental African, man.
You are not a continental African.
I am a continental African.
You are not a continental African.
Hold on, what I'm saying is, do we have y'all had a conversation with the people on the actual continent to find out what they call themselves? Because I have.
They call themselves Africans, and whoever's saying they don't is fucking retarded. Let's stop fucking playing. What is wrong with y'all?
Yes, they do. They call themselves Africans.
Right, this is not the damn matter, yo. Nobody gotta listen to this dumb shit.
So Chef, if my mom and dad are African, I'm not continental?
Yeah.
If you were born in America, no. If you were born on the continent.
No, I give them that. I give them that.
Okay, so basically, and my girlfriend, she's from Tanzania. So listen, I just went to go visit Tanzania last year, right? I was there for like a month.
No, she's not. She's from Africa. She doesn't know she's from Tanzania. She can only identify herself as Africa. What the hell are you talking about?
Y'all don't know how. Y'all don't know how to have.
She would never tell you she's from Tanzania. In a conversation with you, she would never say she's from Tanzania. She's an African.
The fact that
you're wrong, dude.
You're
wrong.
I agree with that nonsense.
No, the fact that I said that they refer to themselves as African also is not saying, I'm not saying that they don't refer to their nation and their tribe either. The point was that these niggas were saying that they don't refer to themselves as African. And I'm saying that they do.
Nigga, that's the shit you brought everybody, nigga, because I never was stuck on one fucking way, and I said it.
You shouldn't have brought up Larry. You shouldn't have brought up Larry.
No, Larry had the same point that Cedric explained, and then Pan-African Designs came on, and really Pan-African Designs, I just want you to shout out your business, bro. Because you sure fuck can't be on our side. That fuck your business up, yo, but I want you to shout out your business, though.
Because I talk to actual people from the continent. I have elder brothers that I talk to from
and what they say,
from Kenya.
What
he's from the Lua tribe, but he also recognized that he's from Africa. He does not say I'm not from Africa. I'm from Lua. I'm from Kenya, and I'm from the Lua tribe. It's all just like we say we Africans, but we from America. You could say America is the tribe.
But James,
because we are different from everybody else on the continent. We have to start simplifying what we're talking about instead of making stuff so confusing.
Exactly.
It ain't that hard.
It ain't that fucking hard. These niggas is crazy, yo.
You confusing, nigga. You changed that.
It is not confusing, yo.
You confusing. Because what James is saying, I hear him.
But you don't hear me. So that's hate. Now I gotta take that as hate then. Now I gotta take that as hate. Now that's just pure play hate.
Yeah, I'm hating on
play hate.
I'm definitely hating.
You better than that.
I'm playing hating that.
Chef, you straight up fishing all day. You lose this one, Chef. Just give up.
This nigga said he hear what James saying, but don't hit. And James said he agrees with me. So when I open my mouth, you don't hear me. But when James opened his mouth,
James ain't doing it on purpose. James ain't doing it on purpose, yo. James got confused based off what you were saying, because niggas never was saying what you were saying, my nigga. Niggas never said that a person lives on Africa on a continent does not know that they don't live on the continent, and they wouldn't say that. What we were saying was
I said they refer to themselves. I said no. So let's get specific. I'm saying that they disagree with me. Disagree with me now. Africans on the continent of Africa and abroad all refer to themselves as African. Now, tell me I'm wrong.
You wrong.
When? Hold on, let's do this.
That's why we arguing. That's why we argue. Just hear what the brother just said.
You say all, but you say all. You say the word all.
I didn't say. I said Africans on the continent and abroad refer to themselves as African. Do y'all agree?
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
I'm saying,
but now
it ain't no more I'm saying.
Hold on for a minute, bro. This is what I want to say. This should have been made clear yesterday. Now, it depends on who they talking to and what they're talking about. But in general, they're not running around on the continent talking about what's South African.
Right.
So we need to really get this shit straight, bro. Because you just took that shit and ran.
I don't even care about what you say. Because we already agreed.
I know.
We already agreed that they call themselves African.
But the
so all that other shit y'all saying,
but Chef,
y'all just talking to make yourselves feel better at this point. So go ahead. Go ahead, talk to make yourselves feel better. I'm muting out. Go ahead.
Europeans identify themselves as European too. What's your point?
But Chef, the original African are Black American.
Nigga, just because you know you live on the continent of Africa don't mean you call yourself an African. I can't imagine a motherfucker born and raised on the continent call himself a fucking continent. That shit for niggas that's been through the transcontinental slave trade, my nigga. You can say what you want. That's some slave shit, nigga. Only a slave referring to a motherfucker that been through the slave trade starts referring to himself as the continent. That's an African American thing, yo. You bugged out. I ain't trying to
African American thing. But
you hate.
The hate is real, man.
A Dutchman knows he's from Europe, will never tell you I'm European. He knows he's from the Netherlands. A Spanish man is not going to say, yo soy europeo. No, yo soy español. Yo vengo de España. He's not going to refer to himself as European. And no, like, he don't walk around Spain saying I'm European. Like, who does that?
Okay.
No Bulgarian walks around Europe saying.
What's crazy about what he? Hold on, what's crazy?
I get it. Hey,
what's crazy about what you saying is they don't have to do that because they can just look at themselves and know what they are. Like, why are we confused about why we can't use the same thing that they use to just know what we are? Like, why is being African a bad thing? It seems like
no,
James,
it's not being a bad thing.
You gotta let them.
It's not being a bad thing, James. When you refer to yourself as a continent, which we are forced in the Western Hemisphere to do,
why do y'all keep repeating the same thing? Let me talk,
Chef Ron. Stop cutting me off. Chef, don't cut me off. When we in the Western Hemisphere refer to ourselves as African, that is the most we can do based on our condition. An African is not limited to identifying himself by the continent. We are. So an African doesn't walk around in Africa identifying itself as African. The Nigerians that are now in Africa doesn't say he's an African.
Why is that a big deal? You know, like, okay, let's be for real.
Nobody said it was a big deal. Us, bro. That was the discussion we're having.
No, but see, you're putting emphasis on what they or we are as outsiders are putting emphasis on what they do, which we already know they do that because everybody does it. Like Germans are in Europe, but they recognize themselves as Germans, and then they'll go off into the little sub-tribes that they have within that country. Everybody is doing this. So what is the big deal?
Exactly that we need to be having a conversation. The German doesn't walk around Germany nor Europe referring to himself as a European. Neither does the African.
Wait. Is German in the European Union? Are they in the European Union? Let me answer that.
One at a time. Now, Europeans might don't do it, but I'm telling you, Africans do. So now we have another point of contention because I'm tired of y'all lying. Now, Europeans might don't refer to themselves as Europeans, but Africans on the continent collectively call themselves African. And we can
train. Europeans in Europe collectively refer to themselves as Europeans.
Listen, I don't know about you.
Europeans in Europe collectively refer to themselves as Europeans.
Listen,
we can see that happening right now.
I just seen Akon last summer through a concert, right, in Africa, and he referred to the concert. It was a bunch of different people from Africa, performers, and they called it one United Africa, right? And they all refer to themselves as Africa, right?
Every year in
on
Europe,
the continent
they
of
have the
Africa,
European
on
Song
the continent
Festival.
of Africa, right? So if Europeans don't do it, fine. Africans do it though.
Chef, every year in Europe, there's the European Music Festival consisting
so
of the different countries. The people who participate know where they're from. So they're not going to be at a European Music Festival referring to themselves as European, Chef.
So they do
Hold on.
ignorant.
Hold on, Cedric. Let me ask Cedric a question. Is Germany a part of the European Union?
Isn't that the point I was making the whole time?
No, because you're trying to say like Europeans don't do the same thing as Africans do. Is that what you're saying? Let me be clear.
I'm saying they do the exact same thing.
Okay.
I'm saying the European, the German, knows that he's a European. However, in Germany, he's not going to watch himself and say, I'm European. Traveling around Europe, the German is never going to refer to himself as European, although he's perfectly conscious of the fact that he's European. And put him in the proper setting, he knows he's European and will say so, I'm European. But himself, when in Europe, amongst his people, amongst European, he knows he's German and will refer to himself as such. There is no point in time that on the continent of Europe, in his country, for him to identify himself as a fucking European. He's a German.
And I get that, but what I'm saying
is the Nigerian that is in South Africa doing business does not refer to himself as an African. He says, I'm Nigerian. And depends on who he's talking to, he says he's Igbo. Like, what is so difficult about that? But yes, when they're together and they're representing the continent, we all are Africans. When we Caribbean people meet up in Miami, we're all Caribbean, but we're Jamaican, we're Haitian, we're St. Martin, we're Dominica, we're St. Lucian. But in that context, we're all Caribbean.
So let me ask you this. Do you ever refer to yourself as Caribbean?
Yeah.
All right, case closed. Case closed.
But
if you refer to yourself as Caribbean, listen,
when I'm talking about by African American, by Afro-Caribbeanism, I cannot go any deeper within the context of the continent. The African is not limited by saying he's African. Which part of that is you don't understand? Wait, anything I said just now was wrong? False or
nothing you said was wrong, but what we're saying is it's a mute point. Everybody does that. It's no need to be on the continent and say I'm an African when I'm already here. Why the hell do I need to do that?
So now
we already get to what I'm saying is there's no need to argue that point.
Continues to make the point that Africans on the continent refer to themselves as African. We get on a plane now. We go to a
but hold on.
We ask a lady, when they come together, she's not going to tell me African.
But hold on. But when you go from Ghana to say Ivory Coast, then they're going to differentiate. I'm an African from Ivory Coast, and I'm an African from Ghana. They're going to differentiate in that way because they're from two different countries, right or wrong.
No, on the continent, yeah. When a Senegalese go to Togo, he's a Senegalese in Togo. He doesn't say I'm an African.
So don't shut up. I knew you were gonna say African design because you playing African thing. I get it, yo, but those people live there, yo, they don't even make y'all tripping, man. Y'all arrogant ass African Americans. That's how I'm
saying. What I'm saying is I talk to people from the continent and this is what they tell me. I'm not talking about what I'm talking about. This is what they say.
I know I gave Jeff ample time to bring continental Africans on and had a discussion. It's a crazy discussion without them. Now, if they come on and say, we walk around and do that.
I'm not even gonna put no African through this dumb shit, yo. Like y'all niggas need to figure this shit out for yourselves, yo. This shit retarded. I'm not doing that.
But I'm thinking you're the leader of the retardation, though. That's what the confusion is.
Cool.
Your brother Larry on your ass. I know you get it. I got you. You got Larry on you.
I wouldn't even have a conversation with that nigga.
Yeah, but that's just what the mission is. I mean, as a collective mission, it's not just something that African Americans aspire for Africa. Africans themselves aspire to be united because we see what the global players, everybody else is uniting against us. So why wouldn't we see that once we recognize what the vastness of the continent? Like when we go back to Kemet, they didn't even know the whole mapping of the continent back then to know what we needed to unify. But these people unified later on, and now we're seeing that, and we're trying to have a counter to that. And like people act like that's something wrong with that or something.
No, nothing wrong with that. We're just saying the original or the Black Americans, or this who started that African American stuff. Yo, the oldest I say in 1970. That's when we started having organization using the word Africa on the continent.
So, 1970.
Yeah, in the 1970, about 1970. That's when we started using organization on the continent. Organization on the continent as the word African involved. You know what I'm saying? Before that, I mean, come on, man. We didn't have that shit, man.
Yeah, but I mean, but that wouldn't be evidence though, because I mean, they were schooling over there before 1970. So the knowledge
but I'm saying organization. Organization.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I get it. I hear what you're saying. I get it. But I'm saying in terms of, I'm not sure about the original. It originally being an African American concept though. I gotta look into that.
Yo, that's the original African American shit. I don't know what I was saying.
You gotta think about
you have to document it by like goddamn.
At the same time, we're getting brought off from slavery, being brought off into context with text and stuff like that. They're being re-educated too on the continent. The people who colonized the French colonies, they taught them French history. Same thing with the Europeans. They taught them European history, or German, or whoever colonized them. They got that history. So they knew about being African too at the same time that we did. Those people colonized them were teaching them that they were African. So you can't just say.
They would have known first, though. They would have probably known first because this school system would have already been set up, and we weren't even allowed to read to a particular point. See what I'm saying? So they would have been schooled a little before Africa before we were.
We're not sure. What I'm saying is I'm not sure.
Yo, where you get that from, homie? Like, what school? What school was open?
What do you mean? I talked to people on the continent.
I'm saying, what school are you talking about? Right?
We're talking about
I'm talking about what on the continent during a period of time before Black Americans. I mean, before the Americas. Well, what school was open up? Like European school was open up, other than the church being,
that's what I'm saying. That's where the schooling was, and the missionary work in the churches. That's what the schooling was.
Then you got to show proof that that's what it was preaching. I mean, that's what it was saying, that you was African. You can't show that, man.
I said I'm gonna look into it. I haven't looked into it yet. The challenge. That's why I said I'm gonna look into it first. But
church school is different than historical events. They were speaking that Bible shit.
I mean,
it wasn't.
No.
Yeah, you talking about the beginning. But once they got colonized and set up, they educated them off in the colonies that they control.
But you got to show proof for that, homie. You can't just say that.
That's not that hard. That won't be that hard to find. It's not hard. Give me a little time. It's not that difficult to find, bro. I promise. I just haven't looked into it. And I'm telling right now.
But this comes from personal experience of talking to people on the continent. That is what happened.
These are recent people, my dude. You act like these
our 130 years ago. What we're talking about, our situation is recent. What we're talking about now, we're not talking about Egypt 3,000 years ago.
No, I'm talking about Nick. No, I'm talking about 300, 400 years ago.
That's what the
fuck we're talking about.
It wasn't even no Europe. Y'all gotta stop this, yo. Y'all having an issue with our modern educational and geographical education, yo. This is what y'all are saying, that basically right now in the world recognize Africa as a continent.
Right.
The world right now recognize Asia as a continent, right? Asia and Europe, depending on the educational system, because they sometimes combine Asia and Europe together, depending on the educational system that you under, right? America, right? North and South America. This is what the world call these places, yo. So if the people in Africa recognize the name that the world calls it, why are y'all trying to go back to 400 years ago or 500 before these terms was accepted? Since these terms have been accepted, the people in that place called Africa refer to themselves as African, yo.
But we talking about the everyday people. Let me ask you a question, Chef.
What the hell? That is the everyday people.
I just don't. I don't get. I don't get what these niggas are saying, and then they say they not saying it.
They haven't really studied. That's all. That's all. It's just.
I'm not being disrespectful. Have you ever met a Chinese that refer to themselves as Asian?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, they do, bro. Yes, they do. You got to understand, like even in,
it's not a bad thing either.
Yeah,
but let me ask you a question, Sosa.
Right? Even in Africa, right? Hold on. Even in Africa, right? You know, it's like, you know, it's always in the context of an African speaking to another African in Africa. But in Africa, there's other nations, other people in Africa. So in that context, in Africa, they understand the dynamic. I'm an African. That's a European. You know what I'm saying? That's an Asian. You see what I'm saying?
That's they know the Turks are there. They know.
But here's within the continent, that dynamic exists. Now, if that African sits down with another African, then they can drop that part because now they understand, okay, we already passed the first level. We on step 2 now. But there's still a third level in Africa that exists.
Sosa, here's your problem, right? Because I don't have my one in Houston, right? There's white South Africans, right? They call themselves African. You dig? So are they wrong for calling themselves African?
No, because they're talking about nationality.
They talking about them being
for a while. But I mean, it goes back to but I'm not. That's not an argument I want to have. That's like an African. But that's like two Africans come to America having a baby. Now that baby American, like that's not the road I want to go down to because I gave a specific example. Like now you creating a whole nother red herring on some other shit. I'm saying within the continent. I'm saying that well, either way, he's still using the term Africa. So what I'm saying is that even in the continent of Africa, there are indigenous Africans there. There are fucking Turks there, Middle Eastern there, Europeans there. So within that dynamic, they know, I'm African. That's the Asian. You know what I'm saying? That's my point. So then when they sit down together, they can drop the town down to the second level, but the first level still exists in Africa. Therefore, they do understand that they're African and would call themselves African in that context, bro. Want to make sense? They use it the same way that we fucking use it.
Thank you, Sosa. Thank you. What is the fight about, yo? What does it hurt y'all that Africans know that they're African? Like, I'm just lost. Like, what the fuck? You think they ain't educated?
Like, who was making that point though? The argument was the limitation. The argument. So the point, the discussion point, not an argument as in fight. Jeff, context is everything. So slow down. Let me slow it down again. Caribbean and Americans, Black folk, Africans, our limitation is that we can only use the continent in our reference point. An African from the continent is not limited by simply referring to
nobody refuted that. Even
that was the argument.
That was never the argument because
that wasn't the argument. But let
nobody ever refuted that. That don't even make no sense. Like, why would somebody deny that? That's crazy. Nobody would never argue that.
The whole point is
making that point, yo. Like,
that's not the argument, sir.
Like everything else is a matter of context. Like simple as like that was explained 100 times.
So Cedric, do Africans on the continent call themselves Africans?
Some of them do. When they're in America, they do. But now on the continent, they ain't gonna call themselves no African.
On the continent,
Man,
when they
that's
surrounded by.
That's asking
Oh my
me.
God.
Do Caribbean? Do you refer to
I'm in
yourself as a
America.
Caribbean
I'm
in
in
the Caribbean
America.
segment?
I'm in America, and I refer
on
to
the
myself
continent.
as American too, yo.
Hey, do Brazilian
Brazilian
people call themselves South African? I mean South American?
No,
or they call
but
themselves
Cedric, on the
Brazilian?
continent of Africa, on the continent of Africa, where African is surrounded by indigenous Africans, Black Americans, Asians, Europeans, you don't think they call themselves Africans?
Does Brazilian, if a Brazilian's in America, do he call himself South American or he call himself a Brazilian?
What the hell,
Both,
bro?
both.
Bro, like, come on. Why we keep going to? We can just stay right in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Because the same dynamic gonna exist in goddamn South America. Like no matter where you put it. I'm saying that it's this fucking general term that everybody use, bro.
Man,
We colonized by the same motherfuckers. We colonized by the same folks. Nigga, they black like we black. Like they don't, like they ain't retarded. They do the same shit we do.
Just know the African could have made a distinction between the African American and the African as if both weren't black, and then both wouldn't be African in that context.
Nah,
Yo,
sometimes he can see the
make a distinction between them.
Yeah.
Astronauts make a distinction between them and regular airplane pilots.
Yeah, like,
so where you from?
On the street.
So where you from? So where you from?
I'm from South Carolina, but there's people.
There you go.
You're
America. You're from America. How come your first reference wasn't "you're from America"?
Listen, Cedric. A cab driver makes a distinction between himself and a bus driver. Distinctions exist, but they're all driving automobiles, right? So it doesn't matter. Y'all arguing over distinction. I'm saying that they all use it, that they refer to themselves as it. And y'all acting, well, I'm not saying y'all don't, because Cedric, you saying that they, on point yesterday was that. That was the point of the show. That was the point of the show. That they do refer to themselves as African on the continent and abroad. So
yeah, they use the shit the same way that we do. Like, I don't even see why y'all would think that. Why wouldn't it? Now, can they go deeper, Cedric? Of course. Nobody gonna say that they can't. They don't know what tribe they from. Like, don't make no sense.
The argument I was listening to was the fact that they use that word African in the same context that we on the Western Hemisphere do. And I'm saying they don't.
They do. Like how do we use it, Cedric? It's in general. Well, we don't know what part of Africa we from, so we use Africa because it's a general term, nigga. Generally.
There you go. So we can't go no further. So we are the only people that are forced to claim the entire continent because
you're not forced to do nothing.
Hey, let me tell you something. Hey, when I went to go visit Tanzania, right? You know what I was embarrassed of, to be honest with you? We went to the beach, me and my girl. Don't you know this white woman, right? She could speak the language there, boy, fluently, right? We so lazy. We won't even take our time to know the damn countries in Africa. Oh, you just African. Well, you just take sometime. I wonder sometime, I mean, it's good to call you, I wish Africa was as one, so we can just call it Africa, but it really ain't. They have diversity, and I've been to multiple African countries. They don't call themselves African, man. They call themselves the name of their country. And sometimes they would be like, nah, I'm Mandingo, I'm Fulanese, I'm this, I'm that. Man, they don't use Africa like how we use Africa over here.
No, because when we having a conversation, I say, hey, nigga, where you from? You're not gonna say America. You ain't gonna say, you gonna be like Jersey, nigga, New York. Like, we don't gotta do that shit.
But why you want them? Well, why you want them when they come here to say they're African? Why they can't just say they
who said we want them to do that?
I'm saying, hey, I'm saying on a regular basis when I be having the conversation, I'll be like, you know, some people say, yo, I'm from Uganda. Whoa, that's Africa, right? Somebody, no, I'm from Uganda. But why you the one labeling, you the one putting a label on it.
Hold on. So you think we're saying in this conversation that we
No, not in this conversation. I apologize, not in this conversation. No.
Oh, okay, yeah, because you just threw that niggas is mad that they can recognize their country.
No, I apologize. Yeah, I apologize.
I would never. What? That's so. If that's the reason that you jumped into this conversation was to make that point, then you got a whole nother point. I see why we all over the place, yo. Because everybody get on with a specific point that they want to make, yo.
I'm not arguing nothing you're saying. Like, I agree with everything you're saying.
Hold on, because y'all give a way out every time with that shit, yo. Every time he makes a crazy statement and starts an argument, everybody come on with a different fucking point, yo. So we go all over the place. So then everybody attacking me with different arguments. Chef, are you saying this? No, I'm stuck on motherfucking ass, yo, on what he said. And everybody got a million points to make around that shit.
No, but I added that shit in.
And every time get the weasel out the back door. Like,
no, but what he was saying, no, on the continent of Africa, they don't say Africa, yo, you from Africa. They don't use that. Only when they come here. That's my point. Only when they come to American shore, they would use that because most of them feel like, well, you guys don't know any other country in Africa, on the continent of Africa. So they just keep it basic. You know, just to please you guys. If you want me, you know, if that's clear enough for you. Just to please you guys, pretty much. But they ain't gonna call themselves, you know, African like that. They know they're on the continent of Africa. If that's what you're saying, yeah, they know they're on the continent of Africa. But do they use it on, you know? Nah, they don't use that. They would say they either from Liberia, Guinea, Senegal, Ivory Coast. You dig? Sierra Leone.
No, you doing too much, yo.
Am I? I apologize if I'm here.
You're saying that they don't use it, yo. And that's not true. Like, just stop. God. You gotta stop. Just say, yo, when they have the specific conversations, they refer to themselves as their tribe, yo. I have no problem with that, yo. But saying that Africans don't call themselves African in Africa is not true. I'm just not going to lay down.
Show me, my nigga. Yo. Show me. No, show me on the continent of Africa.
I'm not.
Show me on the continent of Africa that two Africans are talking and they use the word African in their conversation.
I'm not, yo. I'm not. I'm not going to do that for you, bro.
Well, you making it seem like that's what they do. No, they don't.
They do. You just going to have to take my word for it.
Yo, I work with my coworker here, right? He's from Joe. Quick question. When you're on the continent of Africa, right? Do you say you are African to your fellow
Well, let me see. Down the Africa world, you.
No, I'm saying when you in on the continent. No, they want to know on the continent of Africa.
No. I will go that way.
Why you want to go that way? That's what they want to know.
No, it's just like Europe. When the European ask them, they will say, I'm from Belgium. I'm from Switzerland. So it's a same with Africa.
So they want to know from you, right? When you in Liberia.
I sound like Liberian.
But you don't tell, if you having a discussion with another African on the continent, Ghana, whatever, you want to say.
I don't have to say I'm from Africa. They know I'm from Africa.
You don't have
to use that. But it depends the question they will ask me. If they ask me which country from Africa, I say from Liberia.
Right.
When they ask, usually they won't ask you.
Let the brother
which
talk.
part of the world you're from. They already know that you're African.
So they won't even bring that up.
Well, so they will ask you which country you're from because I already know you're African.
Exactly.
So they will only ask you which country you're from in Africa. Because they know you're African already. So they will not ask you.
They won't ask you.
Yeah, you
See,
gotta
they
know.
won't ask you. Okay, so you hear them. They won't ask you if you're on the continent. They ain't gonna ask you that.
Yeah,
does that answer your question?
No, I already know that. That's like Sosa said, yo, if we all know we from America, we don't ask each other that question. We're asking what state or what city we're from. So Sosa already done cleared that part up.
So what you beefing about, homie?
Y'all beefing. Saying? Y'all saying that Africans don't refer to themselves as, well, you didn't say it. Said it.
I don't know. Okay, I hear you. I still don't. Yeah, okay. So you say on the continent of, do they have these type of discussion? If a person from Guinea talk to a person from Liberia, are you saying that? Let me tell you, right? When I stop in Ghana, right, to get to Liberia, I had a individual ask me multiple times, "Where you from?" I said Liberia, or you know what I'm saying. They don't say, "Oh, I still don't get it." They don't bring Africa in it. I guess like he was saying, I guess we already know we're on the continent of Africa. Maybe I don't know, but the everyday lexicon, the everyday conversation, Africa really is like in the back burner. They don't bring it up. Maybe like you saying, maybe because they know they're on the continent of Africa, like how you know you're on the continent of America. You say you Baltimore. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you well advanced than me. I don't know if I'm, but I hear you though.
So what is the AU?
Huh? The African Union.
Yeah.
And so that was in 2006, right? It's recent. That's what I'm saying. All this shit is recent shit.
Yeah, but they was trying to create the African Union before.
So what? Because they
hold on. Man. So all right. If you're not going to accept the AU, what about the OAU?
The OAU?
Yeah.
Okay, so your point is okay. I see your point, but what I'm saying.
And when these different nations meet up in Africa, right, and they're talking to each other, you think they're not referring to themselves as African? And the importance of Africans
as African, not because no, not as African, because African.
All right, well, we can prove
hold on.
that.
You asked me a question. Because Africa is a continent, right? So they're gonna be there for their specific country. Guinea, Gambia. It's not gonna be under the umbrella of Africa, my dude.
It is under the umbrella of Africa.
Man, get out of here with that. Man.
The umbrella is Africa. Listen to it's called the OAU. The umbrella is Africa.
Okay, bet. Okay.
Right? And the whole reason that you're there is because you're what? African. You get it?
Yeah, I got you. All right. I hear you, babe. I hear you.
But so let's read this, right? Hold on. All right. Because it's crazy that so many African leaders that is on YouTube all recognize themselves as African. And they say,
why do South African call themselves black? Recently, they start calling themselves black.
Because they not
call themselves black.
Why wouldn't you say they? Well, all right, explain what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying, at the country of South Africa, recently, when I say recently, like 15, 20 years, you just start calling themselves black. It's the schooling. They never refer to themselves as being black.
Is there something wrong with that? Hold on.
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying, come on, man, don't. What I'm saying is, right, the word we use, right, the word black or words like that, right, we speak in English. You understand what I'm saying? We don't know the actual meaning of black.
Who don't?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we know that.
Okay, I'm not going. But what I'm saying is it's like saying Moors. they giving you the name, and we accepting the name. It's
so now I get where you coming from. So you're basically saying that since the people on that continent didn't name Africa, and that the word black didn't come from the people there. I see your whole argument.
But also like also the Nile River. If you go to Uganda, they got a special name for that river in their language. It don't have shit to do with no Nile. But that's the word that's the universal name that we are given to that. The people don't call that no damn in Uganda. They don't call that no damn Nile River, man. I'm just using that. We got
what do they call it then? Because they wrong.
I forgot some. I swear I forgot the name. But I was shocked when I heard it. Said we don't call that Nile River.
They gonna get somebody lost.
Huh?
They gonna get somebody lost. They need to stop that.
Stop what?
If I go there and I say, yo, where the Nile River at, they better point to that motherfucker. You feel me?
Yeah, but you understand what I'm saying, though. I mean, we have different names. Like I was telling my homeboy from Nigeria, I say, who the hell? They don't even have that. Nigeria's not even it's not in their lexicon. And Igbo, Yoruba, they say, I told them a white woman give you that country name. A newspaper editor.
They give you that
name.
Words like Yoruba land and Igbo land and
so what I'm saying, these names, Black, Nigeria, Africa, these are names that we just adapted to, man. That's all I'm saying. We adapted to those names, and we just
they actually named that country Nigeria.
I'm not. That's the same thing with Ethiopia. They actually the native actually named, but it's not in their lexicon. They're using what they was told, my nigga. That's all I'm saying. You can't find me an Ethiopian word in their dialect that means something to them. It doesn't exist. Same thing with Nigeria. The people of those, it doesn't exist. They just took the name because it's the school system that motherfuckers.
So Nigeria is called that because of what? What was the reason?
What Negroes?
Is a river, right?
Nah, you talking about the Niger River. Even that, you gotta go deep into.
Yeah, listen, slow down. The Niger River run through that whole area. So you're gonna have
but the native never called that shit Niger River.
Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. All right, so now we're getting somewhere. By the time that Africans started to
I just feel like there's so many things.
What's that in the background?
A bunch of feedback, yo.
It's essentially
American Dream. That's still American Dream. You got background.
No, that ain't American Dream. That's American Dream.
Who is it? I see his face showing up. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, before the African independence explosion of the 1950s, was that river called the Niger River?
You said before 1950?
Before the 1950s, before these African nations started to petition for their independence and break away from their colonial powers. In the 1950s, was the river already being referred to as Niger?
Well, that's a good question. I can't.
It was.
Okay.
Now, what was it in the different languages? See, Africa got over 3,000 languages. So it has to be general terms for goddamn everything in Africa. Yo, we're gonna have to accept that there are general terms for Africa because Africa got too many damn languages, yo. And everybody can name something in their own language. We'd be confused as fuck. 3,000 different languages. Look it up. So all of those people in that region, right? We can't use every specific name for geographical things in that. Yeah, we have to have general terms. So the general term for that river, right, would be the Niger River, right? So these different countries that river flowed through all named their countries, some type of offspring from because the river is the most important thing. It's just like India. India is named because of the river, right? The Hindus, Hindu. You know what I mean? The Indus River. You dig what I'm saying? So that region, you have Niger, you have Nigeria. These Africans chose that name. So we shouldn't have a problem with that. That's my point.
If they chose, it doesn't mean it's what I mean. It does not mean, right,
that it don't have colonial origin.
Exactly.
Okay, cool. But they were smart enough to get their independence, so they know the local dialects, right? It's probably 200 different dialects up and down that goddamn river. And all those people call it their specific tribal language name. It wouldn't even make sense. You see what I'm saying? So it has to be a general name that everybody has to go by for the world to understand what the hell they talking about. It's 3,000 different fucking languages, yo. But American Dream, go ahead, bro. And then Magic Mike.
American Dream, unmute your mic. Go ahead.
Please, thanks, Chef. Just a quick question, Chef. I don't have a lot of time, so quick question. When African Americans use the word say they're African, right? They're kind of saying they're including kind of all black people in America. They're saying and they're also including Africans as well. When black people use the word African, they're talking about blacks in America and blacks in Africa. So the question
is
the
Caribbean and everywhere else.
Right. Now, when Africans in Africa use the word say they are African, are they including African Americans and Caribbean, or are they just talking about people on the continent?
It depends on the context. The context that you're talking, they're probably talking about continental Africans.
Right, because I think that's kind of like one of the main points that Asar Imhotep speaks about when he talks about the differences between how Africans use the term African, and then how when African Americans say they're African, they're kind of like talking about it in like a cultural sense. But when Africans say they're African, it has nothing necessarily to do with culture or heritage. It's just about their continental geography. It's just a geographical thing. So I think that I think that that's kind of like the main distinction that's being made, is that African Americans, when they say they're African, they mean something different than what Africans say. I think the point he's making, and I think I kind of agree with him, is that Africans, when they say it, they're not talking about their culture. They're talking more about what continent they come from. When they want to talk about their culture, they talk about what country they come from, or whatever tribe they come from. But with African Americans, when we want to talk about our culture, we say we're African. So we kind of use the words in like a different connotation. It's like two different ways we're using the word, I think. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Excellent. I concur.
But technically, American Dream, and I missed out on some of this earlier, just back on. Technically, that's incorrect too, because you're not from Africa, unless you're from Africa. Now, your relevant ancestral lineage or history may be from Africa. So I think there are multiple questions here. Where am I from? I'm from the United States of America. I'm from California, I'm from Texas, I'm from wherever I'm from. Where is my family from? My immediate family, recent family here in America. They may be from Mississippi, they may be from New York. Then where is my ancestral lineage within the last, let's say, 500 years? Now we say, okay, that's more than likely West Central Africa. Who am I today? You're African American. Because that relevant ancestral lineage up to that 500-year period, that's Western Central Africa. So that's the African part of it. But if you take that away, you just be American. So there's going to be a point in time in the future to where continuing to say African American is not, it's going to have less and less relevance to put the prefix of African there. So I think it just depends on which question you're asking, how you're answering this. What's your culture? Your culture is not African either, unless you've continued in your family African cultures. Maybe your family has been practicing certain dietary practices, certain religious or spiritual, certain linguistic or what have you, following certain holidays. But if you're not doing any of that, then your culture is not African either.
Yeah, I think you're seeing it too, like more on, like if you look online and stuff, you're seeing that dynamic already starting to take place. Like when you look up black celebrities and whatnot, like a lot of places, they don't use African American anymore. They'll say an American. Beyonce, an American singer. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to go further to get the African American perspective. I think because of that same dynamic you just spoke about.
Yeah, and I think at some point you have to be comfortable with that truth, with that black and white truth of this is what it is. And you have to point backwards, way backwards, to get something else. And when you get to that something else, you got to admit, you don't even really relate to that at this point. It's more of an idea and a fact in history.
Right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fight they have right now. Yeah. Like different community circles and stuff. Like I think Wu John Rob gonna get into that whole argument. Like when you're an African and when you're not African. You know what I'm saying? So Wu John trying to draw distinctions and saying, okay, on this level, in this particular variation, we're not African. You know, when Robin is still holding to the point, I think we're all African. It's like that. We're African. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So
yeah. Yeah, but I would definitely stick with what I said in terms of I don't necessarily think that when an African speaks about Africans, I don't think they're talking about African Americans. I think they're mainly talking about people that live on the continent. That to me, that's what an African means. That's what Africans mean when they speak about. I do agree that they do call themselves Africans, but when they do that, they're not talking about African Americans or Jamaicans or Barbadian. They're talking about people on the continent. So the question of, are African Americans the only ones that call themselves African? Yes, in the sense that they're the only ones that call themselves, that say they have this, that when they call themselves African, they mean that's their heritage. They have an African heritage. When Africans call themselves African, I don't think they mean to say they have an African heritage. When they talk about their heritage, it's more defined about exactly what country or tribe they're talking about. So I'm just thinking that they use it in a different way. It's not the same usage of the word.
To some degree, but it's still like I said, it's still in a general term. You know what I'm saying? Because even when we hit Saw bring plenty of African scholars on, and they'll say the same thing. They'll be like, they'll say, hey, the African has been left out. Like I do agree with some of the things you just made, but I'm just saying, like, just in terms of referring to themselves as African, like it's consistent in what they do. Like that's not
exactly.
Even, I don't think it's not even a debate, really. Like it's consistent. You can just listen to them talk. They say it all the time. Mm-hmm. They need the African.
When did American Africans stop being African?
Hold on, Cujo. And when the Saw and them bring them Africans on, they are referring to themselves in conjunction with us also. They're not excluding us from it. The conversation is for us, for all Africans. You dig what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? That be the whole point. But go ahead, Cujo.
Yeah, here's your argument coming right here, Magic Mike. Go ahead, Cujo.
Yeah, when did we stop being African?
Who is the we? Who's the
Black
we?
people in the United States of America.
Okay, when and what made you African? You specifically. And I'm not saying you're not. Don't take it that far. But
No, you don't have to talk so slowly. You can talk to me.
Okay, gotcha. But you have to define what makes you African today.
Because I descend from, and I still practice an African culture practiced by Africans who lived in America prior to today.
Okay, that's your answer.
Big up Virginia. Big up Virginia. That's my answer. I mean, when did we stop being African? I mean, I can't look in Ghana and see myself, but I can look at South Carolina and see myself. Those people that came to South Carolina were Africans. Sure, they were affected by America, just like people in Nigeria were affected by the British. Are they any less African? No, they aren't. I'm an African. I just happen to live in America. What type of African am I? Despite my
That's an
acculturation.
awesome point, Cujo. That is an awesome point.
Thank you. What type of African am I? I'm an American African. I never stopped being African. I never stopped being African. So
hold
no,
on, that point about the Nigerians and the British, just because they was colonized, they didn't stop being African. That is a great fucking. That's the best point. Hey, Rob Bourne, if you heard that point, you can use that against Wujan next time. Rob Bourne, that was an awesome point. Yo. Go ahead.
Wujan still gonna get them on goddamn cultural norms. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, our cultural norms don't have to match anyone's cultural norms in Africa for us to be African. It doesn't have to match anyone. I don't have to have a kente cloth. I don't have to have anything. But what my ancestors did was maintain to the point that I speak English like I do. I don't speak English like I do just because. I speak English like I do because I descend from Africans.
So let me ask you this: how can an African in America become a non-African? Let's say I no longer use I don't speak Geechee no more. I use all the English verbiage. I do all the traditional American things. You know what I'm saying? I eat Italian food, all the other stuff. Then what?
If you choose not to identify as such, then I will recognize that.
No.
However, okay. But you're talking about. You said. Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question then?
But you're creating a different narrative.
Okay, well, let me answer your question. I have a better answer. I'm sorry. Can I answer your question?
I'm trying to clarify. So go ahead.
Okay, you're talking. You said, what if a person started they don't speak Geechee anymore? Then that individual, that doesn't change what that individual is. That individual may not identify with a culture, but where does that individual spring from? That individual springs from that culture. That individual wouldn't exist without the culture.
Ancestry.
No, it's deeper than ancestry, because you don't have to be kin to everybody you got your culture from. So it's deeper than ancestry. We don't all come from one person. We like to look at
your lineage.
Yeah, I mean, but your lineage is not independent of the society in which it came up in. So it's deeper than your lineage.
Can't be African.
It's your culture.
But you can't be. It can't be deeper than lineage, because you can't be African without lineage. It's impossible.
It can't be.
Can't get no deeper than lineage.
It can't be lineage. But in the scenario you described, you said, what if I stop speaking Geechee and start speaking? You said, use the word verbiage. You said English verbiage. That's what you said. So for that individual, I stand on my answer. So for that individual, that scenario
I just
you
left
just
out
gave me, I
lineage.
stand on it.
Yeah, I left out
Because
lineage.
It's deeper than the lineage of the individual. It's deeper than my personal lineage, because my personal lineage didn't develop independently of the culture in which surrounded it. So it's deeper than my personal
lineage. Can you be African?
That's why
Can you be African after the lineage?
I guess you could be culturally African, yes. Yes, you can be culturally African. Yes, if you grow up immersed in a culture, yes, you could be culturally African. Yes.
So so you're using it loosely.
That's why I say like Puerto Rican and stuff.
So a European, so in that context, then a white person can be African.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, if you're using it like that, then
in a cultural standpoint, yes, beyond a doubt. Yeah. Because I'm not just African because of the percentage of American slaves I descend from. I'm African because I grew up immersed in an African culture in Virginia.
Okay, so
again, big up.
So then so you're removing African from lineage. So anybody can be African as long as they practice the culture. Doesn't matter what lineage you are. That's what you're saying.
It would depend. It would depend. See, we don't live in this world. Yes, I can. You know why? It would depend? Because you can have You know
If you
why?
just said a
Because
white person can be African, you can't say
well, let me explain to you. Stop trying to win the argument. Let me explain to you.
He using
You
it
can,
in both contexts.
yeah, you can like I was stationed in Korea when I was in the United States Army. I was stationed in Korea. While stationed in Korea, you had a bunch of Amerasian kids. You had kids who had American fathers and Korean mothers who lived in orphanages. You look at some of them, they look like they straight off the street, like straight from Virginia somewhere. Some of the little mixed ones. You know what I'm saying? But culturally, they were Korean. They were culturally Korean. They were no more black or African than anybody else. They were culturally Korean because that's what they grew up immersed in. I mean, come on, man.
Okay. So then,
I mean, we don't live in
within,
this world of absolutes, like you're trying to say. We don't
but
live in a
but I'm
world of
saying
absolutes.
no. But hold on. Within that same context that you just used, then there are Africans and Americans that are not African. Some are African, some are
That's the
not.
point that I was trying to get to, but I was going to let you stay on your answer.
Based on your definition.
I would argue against that because of their lineage.
No,
I would
but
argue
see,
against that because of their lineage.
Now you're using lineage. See,
right, I am because look, I am using lineage, and it's not funny because the thing is, we're not dealing with a precise thing because we are a nation of immigrants, so we're not dealing with a precise thing. We're not dealing with something that was precision. We're dealing with something that does have nuance. So we have to accept that nuance when we talk about it.
Yeah, but why? But you just took away the mixed kids' lineage.
No, I didn't take away his lineage. I didn't take it. He's still of African, but culturally he's Korean. That's what I said. I said culturally he's Korean. So a European could be culturally African without actually being African. That's what I said.
Yeah, that's gonna muddy the water because now Chinese people
That's
can be
the
African.
Truth, though. That's the truth. You can be culturally African. You've never met a white person who grew up around a bunch of niggas? I have.
Yeah, but that nigga can't. But he can't say
when
nigga.
Grown, they
he can't say nigga.
Well, maybe where you live. I've heard it. I've heard it in another place.
I've heard it too, but you know how that shit go. Yeah, I've heard it too, but you know how that shit go.
I don't know how it can go, but I know it don't always go like that.
Yeah,
I know because it's nuance. It's a nuance thing. It's not an absolute thing. We don't live in a world of absolutes.
I tend to agree. Culture is based on proximity. So like in the Caribbean, and I keep making this point, there's this Asian guy, Chinese. He went to school with me from the time we were in kindergarten. Ricardo is not Chinese. That boy Caribbean, we share the same identity. So now, when he tells me what he's saying, compared to American, Black American, which I physically look like, and say, what's up, my brother? Ricardo and I share more in common than me and the American. Ricardo is culturally a Caribbean man. There is nothing a Chinese about him anymore, other than his phenotype, other than his heritage.
Lineage.
That is to Magic Mike's point. Magic Mike point. You said that so eloquently, I didn't need to open my mic after that. Like you hit the nail absolutely on the head. It's in degrees and in layers. Like I am what you say nationality wise, I'm Dutch. Now hear me, then look at me. Which part of me is actually European? That's my colonial heritage, etc. Ethnically, I'm a Caribbean man. Now we have traces and elements of our African origin in our cultures, different cultures. For example, my culture in Curacao, we have the drums, we have the sewu, we do the tambu, we do all the dances. Our language is a mixture of African and of West African and Portuguese dialect. There are elements in that. But however, I am only phenotypically, based on looking at me, you can say, okay, he's not from Asia, he's not from Europe, his origin must be then from the continent of Africa. But am I an African in terms of culture or nationality? No. So yes, we are no longer quote unquote Africans in terms of culture or identity only in terms of lineage.
Answer this, Cedric. So
we're African, but we're not African.
Cedric, rank where am I from, what's my lineage, and what's my culture? What would you rank them 1, 2, and 3 in the context of this conversation? Where am I from? What's my culture? What's my lineage? That's you said.
Cedric, where you at? Where you from?
I'm saying which one of those questions is most important? 1, 2, or 3?
He must have stepped away. Yeah, he on mute. Yes. Yeah, I think he stepped away.
Yeah, I mean, would you agree that a lineage, a collective lineage? Would you agree that like what we have in America is a collective lineage as opposed to just individual lineage?
Well, I mean, yeah,
we have a collective lineage as a people, you know. So to come from a certain people, you know, we're not all just arbitrarily, you know, from Africa and just tapped off in different places.
Yeah, I'm just using the collective as being just Africa in general because, you know, we don't know where to even get into the argument. So I just said the lineage is Africa, the continent.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's a collective lineage. It's not just the individual.
Of course.
You know, like the way an individual sees himself is one thing. But I'm saying insofar as us as a people, like we have a collective lineage.
Right. I'm talking, because when I talk in terms of lineage, I'm talking in terms of just genetics.
Yeah, but we have collectively we have very similar genetics. We're from the same places, not just in Africa. Right. We're from the same places in the United States, because collectively we're from Maryland, Virginia, North and South Carolina, primarily before anywhere else. I mean, not necessarily before anywhere else, but in the numbers in those 4 places, more so than anywhere else before 1810. More so than anywhere else.
Of course, yeah, I don't disagree with none of that.
So I'm saying we have a lot of, what I'm saying is that's a collective group. That's not that big of an area. And you had about a million people, Black people who lived in the United States at about 1800. And 400,000 of those people lived in Virginia. They didn't live in Mississippi. They didn't live in Alabama. They didn't live in Louisiana. They lived in Virginia. And then they were sent other places. That's what I'm saying. We are a collective. So we can focus on like what an individual sees himself, but I don't think that makes much of a difference, especially if we don't recognize, you know, who and what we are.
Yeah, but I do, if I can, I do kind of think it's like I do think it's kind of like a cop out to say calling yourselves African tells you who you are, right? I think that's kind of like, look, I don't necessarily think it does. Where there are so many cultures in Africa, so many different tribes, so many different. Africa is so different. For you to say I'm African, none of them call themselves that. There's no tribe in Africa. There's no people in Africa. There's no country in Africa called Africa. There's no heritage in Africa called African. Like it's this thing that we kind of made it up. And that's all it is. It's just something made up. The African.
Go ahead. I mean, so what if other people don't use?
Problem with that?
Yeah, so what?
Is made up though.
I mean, so it's made up from what? It's made up from something that actually exists though. We're not making it up out of thin air.
What's the problem?
We are.
It's not made up out of thin air. You're right.
Yeah, it's not just made up.
Hey, Cedric, Mike asked you a question.
American dream.
Right. The problem with it being made up is that it's what you're using as your identity, and your identity is something that you just made up. Right?
The Yoruba is made up. The Igbo is made up. The Mandinka is made up. All of that shit is
right. But what I'm saying is, but bro, I can go to Africa. I can go to
Virginia. I can go to Virginia.
I got to finish what I'm saying. I can go to Africa and point to you and say, those are the Yoruba people. I cannot go to Africa and say, those are the African people. Like those people don't call themselves African. In Africa, they call themselves
They
Igbo.
do call themselves African.
Not when they're referring to their culture.
But
Not when they're referring to their culture.
Has Africans throughout the world not been victims of diaspora for the past 300 years? Has that not happened? So since that happens, we have to acknowledge that there are Africans in other places. They're not just the Aruba in Nigeria. They're not just the Mandinka in Senegambia. They're not just the Hausa. They're not just the Akan. They're not just the Mbutu. There are also people in America who descend from Africans as well, and who are Africans. We never stop being African, regardless of what they call themselves. They don't have shit to do with me.
All right, so let me try to make it.
Hold on, American Dream. Let me ask a deep question here. At what point did the out of Africa people become non-African? At how many years after they left did they cease to become African?
Well, to be quite honest, everyone still is African if you want to take it back like that.
Okay.
But see, no, we can't do that.
But no,
we can't do that.
If you want to talk about the whole bottleneck or whatever, when they stop being Africans, is when their particular haplogroups begin to diversify outside of Africa. While in Africa, the haplogroups that were in Africa continued to diversify. So they stopped being Africans. They stopped being Africans over thousands of years of them. Over thousands of years, not only culturally changing, but they changed because they adapted to their new environment. But that came from thousands of years, not a mere few hundred.
Did they ever refer to themselves as Africans? And if they didn't,
how would I know that? And why would they do that?
The term African is a new word. The term African is a new word.
So the word new is a new word. That means nothing.
Yeah, mute point. Mute point. We're not gonna do. They didn't call it that thing, right?
Yeah, I mean that don't make sense.
The word Netherlands is made up. The word France is made up. The word Italy is all made up. It's all made up, right? The point is,
everything we talking about is in English. So what is the problem here?
Yeah, hey, but said it. Magic Mike asked you a question. Magic Mike got a question for you.
And I want to answer him. At this point in our development, when you ask what is most relevant, right?
No, where you from? Where you from?
Where I'm from St. Martin, an island in the Caribbean.
And then what's your next question? What's your culture? What's your culture?
My culture is Caribbean culture. It's soca music. It's rice and peas. It's Johnny Cake. I'm a Caribbean man.
And what was the next one, Mike? Your answer?
My ancestry is African, and
how did the people that you come from get to the Caribbean or to the island that you on? How did they get?
We already know how they got down.
No, I'm just asking him. Like, how did the people get there?
Via my ancestry.
When they came there.
My ancestry is from the continent of Africa, Western Hemisphere. So my ancestry is my.
I think he said the next one. Which one is more important to you?
Which one is more important is where I'm from at this moment, right? I'm from St. Martin, from the Caribbean. That's the perspective that I grew up with. That's the understanding that I have. That's how I identify myself. I cannot identify myself as Yoruba or Igbo or any of those cultures, even though I may have heritage with them. I don't have that grounding, and even if I go back and study it now, it's acquired information. It doesn't identify me as a person.
Foreign.
I agree.
It'll be foreign to you. You're right.
It is foreign to me. Come on, guys. I'm a pseudo killer that says spookism is spookism. Now I'm going to Yoruba and they're gonna have me butcher a chicken and spray. Who, me? Like, no, I'm not doing it. You know what I mean? So like I'm not saying that all Yoruba engage in that, but if you want to break it down to direct link to the cut, I don't have that anymore. My paradigm is Western. My understanding is different. My education, my background, where I come from, we swim. Like we go to the beach every weekend. Like most Africans, if you're not directly from the coast, that's not fundamentally part of your culture. But that is island life. Everyone goes to the beach, everyone swim. I'm distinctly different from my African heritage. I lived in Europe with Ghanaians, with Eastern Africans. They are distinctly different, and they recognize me as coming from or having roots in, but they understand and look at me as a Caribbean man. Because my flow is different, my swang is different, the things that I embrace, my ability to adapt to the Western languages is much easier. I'm a different human being. Although we look alike phenotypically, we don't share a culture anymore. So for me to identify myself first and foremost as an African would be flawed. I'm from St. Martin. In the Caribbean.
Oh, let's fight.
Hold on. You said that.
Let's fight.
Hold on.
There
You
it
said
is.
you moved to Europe.
That's amazing that you can
people,
hear
they
yourself.
didn't recognize you as an African. Why?
Yeah, you
Why
can
didn't they
hear your
recognize you as an African? What do you
You
look
can
like?
hear yourself talk and say, what would there be a Caribbean culture without Africans?
That's irrelevant.
That's
No,
irrelevant.
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant because what makes you Caribbean is African.
Distinct culture.
It doesn't have to be like
culture
Ghana.
that you cannot find.
Doesn't have to be like Ghana.
Anymore.
Ghana in Kenya don't have the same cultures, bro. It don't have to be the same as Ghana in order for it to be African. How is it not African? You sitting there, I mean, I'm listening to you talking. It's amazing.
Cujo, which point did you disagree with?
Laat me zo even uitleggen.
Because I'm looking at it like
algemeen, die
him
spreken geen
saying that
Nederlands.
if you're
Krijg geen
Caribbean,
Europese opleiding. Snap je? Ik
white
ben een
people
heel
who live
andere
in the
mens.
Caribbean
Gewoon
talk
vanuit
like
het feit
that.
dat ik uit het Caribisch gebied kom. You heard that? Which African grows up with his education being fundamentally European? In his country, being Dutch. I grew up, my identity, my nationality is Dutch. In the Caribbean, there is no direct link to African culture. None of us in the Caribbean have it anymore. There are traces, elements.
Where y'all get the drums from?
Developed
Where did y'all get y'all
distinct
music from? Where did y'all get y'all music from? Y'all just heard Jamaicans saying it or some shit? Where did y'all get y'all music from? Where did you get your language? I mean, a good book to read on it is J.L. Hilliard. It's called Black English. It touches on the Caribbean quite often, actually, St. Thomas as well.
I mean, they speak. I don't get you. They speak a patois.
Listen,
I mean,
if I jump on a plane today,
patois, but what is
if I jump on a plane
effect
today,
of?
and I
What-
go,
I know what it is.
affects the
I know
patois?
what it. I know it is. Does the African dialect does affect the patois and how we use words, formulate our words in our
yes,
context.
it does.
But what I'm saying is, but you just said that you agree in terms of culture, and he just told you culturally I'm not African. Like you gotta accept that.
I'm not.
No, I'm saying that Caribbean culture would not be Caribbean culture without Africans. You can't ignore.
That's a different argument, though. That's a different
No,
argument.
it's not a different argument.
At this
Because
point,
we're not dealing with.
this point, it
we're
has
not dealing with
evolved.
like.
It
No,
has
it's a
evolved
new
into
world
its own
place.
species.
It's a new world place, man. This is nothing. 400 years is nothing. That's a blink of an eye. Your ancestors probably are more recent African immigrants than mine, more than likely, considering you lived on a sugar island. Come on, man,
No,
get out of here.
No, actually, it was a salt
descend from
island,
more,
and one of the
more
first islands discovered. Like we one of the first islands discovered. The first people that were brought were from these islands. But that's irrelevant.
Come on, they died.
That's
they
irrelevant.
died off, bro.
That's
they imported more people.
That's
it was
irrelevant,
sugar.
though. My
No,
whole
it's not
point
irrelevant.
is,
it's not irrelevant that you descend from more recent Africans than I do, but you're
Yeah, they worked y'all to death.
Yeah, and the
So that's
culture is
why
African.
importantly
How is Caribbean culture not an African culture?
No, it's a formulation of some African culture.
Right,
It's
but
a mix
how is it not African?
Because first of all,
not
we're speaking
only.
English, right? We
It's
speak
not
in
only,
English,
I didn't
number
say
one.
that. I didn't say it was only
Okay.
African.
Not
I said African, not
Nigerian.
African.
I
Nigerian
gonna
culture is
explain
not
you
just
why it's a
African.
distinct culture.
Yeah,
They
Nigerian
had
culture is not
features,
only
yeah,
African.
they had features of their
Nowhere in
colonial
Africa.
rules, but they are
Listen,
still African, yo. Yeah, he on point to something, yo. We gotta
listen to
accept
me.
it, yo.
When we go on the continent, we can
If African people
identify
started
each.
it, if African people created the culture, then it would be African, yo. Just because it's
How is
outside of Africa,
yeah?
don't stop it from being African.
That's like saying that America is not a European culture.
Wait a minute. Wait a
America's
minute.
not a
You
European
are
culture because they didn't do it in Europe.
Listen,
we
if you
were
use
brought
that
here
logic,
by
then
Europeans.
everything,
We were
then
brought here by
everything developed.
Europeans.
Everything
There are a
developed as
bunch of
African.
different elements within this culture. European, there are European elements, there are African elements, there are distinct
Nigeria the
Caribbean
same
elements which were developed right here in the Caribbean.
Native
itself.
American,
It's like that everywhere over Africa as well.
Native
Yeah,
they are
Nigeria
Native
the same
American.
way though.
They
are
speak,
Native
they
American
speak French
aspects.
off in the
All
Ivory
of these,
Coast. That's the
all
language
of
they
these,
speak.
all of these hybrids created and form what is now known and seen as a distinct Caribbean culture. It is
But it's
not
still
on the
African
continent.
though.
It's still African though. That didn't change a damn thing. Nothing you said changes anything.
Wow. So
Hey,
you guys,
so let me ask you this.
so there's no European influence.
Whatever
There's no
makes it,
European
whatever
yes
influence
it
in the
is, Cedric.
Caribbean culture.
Yes,
But
it's
listen, let me ask
European
you,
influence.
so what? It doesn't matter what mixed in with an African culture, it's still gonna be African.
Still African culture.
Yeah, because
so
Kenya is
African
still
American
African.
culture,
No, I'm
African
saying, so
American culture, rap music, all
but
of
I'm saying
that is African.
That's what y'all saying.
Yeah.
African trumps
African
everything.
created.
Nothing,
No,
anything that comes in contact with African culture mixes is still African because it's mixed with
Yeah.
African. That means it's African.
If
No.
the African feature is the biggest, then yeah, you have to.
Salsa,
Okay, so now we
salsa music.
So now we're doing the biggest.
So
now we're
music.
doing the biggest. Okay, let's match the
No. So you're
No,
saying
can I get in there real quick, please?
Go ahead, American.
Let me just say this real quick, right? Like, I call myself a Jamaican American, right? Now, I can go back to Jamaica and show you where in Jamaica I can show you people living the same culture as me. And I can show you that that's where in Jamaica my culture originated. And I can take the same thing with Italian Americans. They can take you back to Italy and show you people that live in that same culture as them, living that same culture. Now, to call yourself an African American, you would have to be able to go back to Africa and show those same people living that same culture as you and prove that it originated in Africa. If African Americans go back to Africa, let me just say this. If African Americans go back to Africa,
American, you killing the argument. You're killing the argument, bro.
Let me just say this
Hey,
though.
he
If
on
African Americans, let me finish, Sosa, please. If African Americans go back to Africa and see Africans living their culture, living the African American culture, it's going to be known for a fact that it didn't originate in Africa. They just brought it back from America into Africa. It's
kind of like if an Italian were to take. Wait a minute. It's kind of like if an Italian were to take an American pizza back to Italy. If an Italian took an American pizza back to Italy, that shit ain't
go back
Italian.
to Italy and see them eating pizza.
No,
the same,
I'm saying
not
like
Italian, though.
Same slices.
American Dream, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Hold on, let me give you an example. Right? I'm Geechee. You can go back to places like Sierra Leone, right? And you can see where the straw making and stuff like we still do that in South Carolina.
No, I want to go back there and see the hip hop that originated in that place.
So you saying we can't create nothing different
my God,
or nothing new without
pointing out
still
the
being
difference.
African?
No, Chef, I'm just pointing out the difference of what everybody else means. Like when someone says they're Jamaican American or Italian American or Puerto Rican American, they can actually take you back to that country and show you where their culture started.
Those are much different. That's a much different scenario, bro. That's a much different scenario.
Cannot do that with Africa.
You
They
know
can't
what?
go back to Africa and say that's where my culture started.
You can't find people in
Caribbean instrument comes only from the Caribbean, is only identified by the Caribbean. That's ours here distinctly. Our Caribbean
Who created
is a
it?
distinct
Who
culture.
created it? Who created it?
Caribbean people.
No, the
It
African,
started
right?
in the Caribbean. The culture, Jamaican culture.
Who created
Jamaican,
that instrument?
Chef, Jamaicans, when they call themselves Jamaican American, their Jamaican culture started in Jamaica. When African Americans call themselves African, but their culture started in America.
One at a time. Cedric, who created that instrument?
Who created that instrument? Trinidadians.
That you're talking about. Huh?
Trinidadians. At that point, there was an amalgamation of people. You can't call the person that created the instrument an African, because his mother was probably white, his father was probably African, and his uncle was probably Indian.
You doing probably.
A Caribbean person.
You don't know. Just say I don't know.
Yeah, a Caribbean person. A Caribbean man, not an African. Didn't speak African, had no consciousness of Africa, born and raised in Trinidad.
How old is
developed the steel drum.
The
salsa,
what?
The drum.
Salsa, a distinct salsa music, merengue music, distinct Caribbean music. There are African elements in them, but they are played with European instruments: the guitar, the trumpet, and the piano. These are foundation in salsa music, although African. So now it's a distinct Caribbean culture. So now tell me that's African.
It's African.
I rest my case.
But listen, he just gave you about 3-4 elements that ain't even African in the music.
No, but what did they do with
it? Is doing it,
what did they do with it? It doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
I mean, chickens weren't created in Africa. Chickens come from Asia, but look what we did to chickens. I mean, come on, man. That don't make sense. We took the instrument and we Africanized the goddamn instrument.
The
no matter where the instrument came from.
Right. The automobile was created in the gas engine automobile was created in America. But we have German cars, yo. And when a German car come here, we still call that German, yo. It don't matter that it was created, motherfucking, that the original concept of the automobile was created in America, right? That shit don't matter. If the German created it, right? It's a German fucking car. So if the African created the
that's a little different.
No, hold on. If an African created an instrument in the style of music with European instruments, right? It's still African music because the African created it. Now, if a European created that music, then you call it European. But if that European didn't create it,
what language is salsa sung? What language is salsa sung in? Which African language?
Salsa ain't that's a dance.
Merengue. Bachata. Which African language do they come from?
Salsa is not a lyrical song.
So again,
which Spanish-speaking people do they come from? Which Spanish-speaking people do they come from?
A new culture called Caribbean, and it is distinct from the African culture.
No, it is.
Which Spanish-speaking culture did it come from? Which Spanish-speaking people did it come from?
Wow,
merengue
that's
and
my
salsa.
whole point. It came from a Caribbean
I mean, we're talking about the past 200 years,
from
bro.
a European. It came from a Caribbean person because at that point they were
Caribbeans, like I said, are fairly new immigrants.
Right. So the Moroccans that speak French, are they no longer African?
They're in Morocco?
Yeah,
Morocco?
But they speak French. What language
again? They're in Morocco? Where
yeah.
they is?
Yeah.
Where they is?
Where
are they? On the continent, right?
Right. So if they leave, they leave, they're no longer African no more.
They didn't leave the continent. They didn't leave the continent. They took on a language.
We left the continent and adopted features from our colonial.
No. We didn't just leave the continent. We didn't just leave the continent. We were brought here in an amalgamation. Nobody know if the Yoruba, Igbo, all of that was thrown together, mixed up. There's no way for distinct
but they still was Africans,
to exist.
Though.
What was created from South America straight up is a new distinct group, a new and distinct culture that you cannot trace back to Africa. You can't find it. Elements, But you
Right, that's
cannot
all
say
that
that
matters.
culture, that culture
all that
is
matters,
from
though,
there.
Kevin.
You cannot say that. You cannot
You know
say
what?
the
That
African
sounds
American
crazy.
culture. We can go back and pinpoint it in Ghana or
You saying
in
that
Chad.
in with your voice is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life, brother. I'm sorry. I mean, seriously, you honestly are speaking an Africanized version of English, saying that you're not African. That is amazing to me.
But you,
I mean, your language
wait a minute.
in and of
Part of that
itself
because he's
is
part of that
proof
because he
positive.
speaks Dutch. Part of that because English is not his original language, so you're probably hearing
I
some
mean,
Dutch
no,
overtone.
okay. They got some
No.
Dutch. That shit
We
don't go that far
Caribbean,
back.
we
I'm familiar
Caribbean
with the
sound like
history
we
of
do.
St. Thomas.
We
Let's go.
Caribbean sound like we do. We Caribbean sound like we do. So the language that we speak in here in the Caribbean is again an element that makes us distinct from my lineage on the continent. I am not denying my lineage to the continent. All I'm saying is the culture that was developed outside of the continent is not a direct product of the continent.
Are not the people in Cape Verde different from the continental Africans that they're closest to?
Hey, but so hold on. So what are we saying? Are we saying that salsa is African culture?
Huh?
No, he brought salsa up.
No, I'm saying salsa is a distinct Caribbean culture.
He's showing
It's
that is
something
distinct.
that identifies
reggae is African. Reggae is African.
Rock and roll is
African. Reggae is African music.
Hell yeah! If Africans created it,
I'm done.
why wouldn't it be African?
Done.
So what country in Africa did the reggae originate from?
The Africans came to Jamaica
No. What country in Africa did it originate from?
The Africans
salsa,
got
the merengue, and the bachata.
It didn't originate from a country in Africa. It originated from Africans who lived outside of the
Caribbean. It's Caribbean. It's not
conversation over.
Well, actually, reggae has roots in American R&B.
When you can actually admit something like that, you know how ridiculous you sound saying that the culture was developed outside of Africa, but still is Africa. Can you understand how ridiculous you sound when you reason?
How is that ridiculous? How is that ridiculous? It's not the United States. It's not the United States a product of Western European culture, and it's still a Western European culture, despite the fact that it's not in Western Europe anymore. The United States is a Western European culture, despite the fact that it's not on a European continent.
It has.
Come on, man. Come on. I mean, we can't pretend that you've been here forever. You've been in the Caribbean for a few hundred years. That's nothing in the grand scheme of things.
But hold on now. But
I mean, why is it button when I'm talking? I don't button when y'all talking.
Americans consider themselves distinct from British people.
They are distinct from British people. They are distinct. We're distinct from Africans. We're a different type of African. That doesn't mean we're not Africans. Them being distinct from British people doesn't make them any less European. They're still European.
We're not talking about lineage. Now you talk. That's what I said. Now you
No. You made the point. For them to be, yes, they're distinct from the English because they're not just English, but they are European. They are European the same way we're not Yoruban, but we are African.
Hold on. Do we consider
so
there's something that they consider American? Even though
they are American, like we are American. Our nationality, we are American.
No. There's certain things that we consider American, and there's certain things they consider British. Even though the people still the same goddamn people. Here.
But they come from there. Much of it comes from there. It's distinct, it's different, but it's still the root.
Yeah. You're fighting. Guys, the different degrees of relevancy. You know, if we had a bar or a charting or a scale from 1 to 10, a lot of this stuff that we're talking about is on 2 and 3 as far as relevancy. What Cedric is talking about is 8, 9, and 10. Some of this other stuff is less than 5. You just got to be honest.
That is your opinion. That is your opinion, and I disagree with you completely. That's your opinion, and I disagree with you completely.
But if you look at the overall understanding from the step outside of yourself and just imagine
and I have
how
quite
general.
Hold on, Kojo, let it out. You can go next. Go ahead, Mike. Then Kojo, you go next.
No, I'm good. I agree with what Cedric is kicking.
Go ahead, Cool Joe.
All right, it seems like, you know, people are trying to win an argument.
Y'all ain't convinced me yet.
It seems like, you know, you're trying to win an argument. I'm not trying to win an argument. I'm basing what I say on.
We just having a discussion, man.
No one's trying to win an argument.
I'm basing.
Cujo.
No, that's what it sounds like to me. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
But listen,
yeah, but don't put
if
it
you
like
say
that,
that,
we're trying to win an
if you
argument.
say that we're trying to win the argument, are you saying that you're trying not to lose the argument? Because you see what I'm saying?
I don't think it is an argument. I don't think that you can make a point to be an argument of what's against what I'm saying. I don't think that there is a point to be made to be called an argument against what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think
so. No,
anyone's arguing.
I don't think there is an argument.
Yeah,
I don't think because I'm looking at history. I mean, I'm looking at history like it really works. You know what I'm saying? You're looking at 100 years and acting like 200 or 300 years, and like that's just it. It doesn't work like that anywhere else in history.
More like 500 years.
No, not more like 500 years. Not more like 500 years. The majority of our ancestors, when it came here, about 1730, and this is us in the United States. Like I said, the people in the Caribbean more than likely to descend from more recently imported Africans. Yeah.
And they were, all those Caribbeans were being transported back and forth.
Not back and forth. They were transported.
Yeah.
They were transported
worked
in
them to
larger
death.
numbers because they died in a larger number.
They died off. They worked them to death, y'all. Like
they died in a larger number, so they were replaced. So that's why I say they largely descend from a more recent group of African immigrants than people from Virginia and South Carolina, which were the primary ports when they came to the United States.
Okay, let me ask the question a different way. So are you where you're from, or are you what you imitate? Are you where you're from, or are you what you imitate?
Imitate?
Yeah.
Imitate. I don't consciously imitate anything, so that's kind of not a fair question.
No. I consciously, unconsciously, subconsciously.
Imitate would suggest that I'm trying to be something else.
No, it doesn't.
I mean, come on, so that's not necessarily. I can't answer that.
Great.
Are you? Well, let me ask a different way. Let me get a synonym for imitate that you're more comfortable with.
No, not a synonym. How about because a synonym would be
let me ask my question.
Egregious.
Are you where you from, or are you what you act out on a daily basis? Are you what you act out consciously, subconsciously, unconsciously? Are you where you from, or what you act out?
I would have to say that I would be a combination of those things because I am where I'm from, beyond a shadow of a doubt. And I do, like most people, live in my own delusion, like you. We all do, to be quite honest. So yes, I do live in the way I see myself. So I can answer that question, yes. Let's go. What's the next one?
Nothing again. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to have a conversation.
No, let's go then. Let's go. It is, I mean, because I didn't like the whole 9, they making 9 and 8 comments, and that was pretty condescending. That's pretty condescending. That was pretty condescending.
But again, I apologize. But if you grabbed 100 people, I work in data analytics. I can guarantee you, just random 100 people, you're going to have more people fall on that, what I was presenting as what I agree with, than what you're talking about. Now, if you don't believe me, just go ask random people.
No.
Just in your daily walk, just ask random people. I think you will come to that conclusion.
But I think that's one of the unfair things about a democracy is we believe that the masses hold the answers. I honestly steer clear of when most people think a certain thing.
No. I'm not saying that those
because most people don't think. Most people just go along with it. What makes them feel comfortable? And it makes us feel comfortable to say we're not African because we've been taught not to identify with Africa. We've been taught not to want to identify with Africa. We've been taught to look down upon Africa because we grow up like everyone else in America. We do. Wait a minute. Let me finish. No, we do. We all grow up like that. We all grew up thinking Africa.
But listen, hold on.
We all grew up like that.
Hold on. Let me say this though. Outside of like Abbo.
So what would they think? So what would?
But hold on. Outside of listen.
Consensus is ignorant as shit.
Hold on, Cujo. Just hold on, bro. Listen. Outside of Abbos and the other religious group that do they're not African, right? Just stick it. When somebody else says they're not African, Are they talking about lineage or are they talking about culture?
The lineage sometime.
No, I said outside of the abo. Outside of the abo.
No,
We're talking about
dude. Remember, I grown up in this
no,
country.
everybody know that they descend from slaves, bro. I'm talking
Hold
about
on. I am 43 years old, babe. I've grown up in the system for a long time. I'm a Liberian. Let me tell you about it.
Yeah, but I don't want to use your example. I'm talking about just people in
don't
general.
use my example.
I'm talking about. Listen, let me clarify. Let me clarify my question because I don't want to get it muddied up. I'm talking about people in America that understand that they descend from slaves that come from that was involved in the transatlantic slave trade. I'm talking about those individuals, those particularly that understand that. When they say I'm not African, they're talking about culture. They're not talking about lineage. They understand that.
Correct.
Time out, man.
That's a fact. That's a
it's
fact.
A fact. What?
That's a fact.
It's a fact. No,
We
it's not.
all know that we come from the continent of Africa, West Africa. Right. We all understand our historical connection to the continent. Culturally, we are distinct though. When I say I'm not African, it has nothing to do with my dislike for the continent. It's because I know that my Caribbean culture is distinct from any African culture that is on the continent at the moment. Even the Haitian tradition of voodoo and all of this is so infused with the Catholic Church and all those rituals. There is nothing African about it anymore. It has elements of, but it is distinct. Why is that so hard?
That's what I meant. That's what I meant as classifying that statement as 8, 9, and 10. I
seriously,
that
and that was ridiculous to me. That was like that was like point 0.51 and point 2.3. That was ridiculous. That was ridiculous.
And you just gave that same example for the Korean.
No, you talking about
the same example for the Korean kid.
No. When I say he was culturally,
you said kids are culturally
he went to Korea. The Caribbean is a brand new culture. It's brand new in terms of the history of the world. In the Caribbean,
let's do this. I got like 3 more minutes.
It's brand new, and it's an African culture. It's largely an African culture. Just because it didn't develop on the goddamn continent of Africa, the same way that the United States is a Western European culture. It is.
Listen,
the same way it didn't develop in Western Europe.
When the Africans were brought to the Caribbean in the 1600s, the European had already established themselves for 400 years here. Because they were here from 1490 something.
That is not true. That is not
St.
true.
Martin was established in 1493.
That's not true.
The island St. Martin was established in 1493. At the point that the European brought the African here, this place already was colonized by Europeans. How do you say that the culture that we experience brought to is primarily African? That makes no logical sense.
Okay,
it has elements but it's a homogeny. It's an amalgamation
in 1493. Let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you. Let me explain what 1493 was. Let me explain what 1493 was in that region.
The culture
what was 1493 in that region? You said that they had developed colonies. What was that colony in St. Thomas at the time? In 1493, what was that colony?
Let me help you, Cujo.
It was a bouncing point.
Go. Let me help you.
It became a colony when they produced sugar. They didn't produce sugar for hundreds of years.
St. Martin
No, it was a colony, but it was only a point to stop and refuel.
Had no sugar production. If you would simply listen for a second, again, these places were already inhabited by Europeans. They done away with the indigenous people, and then they brought Africans here. They brought them to plantations. They brought them to sell.
Less than 50 years later, bro. Less than 50 years later.
Less than 15 years later.
Let me help him. Let me help him.
1493 to 1530.
Let me help you right quick. Let me help you.
1530. Let's go.
Cujo.
Okay, good. I
Cujo.
can argue with it.
So your last name hypothetically is Thomas. My last name hypothetically is Adams. We're gonna shrink these timelines. So you have a son. Something happens, you go to jail, you go off to war, what have you. Your 3-year-old son comes to live with me. Now he's in Adams, but he's still gonna always be you, Thomas, right? But he lives with me for 20 years and grows up in all of my customs and courtesies and culture as an Adam. You meet him now at 20 years old or 23. He's been with me for 20 years. You see what I'm saying? At that point, he's always going to be you. I'm getting the last name mixed up now, but Thomas, but he's really more Adams at this point. And that's kind of, it's not a perfect analogy, but it's kind of what we're talking about.
It's not a perfect analogy. You know why it's not a perfect analogy? You know why it's not a perfect analogy? Because the second last name, Adams was also the same thing. A product of what Thomas was a product.
Yeah,
now it don't
you're
matter.
messing it up. Now
No. Because Adams and Thomas, you're saying like no. Let me talk. You said if I was Thompson, if I was Thomas and you were Adams and I went to jail and my son was raised with you, but I'm Thomas and you're Adams, but we're from the same culture. If we're from the same culture,
not necessarily.
Not necessarily. But what if we are? I mean, because you're making a scenario like you're saying. I see what you were painting. I mean, I can follow along. I'm not stupid.
Just follow the picture that he painted because you understand.
I can follow it completely.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Yeah. Culturally, your son is now Adams culturally, as far as whatever I put in him for 20 years. Okay. There's obviously something that's remaining from you the first 3 years that will never go away.
Not necessarily. From that, well, like if another man raised my child, then that man raised my child. I have a son who another man raised. So yeah, I can relate to that. Individually, as an individual, yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
As an individual, I can see. As an individual, I can see.
But that happened individually amongst hundreds
of thousands. We're not talking about an individual. We're not talking about an individual. We're not talking about individuals. We're talking about. We're talking about hundreds and thousands of people.
We're just shrinking it down. You guys have a great
that's
day.
What we're talking. I'm not trying to strike it down. I can see. Great
conversation. All right.
I said that. But what I'm saying is, we're dealing with a group of people. We're dealing with a culture. We're dealing with hundreds of thousands of people.
Multiple cultures, Kojo.
Multiple cultures who meshed into a viable culture. These multiple cultures weren't Yoruba for long. They weren't Yoruba for long. Because we had people coming in 1730, by 1800, they were acculturated into the area in which they lived. And all of these people, all of these different Africans were acculturated to the area in which they lived. That's different. That's different than saying an individual. That was a cute little point.
You just shrank it down to individual just to broaden it, but when you broaden it out, it plays out just on a larger scale.
No, it doesn't play out on a larger scale because it wasn't independent of that parent. So if I'm the Thomas, like he said, in that example that he used, then me as a Thomas, I would be a product of the same culture that my son was raised in. I put something into that culture. It's not me just putting my genes in it. It's like saying that we came over here.
But hold on, but listen, this is how we look at it. This is how we look at it. Just more of a simpler way of understanding. If Cedric was to take his practices to Africa, they would see it as foreign.
So what? I don't understand what difference that would make. If you would take something from Nigeria to Kenya, it would be foreign.
No. I'm talking about so much of it, and it'll be foreign, but there would be more recognizable elements of it, right?
Why? Why do you believe that? Why?
Because
why do you believe that?
Because it's more distinct.
It's more distinct. How? So you're saying ours is more heavily European influence than theirs would be?
No.
What's the difference?
Gonna be some European influence, gonna be some Native American influence.
I mean, come on with the Native American influence. Y'all niggas like to claim that one. Half y'all niggas don't know nothing about
No.
damn
It don't gotta
American.
be with. It don't gotta be with. It don't gotta be that. It don't gotta be that you descend from anything
Yeah,
Native
what you eat
American. Native
corn?
American influence.
What you eat corn? Eat cornbread? Yeah, that's Native American. Yeah. So what?
I mean, but there's still that culture is still gonna be there. It's gonna be remnants of that culture there. Whether you mix with the people or not, that's still my point. But
do you know?
I'm saying that
Are
it's
you
more
familiar?
distinct.
Are
But
you
I'm just saying,
familiar with
like,
how England got its name? Can I ask you a question? Are you familiar with how England got its name? You're
I'm not familiar with how England got its name.
Oh, so England's named after these people called the Angles, and I'm sure you heard of the Anglo-Saxons, right?
Yeah.
Right, and the Anglo-Saxons, the Anglos, they lived on they lived in what we now call Germany, right? And they came to England. Well, they came to what the Romans called Brittany, actually, and like England came to be known after them, but they're still German. The Angles are Germanic people. They're still Germanic people. They're still Germanic people right now.
I just don't
English
see,
is a
like,
Germanic language. We speak a Germanic language.
I get it. Just like, there's certain languages spoken in both Africa and the Middle East, but we draw lines and make distinctions at certain points, right?
No. That's a big difference. Africa and the Middle East it's recent.
No, but they speak the
same
language.
Are Germans.
The same language family.
The Angles are Germans. Yeah, but the Angles are Germans. I mean,
I get it. Just like the Americans are British people. Right?
It's a bit more to it.
But I mean, then the same people that fought that founded the colony were same people, and they fought against each other and split. Right? And then started developing certain nuances within their own society that makes them distinct from the
Indo-European is a language family.
Yeah, but they Germanic, no longer identify.
German and English are both German languages.
Yeah, I'm saying, but I'm just talking about in terms of the people. The people formed a colony here. It was the same people, right? Who then wanted separation, fought, and separated. Those same ancestors come from. They got the same ancestors, whatnot, right? But then they developed things here that are distinct from there, and now they look at themselves. They look at their culture as distinct from that one, even though there's certain influence.
But they're still both German cultures. They're still both German cultures. They're the same. You're right. They are.
I'm not going to this point. I'm not going to argue that they're not distinct, but how can we say that there's no connection to the continent? That's my beef right there. Like, how are you going to say there's no connection?
No, we're not saying
somebody said that earlier.
There's definitely a connection.
I'm saying that we never stopped being African, is what I'm saying. We didn't, in these few generations that we've been here, we never stopped being African. Sure, we stopped being Yoruba. Sure, we stopped being Mandinka. Sure, we stopped being Wolof, Serer. Sure. I'm not even making that argument. We became Americans, but what type of Americans are we? We are American Africans. That's the type of American we are. Bottom line.
Yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable with that. I just feel like, I don't have it. I don't really take an issue when somebody said, when they say they're not African in terms of culture. Like, lineage is one thing, but in terms of culture, like I understand that. I understand that argument. Like,
what makes our culture? What makes the culture of the South?
But it depends where you at, though. It depends where you at, because like what Cedric was saying, I mean, I can't agree to what Cedric's saying, because I'm not from where Cedric's from. Cedric from St. Martin. I'm from Jamaica. It's two different kind of things.
Right.
Totally, bro. Like, we don't play no. I mean, we do play the steel drum, but that's not mainly our thing. Our main thing is Congo drums. That's straight from Africa, bro. There's no difference. It's the same drums.
Right there.
It's the same drums, bro.
Right there, Trinidad.
You feel me?
Got that calypso right there.
Yeah, but that developed here, bro. That developed.
It wasn't
here.
That long ago.
I know, right?
That developed in the West. I'm talking about. Like,
I get that, but listen,
the Popomania, all that's straight our shit, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
Right. That's y'all shit. So listen, is that African?
Yes, bro. That's when I say R, that's what I mean.
But that's y'all shit though.
See,
y'all did that.
So,
but let me ask y'all this.
Yeah.
Let me ask y'all this.
Y'all did that.
Hold on, you got
You
African.
brought that with us, bro.
Right. But you have African music, right? In Africa that use European instruments now. And
yes. Thank you, Bree.
Go ahead. What happened? You got muted us? You must have got knocked off or something.
What happened, Chef?
You must be in the bad area, son. Oh, he talking to think we hearing him one or two. But yeah, but see, the difference is that they're still in Africa. You see what I'm saying?
Point so.
So it's like.
Hold on, y'all couldn't hear me?
No.
No. Go ahead.
No. I was. What was the last thing y'all heard?
Shit, this start all over. You like, you said they were making music. They're taking in European music and African culture.
Yeah. So you have Africans in Africa, right? That's using European instruments, right?
Right.
And they speak in the European language. When they make their music, we still call that music African, yo. We don't say because no, we don't say
like
we don't
white
say
people making reggae right now. Is it not reggae still?
Yeah, but we call it
African
music.
music.
Stop.
No, is it a different music?
Chef,
is it not reggae
Chef,
still?
Y'all definitely trying not to feel a person point, yo.
No, Chef, I hear what you're saying, but listen, we call it African music because it's in Africa. That's where it comes out of. And it reverberates out of Africa.
And that the people are African that's creating it, right? So
what are they playing, Chef?
If you take
those
people out of Africa, if you take those people out of Africa, right, under those same colonial conditions, why would it change?
No,
just
now
because
I'm gonna explain you the nuance, Chef. Because if they
I'm cool with the nuance because it can be both, yo. That's the point.
Chef,
it can be Caribbean.
Listen, I feel you, Chef. What I'm saying is that
we shouldn't be denying either one, yo. We shouldn't be denying either one.
I feel you. That's why I said. That's why I said to Cujo, like, I feel like I just saying, like, I can see why some people say that, and I get it.
The steel band is a modern instrument which was developed off the back of the excess amount of oil drums that was in Trinidad. Okay, they had these excess oil drums. Those Trinidadians, are they African culturally and ethnically at this point in modern history that we're talking about oil drums? Or they are new people because they're amalgamation of different ethnic groups?
They are African. And you know why they're African? Okay, what year was that? You were reading it. What year was that?
This is modern history.
Okay, what year was that? What was the year? What did it have a year on it? Because I remember reading about the steel drum. I remember writing about it when I was in college. What was it? What year was it?
The 1900s.
The early 1900s, right?
Yeah, modern history.
Okay, so those black people in the early 1900s. Let me say 1920. Those black people, 1920. I'm gonna say 1920. Those black people in 1920 who produced those things in Trinidad in 1920 had been in Africa longer than they had been in Trinidad by 1920. They had been in Africa longer than they had been in Trinidad in 1920. We're dealing with a brand new nation, bro.
But I'm saying,
come on, man.
Cujo,
we can't know these things. No, truth don't produce
if you don't
itself,
understand
bro.
that, if
Cujo,
that don't make sense,
produce itself.
there ain't no point to me.
Hold on, Cujo. If you take an African out of anywhere, he would have been in Africa longer than he'd been in anywhere else. Like, that's gonna fit any dynamic.
No. What I'm saying is, by that time, the people who live in Trinidad were generations? A generation, one or two at the most. You had people coming out of Trinidad that were one or two generations out of Africa in 1920. Yeah, easy.
Your mind.
Oh no.
Easy.
You out of your mind. You
I think Cedric, you getting the foundation of the colony
Hold on.
Easy.
Cedric, you getting the foundation of the colony mixed up with how long the people been there. You're looking at since this colony was founded in 1495, then the people that's there been there since 1495. You can't do that.
They were coming
In
into
the
the early
1600s,
1800s.
in the early 1600s, they started importing slaves. Okay, in
They
the
were
early
coming
1600s.
as late as
In
the
Hispaniola,
1800s.
is the oldest university, the oldest church, and the oldest hospital in the Western Hemisphere. Okay, so they were colonizing the Caribbean the European was colonizing the Caribbean long before they brought the
So
Africans.
if you keep importing Africans,
So
if
now
you keep
you
importing
import
Africans,
you import a people and you shut them down from, there's no connection to their origin.
How
These
if people
are
keep
brought
coming in?
to a
People keep
completely
coming
different
in.
system.
How if people keep coming in?
Cedric,
You're not
I
even
can't
recognizing
agree
your
with that.
history,
When
Cedric.
I can't agree with that, Cedric.
In 1807,
Cedric, you tell a white man history better than you tell your own.
There's no connection, bro.
Cedric, you're telling the white man history better than you're telling your own, yo.
The transatlantic slave trade was halted. 1807. They were no longer
Cedric, let me ask you a question.
importing Africans from 1807. So we're talking
Cedric,
about
let me ask you a question.
1920.
Cedric,
Go ahead.
Cedric, you are the one that said
1807
hold
to
on,
1920.
Hold on, one second. I'm asking my question.
1808.
Cedric, you the one that said there's no connection, right? So, all right.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. No.
Y'all didn't hear that?
No.
I'm the only one that heard that.
Talking about a
I
distinct
heard it,
people
but I
at that
think he
point.
misspoke. Let him clear it up.
I missed everything y'all
I'm
said.
talking about a distinct people at this point. There's a distinct Caribbean culture that exists based on a homogeny of different ethnic group, different European influences, the Catholic Church.
I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you. Hold on. I don't agree with you. You know why?
Okay, good.
Because what you're talking about as a Caribbean culture, I'm a Caribbean dude also, and I don't have that you talking about. Some things, yes, we can say yes, we both have, but there's things that you have that I don't have, and there's things that I have that you don't have. So
yes,
again,
each Caribbean island is distinct again amongst themselves.
Yeah, but you said
each one.
Yes, you have to say that. You have
That's
to say
a fact. Yeah, Eastern Caribbean people have a distinct
being all right. So being that
English
that's the
background,
thing.
etc.
That's why I said in the chat, if by that standard, then like what Chef was saying with the Africans using the European instruments, y'all saying it's still in Africa, but really by that standard, it's not African then. Because if y'all saying because something, hold on, let me make my point. Hold on, let me make my point. If y'all saying because something gets mixed in, then it's not anymore, then it's the same way whether it's on the continent or off the continent. Period.
No, we're saying
Chef,
that something is.
You agree with me or not, bro? Because
No,
but
am I talking sense
or am I talking bullshit?
But something's getting mixed in,
bro.
and the people are also displaced.
It doesn't matter. It's getting mixed in, bro.
It does matter. No, it does matter because if you're
no, dude, I'm gonna show you how it don't matter. Hold on, I'm gonna show you how it don't matter.
Hold on,
real quick.
All right, I'll let you get it out.
Say one thing and show you how it don't matter.
Let me get it out.
Let me get it out. Go ahead.
If I'm making a stew, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a base to my soup, right?
Okay.
Right. So the base represents that core where you're from, right? I'm using Africa as the base. So those things coming in is going to be absorbed by that base because it's coming into Africa.
I'm hearing you.
Right.
I'm hearing you.
Versus outside, right? You're not out. The base is now in the Caribbean.
Right.
And all those, so that's coming, that's being poured into a base. So that base there's absorbing the elements coming in. So that's a difference.
All right.
Yeah.
So what is the base to the music? What is the base to the music?
Yeah, what base, what was the base and what base was coming in?
Hold on, bro. Y'all don't let me forget my point now.
All right, go ahead and make
I'm having an argument with him right now. Listen now. Okay, so being that's what you say, right? So check this out now. You using an analogy based on a soup. I'm using reality based on the Africans on the continent. Do the Africans on the continent speak English? Most of the countries that we talk about, like Nigeria, do they speak English also?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right. One. Do they worship Jesus also? Do they have Christian churches also? Are they colonialized like the American blacks also?
Yep.
Right.
Okay, so what's the fucking difference? Pardon my language. What's the difference, bro? What
that
is
they live on the continent of Africa.
Right. We live
That's
here.
the only difference.
That's the only difference.
Is
That's
that
the
a
only
major
difference.
difference?
And that's a major
Bro,
difference because
no, it's
not.
not, because it's the same people, bro. And you don't
Let me
understand
make my point.
It's the same people, bro.
Because even though they
You're
have
missing
that
the point,
there,
bro.
Good point, bro.
It's
Good
the
point.
same
Excellent
people.
point.
Hold on.
Excellent
Hold
point.
on. Listen.
Excellent point.
Hold on.
Excellent
Hey,
point.
yo,
That's a good
we up, Sosa. Hey, Sosa, we up, yo.
Listen, that's a
We
good
up.
point.
I just
We
use
up points
reality,
on y'all,
bro.
yo.
He using the suit, and I'm using reality, bro. And I'm just showing the man reality, bro.
Let me rebut. Though, but in Nigeria, even though these elements come in, y'all have the same shit. Within that peripheral and everything that's surrounding it and also being pulled in, there's all Africa. In the other sense, there's none of that shit there. You can't leave out the peripheral.
I'll tell you like this: them China men in Jamaica, they still hold their Chinese culture. Remember that. They know the Jamaican culture, but
Indians in Trinidad.
dude, listen, man. I was born and raised in Jamaica, bro.
They came there of free will with their culture and their history intact.
They have not let, bro. They have not.
They come there with their history and their culture intact. They didn't come there on a slave ship, separated from everything that they knew, and were put in a big soup, a big mixture of different tribes and cultures, and none of us. You could say a Jamaican, just like I can say St. Martin.
Hold on.
But we can't reference on nothing in Africa where we come from.
Hold on, one at a time.
There's no the Jamaican, the St. Martin, the Antiguan, the Dominican. We know that we have some roots in Africa, but none of us, when we refer to ourselves, we start and stop by these Caribbean islands. So you're telling me then, you're a Jamaican. Okay, what part of African culture you embrace and that you explicitly, so that the Jamaican culture isn't distinct. So amongst us as Caribbean,
yes,
I can identify and say,
no, wait a
boom,
minute. In your very small Caribbean
Cedric,
world,
you're not realizing that I'm not.
In your very small Caribbean world, that makes sense.
The point
in his Caribbean world, that makes sense.
Dude, I sure bet you haven't seen at least 2 cities in Europe when I lived there for 10 years. Hold yourself down.
I lived in Asia. So, I mean, I didn't live in Europe. I lived in Asia.
Why you trying to do this measuring big thing? We don't do this on the pseudo.
No, I'm saying, I mean, that's a little world. This is just the way y'all see it.
You start by you speak this and then you continue and continue.
The way
All
y'all
that
see
shit
it.
don't ain't necessary, youth, man.
The way you see it is a little way of looking at it.
You only speak English. Don't talk to me about a small-minded view of the world, super.
You took an ad-hominem approach to Joe.
Yeah, that's not ad-hominem. I said he had a small approach. If he said that, I
with me. I have seen
Cedric
more than
don't
one
have
you
a small
ever been.
approach.
I sure you never catch up in your life, partner. Hold that on.
Cedric don't have a small approach, but the only thing I disagree with Cedric on is that he said there's no connection. Everything else I agree with him on. Just like I agree with
I'm going to Gideon, let me rephrase that again. I say we are distinct people, and again, I'm from Curacao. So we speak the same dialect that they speak on Cape Verde, which is an African dialect. We have the drum, the tambour. We
speak the peppermint and all that, right?
So I am conscious of my African roots, my African culture. I'm conscious of it. But when I look at what is Caribbean, it is distinct because of the fact
I totally agree with you. And I totally agree
that's the point that I'm making.
I totally agree with you. What I am saying though is that okay, good. I'm totally agree with you then.
I'm saying the Caribbean at this point, it is a distinct culture mixed with African, with European, with Native American, with people from
Indians,
East India, the Korean from East India. All these things make the Caribbean. We distinct.
We distinct. So when you try to say we are,
don't get that shit away. That's your shit. Don't get that shit away.
Yes, we ain't giving away. Soca and Caizo, that's Caribbean.
Yeah, actually, reggae is influenced by American R&B.
You understand my point? Hip hop is Black American. Black Americans created that. It is not something that comes out of the continent. It is a distinct cultural aspect that makes the separation from. And it was not developed on the continent, regardless of the people. And if you look at the Caribbean people, if you look at Caribbean people, we gonna identify as Black. But we know the reality of this amalgamation of people. We Native Indian,
the key point is,
so,
too,
all right.
So at the end of the day, develop on the continent. Those things could not
have
developed on the continent.
No,
it didn't have the ingredients that developed.
There you go. That's the point I'm making.
Because
But the Africans, I ain't denying that.
It took the other it took the culmination of other factors in. Exactly, of other nations, group, and tribes of people. What I'm saying is the same thing happened on the continent. So why does it make it different? Because we're the same people. That's what I am saying.
No, nobody's denying that. And I apologize if I offended you by the small-minded thing. I apologize. I do. I thought about it when you were talking.
No problem about it. Watch nothing.
But while you're saying that, while I do agree, the Caribbean, that is, you are distinct. However, I don't think that takes away from you being African. Like American, Black American culture is, Black American culture is, wait a minute, wait a minute, listen, wait a minute, it's distinct from what? Caribbean culture, African Caribbean culture is distinct from what? It's distinct from the culture in Nigeria, it's distinct from the culture in Tanzania, it's distinct from the culture in Uganda, it's distinct from the culture in Somalia. Yes, it's distinct. It's another distinct African culture. That's my point. I'm not saying it's not influenced by outsiders.
That's a good point.
Zanzibar would be influenced by the Persians and the Arabs. I'm not saying this is not
because it's the same
it's still
people,
an African culture. It's still the same people.
You just took the people out of the
continent. Had it not been for our African people, these things would not exist. And granted, I recognize that it's the circumstance that's created it, but it's the circumstance with any other human being. Circumstance, cause, and effect. That's what makes people. So yeah, I feel it, but we're still Africans. My thing is we never stop being Africans. That's my thing.
I agree with that in a sense, but I was just saying, like, I also can understand why a person would say, like, I'm culturally not African. I kind of get it. I get
of course, I can get it because some people are not, but we can't broaden the term and put it on everybody. You understand what I'm saying? You can't do that, bro. You just can't, because some people are really inclined to Africa, while some people are not.
You're from the Caribbean. You're from Jamaica, right? We understand that. We know that the Jamaican culture and is a unique one and a distinct one. So now you're telling me that the Jamaican culture is an African one.
No, I didn't say that, bro. You never heard me say that. Jamaican culture is Jamaican culture. What I am saying is that it's African people. Just like
it's a distinct African culture.
Just like Mandingo is an African thing, and just like Yoruba is an African thing. The same way, it's the same people, bro. Just that because them take the people out of the continent, brother. That's it. It's the same people. Like we ain't really changed. We ain't really changed it, bro. Like, genetically, hold on, bro. Genetically, you can't say we change already. Hold on, bro. You talking about some hundreds of years, bro. You ain't talking no thousands and thousands of years. We ain't fucking changed it, bro. Chill out. Stop that shit, bro.
With the hundreds is nothing. Thank you. Yeah, that's nothing. 100 years ain't shit.
We mixed up here and we mixed up there, bro. Come on now.
Man, my grandmother died at 97. She died this year. That's nothing. Her grandparents, her great-grandparents
mixed up there.
Anyway,
Christian here.
So you have a distinct Jamaican culture that is only identified by being Jamaican from the Caribbean, but it is an African culture. The elements that are in the Jamaican culture comprise of the totality of its history, which is distinct from anything on the continent, but it is still an African culture. But Jamaica.
Yes,
because it is African people.
Because that's how
Yes, bro.
Africans
Because it is
developed
African
in
people.
that circumstance.
It's like
That's how
you're
African
not
people
seeing the
developed
point.
in that
The
circumstance.
land don't do anything, bro. It's the people that do the shit, bro. It's the
Right.
people. The people create the culture. The land don't create the culture, dog. The land is where the culture is at, but the land don't create the culture. It's the people, bro. So if you move the people, it's still the people. Over the time, yo, people
No,
can change. But yo, we
that's
can't, you
wrong.
can't say we change.
That's wrong. No, that's wrong. The land does create the culture. Because you're gonna have the land gives you your river, the land gives you your animals, the land gives you the materials you use to craft your culture. Like land does give you your culture. You can't do that.
Right.
Land is
But you bring your culture is in your mind. Your culture is what you dream about.
The land create the culture.
Yeah, but you dream about the things that you dream about the things that
I mean, but your culture is in your mind. I mean, that's like saying everybody came over here without anything.
No, but your land,
the land does affect the culture. The land does affect the culture.
No, I didn't say it
rice.
didn't affect, you know. I did not say it didn't affect you. I said create.
Right. It doesn't create. No. The people brought a culture with them. What you had was African peoples adjusting to the system that they found in Jamaica. That's what you see in Jamaica. You see Africans who came there who was affected by Jamaica and they adjusted to Jamaica.
And we do most of the same shit there, bro.
Affected by the Jamaican landscape.
Whatever we had.
Jamaica,
you know what
period.
we did? We brought some of our food with us and all that shit, bro. We brought
but your
seeds and all that
practice,
shit,
your
bro.
peace of mind.
We brought the damn ackee, bro. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? We brought the breadfruit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So we kept certain things, bro. That's still
We
what you
agree.
call
We
African, bro. Okay.
We agree. You brought elements with it.
You ain't gonna just drag us out of what we are, bro. Yeah, they say you can take
Hey,
the man out
764
the
is
flame,
the
but you
code.
can't
There
take
were
the
no
place out
breeding
the man.
farms.
You feel me? You feel me? A cow born in a pig pen is still a cow, yeah?
Yeah, true enough. In that scenario, yeah. But but a cow born in a pig pen, if it develops a damn,
you might act different. You might act different, but you still a fucking cow.
Right. So what we saying is that niggas in the pig. So what we saying is a cow in that pig pen, that nigga ain't like a pig. You know?
Yeah, bro. I'm trying to tell you, that's what happened with us right now.
And if we take
that's
that
what
cow,
happening with us right now.
They gonna be like, yo,
look at it, bro. Look at it. That's what happening with us right now.
But that's what
that's
they're
the
saying.
reality,
You know, like,
that's the reality.
And that's the point. They're saying like, nigga, I'm a cow. I agree. But nigga, them cows over there like, no,
but I'm this type of cow. I'm the A1 cow. I ain't the cow from back in the day. I ain't the ox. I know, bro. I know what you saying, bro. I know, but you got to feel what I'm saying too. That's the thing with us, bro. Everybody want to, like, there's no one side to shit, bro. Niggas want to act like there's one. There ain't no one side to nothing, bro.
Yeah, cows are real.
That's why we got to have these conversations, because people want to act like, it's just this way. Nigga, what the fuck do you know to say it's just this way? Like, were you there in the past to know that it's just this way? Come on, man.
Sometimes two things can be true. Two things can be true. Two things can be true. You know what I mean? Two things can also be true. So, yeah. Like I said, I agree with some of the shit y'all saying. Don't get it twisted. I do agree with some of the shit y'all saying. You know what I mean?
I can see why, like, you hear me. I agree with y'all too. You know what I'm saying?
There's far more nuance in the conversation.
Because when I agree. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, we can't just like just because we got a point, we gonna neglect everybody else's point, even though we really know we should agree. We gonna act like, oh no, we ain't gonna agree with that because this is my point. Nah, bro. You can say, oh, I agree with this, but this is my point. You feel me? Like, why we can't do that shit, bro?
Yeah, that's more progressive with the conversation.
Like, yo, I be sitting back because I watch the pseudo killers every day, bro. Once y'all on, you feel me? And I'll be listening to the conversation. I'll be like, damn, I need the link to drop in because, like, y'all got it fucked up. Like, everybody just arguing for nothing, bro. I'm like, what the hell?
But that's the African in us, though. That's
but see that, and that's what sometimes we be.
It is.
But that's what sometimes we be trying to push through. Like, we be like, yo, let's at least hammer out the shit that we agree on. You know what I'm saying? It's like niggas don't want to agree to nothing.
And we don't have to agree at all. So we don't have to agree on everything. But yo, I could disagree with you, but there's things in what you say that I agree with. And I could break down what you say and be like, yo, I agree with this, like I did with Cedric just now. I'll be like, Cedric, I agree with everything you say, but this. And then see, he cleared up what he was saying. And then I had to totally agree with it because then I understood where he was going at. You see how simple that was?
What's up?
Well, Gideon, I like how you just switch it up though.
To what?
You check the accent, you could switch it up. You could switch it up. I like
yeah,
that.
Man. I mean, man. I have to.
You don't know. Watch nothing.
Code switch on you real quick.
Yeah, hear that Caribbean slang on you quick.
Hey, look, I do that music, right? And the same way I drop them dancehall beats, the same way I flip it and drop a hip hop beat on you real quick. And you be like, God,
you see,
damn.
no, that is another distinct about the Caribbean. If you go to a party in the Caribbean, or at least in St. Martin, right? You will never go to a party and hear hip-hop music all night. You'll not go to a party and hear dancehall.
You're going to hear everything.
You'll not go to a party and hear soca. You are going to
hear souls.
Every
you're going to
piece
hear the
of
blues.
music that
you're going to hear everything, bro. You're going to hear that
everything.
What? I'm telling you.
That is true.
Everything. There is never a jam in the Caribbean that you hear one monotone type of music. And and I experienced that when I went Miami. I went to a club and like all night it was just hip hop. I was like, oh, like 4 hours of hip. I'm like, what? Oh, but what? Nothing to hold on to somebody. Like those type of things illustrate differences in culture, which I recognize and I appreciate. You know what I mean? But it shows that your environment, your isolation, produces a product that is distinct, even though we can identify phenotypically, even ethnically, right? There are nuances that make things distinct. For example, a DJ in Jamaica means something different in St. Martin. That's just in the Caribbean.
And in America too. A DJ in America means a disc jockey. A DJ in Jamaica is an artist, like a rapper.
You know, in St. Martin, DJ is a disc jockey. He makes his music. Like we got some of the best mixers in the world. Outkast works for Shadyville. So when
you know what a disc jockey is in Jamaica?
MC.
A selector,
right? The selector does play the music and the DJ does do the rapping.
Exactly.
You see there again, even in this small expanse that we call the Caribbean, there are such nuances. Again, in Hispaniola, Haiti is a completely different country from Santo Domingo for the Dominican Republic. On my little island, it's split between French and Dutch. We have 2 different political systems, 2 different monetary systems. We have 2, like for me to call the next side of the island, which is 5 minutes away, is an international call. Like these nuances make people distinct. Like I can tell somebody from the French side and somebody from the French side. There you go.
Right.
Like even
in Charleston, like even though like in Charleston, right, with like the patois we speak is similar to Jamaican patois, but the difference is that their verbiage is more English because they're gonna use words like brethren, and you know what I'm saying, and my you know what I'm saying, those are different. So because that verbiage is there, it transformed the patois so that there's nuances there. You know what I'm saying? The way you can draw parallel.
Hey, watch this. So that shit even in Britain, bro. Because they got the patois in Britain where they talk about bruv and who I want my youth and them thing that and they speak the British way, but they speak in the patois same way.
With a British accent. That's the coolest thing ever.
That's the toughest shit.
That shit is blow my mind.
Yo, that is the coolest thing to hear. To hear Yardy English with an English accent.
Cut him a flat. Like shit. Yeah.
I mean, but British English is a little different. White people say me too, but they do pick it up a bit more like Caribbean. I agree.
Yeah, it all depends
and a lot of them are Caribbean. A lot of British black folks are Caribbean. They descend from Caribbean.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
because
just being over there, they just
Jamaica's still part of it.
Jamaica,
They got parents. They grew up in those
everybody has the
houses.
same kind of vibe.
St. Kitts.
Yeah, they grew up in
and the
those same
British
houses.
Islands have the same type of flavor indeed. For example, like the Dutch islands are distinct in terms, for example, the Dutch are much more liberal type of people, right? So in St. Martin, you can walk down the street without a shirt on and drink a beer in the street. Now in St. Kitts, you can't do that. And those people will frown upon it based on the colonial, based on those English proper norms that were set. Now these Dutch pirates, they didn't give a shit. Walk around the road without get shut down, get drunk, no problem. And you can see it expressed in the differences on these islands. Like American tourists always get in trouble on the British Islands because they come off the ship, they want to walk around in the bikinis and drink their beer. And on the British Islands, that's a no-no. Now in St. Martin, nobody bats eye. You can just, no problem. But that's the differences in terms of, and what do we say in the Caribbean? The British Islands. We refer to them as British Islands. So that's to tell you in terms of the, and then when I talk about the culture and we talking about it distinctly African, I have to say there's where I have to raise my question mark, because yes, it's Black people, Africans, yes, but the culture is made up out of different segments and it's not purely African based anymore. For example, that Puritan aspect of the British Islands.
But Cedric, this is what I'm saying, bro. There is pure nothing when you create new shit. Pure nothing you're looking for, pure this, pure that, but it's about, you see how what I'm saying, well, you just said it, the British Islands, they call it what? The British Islands, cause what? And name that shit, bro. Your shit.
No,
why are we not doing the same thing?
It is in reference.
Oh my God.
It is in reference to a certain Puritan aspect of that culture that exists on those islands.
But you ain't seeing what I'm saying, though. But you ain't seeing what I'm saying, though.
What are you saying?
We are letting go of the fact that what we are African people, but we don't identify our culture with Africa. That's what I'm saying. They're not going to let you, they're going to hold on to their name. They're going to let you know that this their shit. Well, how you ain't going to let people know that this your shit, bro? It's just like the reggae music, bro. Hold on. It's just like this reggae music. Hold on.
The culture accepts
Let him get it out.
Hold on. It's just like this reggae music, bro. Reggae music is Jamaican music, right? We ain't even going to go to African shit. We just going to say it's Jamaican. It was created in Jamaica by Jamaicans, right?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Who playing reggae music right now? Jamaicans ain't playing no reggae music. They playing this dancehall and this trap shit. So what type of people playing reggae music right now?
Europeans.
Exactly.
Europeans, Germans.
Because that's what we do. We let our shit go all the fucking time. That's why they got us in the first place.
At no point in time is reggae music never in the history going to be identified as European, regardless of how much times it is produced over there. Right? Because it's going to remain Jamaican in its form. Just like if a African playing some heavy rock and roll, it could be an African, but the genre is rock and roll. He is playing Western music. Now, if it is a distinct African sound that is created with Western instruments, then it is a distinct African sound, regardless of the instruments. But when I refer to
you
the
can
steel
play
band,
that game. I ain't playing
rock and roll is Black American
music. Shit. Them
but see, Gideon, I think
keep playing with
it. I think that's where we probably a lot of people disagree, and I think that maybe where the conflict comes in, because like how you say like it's Jamaican shit, and I feel that like I don't attach that with claiming as your own to like a disrespect to African culture, saying it's not African. Like I don't view it that way, but I can see how other people may view it that way. I just feel that.
Yeah, I don't see that as
I
disrespect.
just feel like a people. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, I'm not saying it's a disrespect, but I'm just saying that you see how they hold on to theirs. We should hold on to ours, but claim our shit.
I understand your point, Gideon. But when I said when we refer to the British Islands, right? It's because those distinct Caribbean islands with Black people have embraced a certain aspect of European, especially British Puritan identity and culture into what is now Barbadian culture or Antiguan culture or St. Kitts culture. It is and it is made up, the culture is made up out of elements from different peoples. Some East Indian, some natives, a lot of European, a lot of African, and it created and it became this new thing, right? And that's why I'm saying it's distinct. Yeah,
I'm not going to disagree with you on that, but the same thing over there on the continent, bro. The same thing happening in Egypt. It's the same thing, bro. So on or off the land, the same thing happens. People come in, or people take people out, and shit get mixed in. People colonize people. You get to take their culture on because they own you. It's the same thing.
Agreed.
It's the same thing, bro. Like I said it, the Africans over there worshiping Jesus, but they don't. How much of them still rocking with the original shit when it come down to the amount of people there?
Yeah, but that shit,
yeah,
they still got
feel me.
They still got their thing infused in there.
Of course, I'm not saying that they don't, and I'm not saying that they don't use it, but it's still the influence there. It's like the same thing with our shit. We still have it, but it's fused in with other shit. It's the same thing, bro. You look at it, it's the same thing.
I feel it, just minus that damn land.
It's just they over there, bro, and we over here, bro. We stuck.
Yeah, but that's how we recognize shit. Like that's how we see that shit.
I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm not saying we shouldn't, and when I'm saying we shouldn't recognize the differences, but we should also recognize the similarities.
I agree.
Yeah, but I again, at no point didn't I say, like, for example, there's no African there. I keep recognizing the fact that the drums, the tambour, these type of things are distinctly African and are embedded in the different islands across the Caribbean. So there's a foundation of Africanism there, of Africa there. But that foundation itself is an amalgamation of the different cultures, which are no longer, which is completely distinct from Africa, and then the different influences from the European, from the East Asians, etc., that created these distinct cultures in the Caribbean that are curry goat. That's a Jamaican, that's a Caribbean product, which is created by amalgamation of different cultures. So it's not that it is Africa as a foundation, and then these came into. It is putting all these different elements together and coming up with something totally different. So it's not like a stew and we add some stuff. It is a completely different meal.
Right.
That's my point.
Yeah, we got American Dream, my other island brother. Totally disagree with everything.
That's a good point. I think they're both in there. Good point, Sid.
Thank you. Go ahead, American Dream.
American Dream, you can't be heard, bro. I don't know if you're trying to say something.
Yeah, I'm just a little confused as to what Gideon means when he said we're all the same, like Jamaicans are still African. Like would he say that, can Africans call themselves Jamaicans?
Bro, I did not say that. Where did you get that from?
Because it sounds as if you're saying, like, Jamaicans, it sounds as if you're saying Jamaicans are the same people. They're just
I did not say that, bro. I did not say that. I said the same thing happens on the continent that happens off the continent. I did not say that we are the same people, bro. If you notice, I agree. Hold on, bro. If you notice, the same thing is happening,
we're all Africans. Are you there? Are you there?
I'm here, bro. You
It
done?
sounds as if you're saying since the same thing happened to the people in Jamaica where they lost, where they were colonized and this
I
and that,
did
and
not
in
say
Africa, the
that.
same thing happened. It sounds as if you're saying because of that, we're all still the same people. We're all still African. But if that's not what you're saying, I guess I just heard you wrong.
So
it's all
no,
good.
but you said no. You asked me if African people could say they're Jamaican. Now, the people from Jamaica, the people from St. Martin, all the black people that end up scattered all over the Western Hemisphere, where did they come from?
Africa.
Most of
Can't
them,
answer?
for the most part, they have ancestry in Africa.
No, bro. The people that was taken and brought here, not us. The people that was brought here, where did they come from?
Brought where? To America?
To the Western Hemisphere, bro. Are you listening? Or are you not, dog? Like, how you come to argue with me and you ain't even listening to what I'm saying, dog? Like, I'm asking the question. Listen again. I'm asking the people that were brought here, America, Jamaica, Cuba, the Western Hemisphere, bro, the black people that were brought over here, where did they come from? This is a citizenship question, bro. They ask this shit when you getting your citizenship in America. Where did the people that were taken as slaves come from, bro? Where did they come from?
I know they asked that shit.
The West Coast of Africa. The West Coast of Africa.
Okay. There you have it, bro. So they did not all come from Jamaica. So the African people can't all come and say they're Jamaican. That's dumb, bro. I could not make that point. That's not the point I'm making.
The question.
I'm saying that the same shit happened.
No, the point.
No, you said
let me
something
clear
that
it up.
I did not say, bro.
Yeah,
That's
he did.
Misunderstood the point.
Hold on, he
Why
did.
are you so like you like to fight?
No,
like relax, bro.
I'm
you
not
just
fighting,
fighting all
bro.
the time.
I'm
Relax.
passionate how I talk, bro. You got a problem with that?
American Dream, the question that you asked was kind of crazy because you asked a nationalistic question over top of a continental question, right? No Jamaicans can be Africans, right? Because Africa is a continent full of different people, but African, basically, how the fuck am I trying to say it? Basically, Jamaicans can be of African descent.
But it can't be the other way around.
Yes, it can. It can. You know what I mean? But a Jamaican person can come from Jamaica, right? His parents can come from Jamaica 2 generations ago and move to Africa. You feel me? So that person would be of Jamaican descent in Africa. So I mean, yeah, this shit is crazy.
Yeah, in that sense, yes. But we're talking about
but it happened the other way around.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we're talking on the grand
happened the other way
scale
around.
and on topic, that wouldn't be possible, bro. That wouldn't make sense. So no, I'm not saying that, dog.
Yeah, the Jamaicans come from
when
Africa.
I said the same thing happened, bro, what I'm saying is the same thing because they're saying there's no similarities and blah, 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 and this culture is not that because of the mixing and blah, blah, blah. I'm saying then whatever is being created over there is the same thing because it's being mixed in too. Just like the same shit that happened in Egypt and everywhere else in West Africa. They're colonialized, bro.
Because they looking for a way out, though, Gideon. So look, don't give them one. Look, they looking for a way out, and we can't give y'all one because
I don't need no way out, Jeff.
No. Look.
No, not you said.
Black culture, right? Black culture everywhere is unique, right? Because of the African element in it. Even though we have all of the different features of that of the colonial system on us, right? The Jamaican whites are not the same, don't have the same culture as the Jamaican blacks.
Yes,
so you know what I mean?
Yeah, in a sense, yeah. In a sense.
You can't say that though.
No,
they got you, Chef. They got you.
No,
you can't say that though.
Yo, listen.
That is what makes Caribbean culture distinct.
No, but hold on, no. Yes,
Eminem,
and I agree with you.
Eminem is an outlier, right? A person like Eminem is not. He's an outlier.
You can't apply that to the Caribbean.
Hold on. Eminem is not indicative of of white America. He's an outlier. He's a white, so white people can practice the culture of Black Jamaicans, but it's not their culture. That's some outlier shit. Like, y'all don't agree? If white people are on the top in Jamaica, right? Just like the white people in Cuba, they on top. The Black people on the bottom, and their language and shit is fucking different. The culture, all that shit be different, yo. The same way in Charleston or wherever the fuck y'all from in America. I guarantee you, you got a white side of town that don't talk like y'all and are doing way better financially. That's everywhere in the Western Hemisphere where you find white and Black people. That's just from my
yeah, but the white people
You
in
got a
Charleston
point, Chef. You got a point.
But the white people in Charleston that are Geechee, them niggas is identical. Like,
but when you say culture generally, if you're talking about the Jamaican culture, they share the same Jamaican type culture. Like, they'll eat the same foods. You know what I'm saying? We go to the same beaches. We party the same thing. But yes, they do have that kind of
white people who eat Negro food, but it's different. Just because
there is no white Caribbean food, Chef. There's no white people food in the Caribbean. There's Caribbean food. So we all eat the same food. We listen to the same
now y'all not even being, now y'all not telling the truth.
No, we telling the truth. You don't want to listen.
Now you're not even telling the truth.
Chef, you don't want to listen. You don't want to listen.
God, Joe, you telling me white Jamaican, that is not a hierarchy white Jamaican culture. It is the same as motherfucking the niggas
Carnival
in the hood.
is carnival. Carnival is carnival. We don't have no separate St. Patrick's Day.
No, Chef ain't talking like that. Chef talking about like in the hood. You know, you ain't getting no oxtails every Sunday, bro. And them people can afford that. They could get that good shit. You know what I'm saying?
But it's still oxtails.
Yeah, but your ass ain't gonna get it in the ghetto.
Yeah, I mean, you talking about economic.
You can't afford it.
Yeah, but it's
that
still,
means I white in my community.
You can't afford
so
certain
there's
shit.
that divide, but for the most part, I'm gonna say that they still share the same culture. You know what I'm saying?
Even with the Asians over there, because who we winning them goddamn dance hall contests? Who win them dance hall contests over there?
But hey, it's the same thing. But hey, you don't think they got them Chinese restaurants over there too?
And that Chinese restaurant fire. And what they got infused, that shit fire over there.
What?
Yeah, it's a different.
You better know too, because
kind of Chinese food.
What?
That's the
they authentic.
Who you gonna get, nigga, over there in Jamaica? Shit.
Listen, so much, right? That in the Netherlands, right? In the Netherlands,
there's wiggers everywhere, yo.
There's a specific Caribbean. There's a specific Caribbean Chinese restaurant that we travel hours to go to because the Chinese food in that restaurant is Caribbean style.
Yeah.
So even when the Asians come, it becomes something different. Chinese food in Santo Domingo is different than Chinese food in St. Martin. It is identifiable with the culture there. It is a distinct thing. You don't find Chinese food like we have in the Caribbean in China.
Yeah, if y'all ain't never had no goddamn Caribbean Chinese food, like, I need to get that on y'all bucket list. I'm trying to tell you. Like,
American Dream.
What's good, bro?
It's all good, bro. I'm just passionate when I'm arguing, bro. Ain't no beef. Ain't no tripping. I just start passionate, bro.
I mean, I feel you. I hear you. It's all good. It's all good. It's no worries. But yeah, I do think though that I do think that there is this kind of thing where I think Black Americans think that when Caribbean people try to tell them that they don't really have an African culture, I think they take it to mean that we're telling them that they don't have a culture. And that, you know, that we're saying that we have this Jamaican culture and they don't have a culture. And I think that that's what they're hearing, but I don't think that's necessarily what we're saying. I think at least what I'm saying is where I have a Jamaican culture, I think Black Americans have just an American culture. I don't think it's an African American culture, because like I said, you can't go to Africa and show me where that culture started from in Africa, where you can't go to Africa and see the hip hop culture and say that it's indigenous to Africa. You just can't. So
no,
that's
certain things you can, but there are certain things that you can American dream. So that's the difference. That's what I'm saying is the best of both worlds.
The only thing you can do is point to like elements that are similar,
but you cannot say. But you could point to the Geechee and show things that came from Africa with them, bro. Just the same way you could point to the Bobo and the Diabingi and point to things that came from Africa with the Jamaicans.
I understand that perfectly.
Like there's certain elements that we hold on to, and then there's certain things that develop here and develop there. That's just distinctly American or Jamaican or Cuban or whatever. You feel me? So I agree with you.
The Bobo Dread culture in Jamaica.
Yeah.
I know there are elements of it in Africa, but did it start in Jamaica?
No.
It's a Jamaican culture thing.
Jamaica. Yeah.
Right. It's not African. It's Jamaican.
No, I didn't say it is.
But if African people
and that's the same thing I'm
created
saying about African American. What I'm talking about, Black American culture.
No, but hold on.
It's an American culture. It's not African.
Hold on. So Africans stopped being able to create culture once they left Africa.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. No, listen to me. Listen to me.
No, Chef.
If African people move from one part of Africa to another, right? And they hodgepodge from the different tribes around them, right? And create another distinct culture, it is still African because African people produced it. But if you take those yes, it is.
No, it's not, Chef. It's the original African culture they made was called an African culture because it was in Africa.
No, there's no such thing as an original African culture, bro.
Yo, you just said no.
But there's no such thing. There's no such thing as one. There's no such thing as one culture, dude. Where did you get that from?
So let's say they have they have their Yoruba culture.
No, you just said no to a completely African thing. I said when one African group moved to another part of Africa,
you have to listen to what
and create shit and hodgepodge from the different tribes around them and create something unique, it is still African because African people created it. You said
absolutely no, you're right. No, I misheard you. You said if they're still in Africa, as long as they're still in Africa, absolutely, it's still an African culture. But if they move out of Africa. But if they leave out of Africa, and go to Jamaica,
they're no longer
a whole
African
new culture, that's not African no more.
How?
Because the people move out of there. They're no longer the people.
No, it's not just the people. Chef, can I speak, Chef? It's
y'all
not
just said Chinese people in Jamaica. Y'all didn't take the Chinese off of them, yo.
Chef,
you didn't
it's
take
not
the
just
Chinese
the people.
out of the motherfucking Asian, yo. But you don't take the African out of the motherfucking Jamaican, yo. That's fucking
now you're being
crazy.
Emotional, Chef. Chef, now you're
and
being
we
emotional.
said
Now you're being
that Caribbean Chinese is distinct, right? Caribbean Chinese, just like Caribbean black people, Africans are distinct. The culture that the Chinese create in the Caribbean, you cannot find in China. The food is different, everything is different. So you are creating straw man, Chef. We identify the difference.
Is Ghanaian. Listen, the culture that the Africans create in Ghana is Ghanaian. But since African people created it, it is still African. So if you take those motherfuckers, listen, if we are African American, listen, we are African American. We are African American, yo.
Chef, can I say something, Chef?
Hold on.
Isn't there anything?
I don't know what you is, but I'm saying I'm African American. Do you agree? Can I call myself African American?
You can call yourself whatever you want.
It identifies you. It identifies your heritage.
Hey, one at a time.
Do you respect me as an African American? I named myself that. Do you
As
respect that?
as much as I respect an Israelite, as much as I respect a Black American that calls himself an Israelite, it's the same thing to me.
See the type of thinking that is?
Chef,
Now that's
you know his
fucked up.
argument, Chef. You know his argument, Chef. You already know how to argue. Right?
That is so fucked up. A nigga can't. I
Chef, why
gotta
you
be
cursing like this, Chef? Chef, stop cursing like that. Relax, Chef.
No, you're saying I gotta be what you identify me as.
No, I told you you could be whatever. I said
All
I don't
right,
have a problem with it.
but you don't respect it. You saying you ain't respecting
I said
that.
I don't respect it any more than I respect someone who calls himself an Israelite. It's like a religious identity.
So you don't respect it.
As much as I respect the religious identity, I don't respect Christians. I respect the Christian. If someone wants to say he's an Israelite, that's his business.
That become religious though. But anyway, yo, listen.
It's religious because there is no African culture. There's a Ghanaian culture, there's a Nigerian culture,
we are African
culture.
people.
There is no African culture. It's made up.
Bro.
It's a mythical thing.
No. But listen. But we ain't
African people.
No, not really. No, that's made up as well.
But everything is made up, bro. There's nothing.
When
There's
you're
nothing
talking
that
about culture,
exists.
listen,
There's nothing
Chef,
that
when
we
you're
have that
talking about
exists as far as culture that ain't made up.
Chef,
We made everything
when
up,
you're
even the
talking
languages,
about
bro.
culture,
So what are you
there
talking
is
about?
Bro, you can't talk over me. When you're talking about
But
culture,
you Jamaican,
Chef, there is no African culture. There is no African culture. There's the Ghanaian culture. There's the Igbo. There's no African culture. So when you say
African cultures.
Okay, so when you say you're an African, which culture is that?
Culture is an African
No,
culture.
hold on, Chef. When you say you're an African, which culture is that? Which culture do you belong to in Africa? Which are the cultures?
It's distinct. When I say I'm an African American, I'm naming my specific ethnicity as being an American African.
African is not an ethnicity. Listen, Chef. When I say I'm Jamaican American, both of those is ethnic. There's a Jamaican, it goes with the country. American is a country, and so culture and ethnicity is tied into that country.
No, you just
when you say
Africa,
there's no African culture. There's no one African. There's like one Jamaican culture where all Jamaicans are like, yeah, that's how we operate. Mm-hmm. There's no one African culture. Like, what is your African culture? Like, what is it that you and all Africans do in common? Nothing.
Be black.
That's not doing anything, Chef. I said, what do you do? I said, what do you do, Chef? Culture is what you do. It's not what
Black is what I'm
culture
doing.
is what you do. It's not your color. It's not your height. It's not your weight. Culture is what you're doing. And if you're not doing what that, Chef, there's no. If I go to Jamaica, Chef, hold on, bro. If I go to Jamaica, I'm gonna see people doing exactly what I do here, and that's gonna tell me, and it says to me, my culture comes from there, right? Mm-hmm. You will not go to Africa and see where your American culture came from. You're not gonna see it. What you're calling your African American culture actually started in America, but you're calling it African, but it started in America.
You're not going to see it wholly.
So hold on, real quick. How you made that analogy just there? Yo, hold on, no, bro. Yo, bro, I'm Jamaican. You hear what he just said? He said, yo, when you come over here,
drop the link.
Hold on now. He said, you gonna see it is same thing in Jamaica. What he do here.
Sabio wants to curse out. I hope it's not.
Let me ask you this, American Dream.
No,
is there anything? Hold on. Is there anything in Jamaica that is done that you don't do here? Is there any music in Jamaica that's Jamaican that you don't listen here?
Who?
What?
Yeah,
American Dream. Is there any music in Jamaica that was created or not that was created in Jamaica, but is there any music in Jamaica that we know that was brought from Africa? Is there any part of our culture that was brought?
American Green just beat me up, yo. Somebody got to come get him back.
The continent.
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. All the music I listen to in Jamaica is either created in Jamaica or comes from somewhere else but Africa.
I don't know, but he shut me up. That shit was profound.
What was the claim? What was the claim? Hold on. What was the claim?
I'm leaving. Listen, I'm leaving that nigga alone for the rest of the day. He on one.
I heard him.
That nigga fired up for real.
Hey, American Dream. What,
right now, yo.
Hey, Chef, what did you say, Chef? Tell me what you said.
I don't know. He got me though, yo.
He punch drunk, bro. He punch drunk right now.
Oh man, American Dream. What did he say? What Chef say?
I'm sorry, yo. I said a bunch of stuff. I'm not sure exactly which one he finally listened to. The main issue the main point I'm trying to make, right, is that I can go back to Jamaica. Like I call myself a Jamaican American, right? I call myself Jamaican American because my heritage is Jamaican. My culture is Jamaican. I eat Jamaican food. I listen to Jamaican music. That's my culture. I can go back to Jamaica and see exactly where that culture began, and I can still see that culture there in Jamaica, right? And that culture is there in Jamaica because it started in Jamaica. Now, an African American, if an African American goes to Africa, he's not going to see a native African American culture in Africa. He's not going to see it. If he does see African American culture in Africa, it's because he's looking at people who went to America and brought it into Africa. It's not native to Africa. African American culture is not native to Africa. It didn't come out of Africa. The way Italian American culture, you can go to Italy and see people living like that. And you can say that's where it came from. German American culture. Go to Germany, you'll see Germans living like Germans in America live. You will not go to Africa and see people living like African Americans live. They just don't. African American culture is not an African culture. That's why it didn't come from Africa. That's why to call it African American, it's as if you're saying it came from Africa, but it didn't. It originated in America. It's not an African culture.
But Joe can't make
No, man, don't dive in. I'm talking. Don't dive in yet. So I don't think nobody here said you're gonna find original American culture in Africa. That'd be slap stupid though, American Dream. What you saying? But you can find pieces of
right. But if I say I'm Jamaican,
hold on, whoa.
But you can find Jamaican culture in Jamaica. You can find Jamaican American culture in Jamaica, native to Jamaica. But you cannot find African American culture native to Africa.
Now you getting like Wuga, yo. You getting like Wuga, nigga. Your point was very clear, nigga. You feeling a little faulty because you had to repeat it. You don't got to repeat it. So I'm telling you right now that there are pieces, watch this, of African American culture that you can find in Africa because you can find the African pieces, my nigga. We wouldn't expect to find the fucking American pieces in Africa. That wouldn't make no sense. But the point of libation and all that shit, dude, we do that now. The honor of our fallen comrades, they do that in Africa. We do that. Niggas literally deify motherfuckers on their t-shirt and they know they deify. Niggas pour out the water in the beer and the liquor at the bar, outside before they take a drink for they fallen comrades. That's libation. You know what I'm saying? So you can find that in Africa, right? The certain superstitions that African Americans have. You can find that talking to spirits. That's some African shit that people in America practice that are of African descent. So I'm just trying to figure out, I know you don't think you're going to find
but that's not
American
what he's saying,
culture in Africa.
But that's not what he's saying. He's saying that you can go to Jamaica and find, you can go to Jamaica and find all that shit, not just a piece here, a little bit of that. He said he's Jamaican, you can go to Jamaica and find all that shit there.
No, that's his damn lie, nigga. You cannot find Jamaican American culture and fucking Jamaica, nigga. You find the shit in Jamaica.
No. He's talking about the Jamaican part. The Jamaican part, he said you can find all of it in Jamaica. Not the American shit. The Jamaica part.
Right, you can find all of the Jamaican parts in Jamaica, and you can still go to Africa and see the African influence in Jamaica. Like you can still see it. You can still see that it was influenced from Africa, but it's totally different. It's just a Jamaican thing, and the reason it's totally different is because the landscape in Jamaica is different.
That's why y'all
The
can't get no money.
animals in Jamaica are
That's why
different. The fruits
that's
in
why y'all
Jamaica
can't get
are
no
different.
money. That's why y'all can't get no money, my nigga.
Maybe.
Now see here, they turn niggas
Oh,
into
he already
Toby.
beat out of stuff. But I don't know.
That's why you can't get no money.
I don't know.
Hold on.
I don't know.
Hey, so tough. That's why Jamaican Americans can't get no money.
Oh, you was talking about. Oh, you was talking to nigga.
You can't get that money.
Look, hey, look. I don't know. That's all stated. Don't come in here and start trouble now.
Hey, appreciate you, American Dream.
That's
you
an
proved our
underkick
point why y'all
right there.
niggas should never get no motherfucking money, nigga. Because y'all ain't lose y'all shit. You right, nigga. You right. Good point. Point well taken. That's why y'all can't get no bread. Because motherfuckers understand the fucking dynamics of that. Huh. Appreciate you both. Good point. My man.
Go ahead. See who's Nemesis. Nemesis got his hand raised. I don't know that.
Oh, go ahead. My bad. I want. Go ahead.
Might be Sabio.
Sabio.
So we playing no videos and shit.
Go ahead. American Dream. American Dream.
He listening.
So
He want all the
say
smoke.
African Americans in America don't show anything that's African?
No,
or
I'm sorry.
Nah,
directly from Africa?
Nah, that's not what he's saying.
Yo.
So now another reason why we're not close to the things we do as Africa as far as cooking the food, because we had fucking slavery and colonialization here. You know what I'm saying? The crackers want us to be Toby. He was telling us not to read, not to know anything about being African. So we had a lot more pervasive fucking tyranny here in America.
I'm talking. I'm driving. Let me drive.
So
somebody got background.
We're not. Yeah, but I was just telling him about the Gullah. You know what I'm saying? How we do the basket weaving. The same basket weaving in Sierra Leone. We do the same thing here in the Gullah. I'm from Edisto Island. We go in the marsh, you know what I'm saying? We get the grass, you know what I'm saying? And we do the basket weaving. And they actually had some people from here to go, like I'm saying, in a delegate to go to Sierra Leone and compare the baskets, the same fucking patterns.
Yeah, he don't disagree with that. I told him about that though. He don't disagree with that.
Okay, but that's one example. And the reason why we're not as close to them like in Jamaica, because they didn't go do the shit that we went here. I just said, we don't say they was trying to turn us into Toby, not Kunta. So they just try to erase all that shit, and we still kept some of the shit. You know what I mean?
I don't think. Yeah, I don't know why I was saying. I didn't read it.
So American
that may
Dream.
be true. That may be true.
It ain't made. No. It's not maybe. It is a fact.
Okay.
So right here,
listen what I'm saying.
Yo, Mr. Nightmare.
Listen what I'm saying, bro.
Nah. We done heard you enough, Mr. Nightmare.
Edisto, Jesus.
Edisto Island, yo.
Mr. Nightmare.
Yo, fuck no. About fucking slave plantation and slave houses.
No, like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, you gotta get all your shit. You gotta drive like 30, 40 minutes to get some shit like that. Shit shut down, goddamn.
Yo, Mr. Nightmare. Shut down shit like that. That's like fucking 20 years ago.
No, let me just say this.
Yo, Mr. Nightmare.
Let me just say this.
Let me just say this.
Same fucking museum, American Dream. At the American Museum and at the African American Museum in DC. It's a slave house that's over there. That shit came off my street on Edisto Island.
Bro, you gotta respond to what you're saying, though. You gotta allow me to respond to what you're saying.
Nah. Hold on.
Recognize that shit.
Hold on.
Let's say him make his point. Yeah, everybody has a bunch of motherfuckers coming.
Because we got you right. I got you right in my gunshot sight. I got so it says right here, you dumbass, and I'm coming at your face.
Yeah, make sure don't curse. Start with the name.
No.
Fabio, hold on. Listen, bro. I'm moderating this shit, bro.
I feel you.
I'll put you out, bro.
Keep it clean.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro. Just don't curse him out. Start with the name.
I'm not gonna curse him out.
I'm gonna keep it straight on the information. Okay, cool. But he name called us too. He name called us too. Y'all don't feel y'all didn't hear it.
Man,
y'all didn't hear it. But I'm cool. I'm cool. I got
you taking away from your points. You about to win, yo. Don't kill your victory, man.
I got you.
Got him. Man, shoot him, blow him up. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Xavier. Let's go.
I got you. African American culture is rooted in the blend between the Native American cultures of West Africa and Central Africa and the European culture that has influenced and modified its development in the American South. Understanding its identity within the culture of the United States, that is, in the anthropological sense, conscious of its origins as largely a blend of West and Central African cultures. Although slavery greatly restricted the abilities for Africans to practice their original cultural traditions, many practices, values, and beliefs survived and over time have modified and or blended with European cultures and other cultures such as that of Native Americans. African American identity was established during the period of slavery, producing a dynamic culture that has had and continues to have a profound impact on American culture as a whole, as well as that of the broader world.
Yeah, don't read no more.
We already But we covered all that. We covered all that.
So what's the
so what's the argument? No. Yeah, no argument. We want to hear you, American Dream. And what's the argument, American Dream? Because man, you got some.
The argument. Well, I mean, the argument was clear. You know what I'm saying? He was just saying. He was saying that in terms of culture, because the argument really depends on the fact that we have people in African Americans who are saying we're culturally not African, right? We descend from African, but in terms of culture, we're not African. And there's an argument that says no, that's African. So we're trying to make. So some people are making distinctions and saying Jamaican culture is Jamaican culture, even though it has part and parcel things in Africa in it. That shit is Jamaican. I'm saying not African.
Yeah, I got you.
And people are arguing, no, that's African.
What I just understood, what Sabio just read, was the fact that in the Americas, Black people developed a distinct culture based on Africa, Europe, and native influences, which makes them a unique and distinct people who now have become so distinct that they are influencing the rest of the world. Isn't that my point?
Yeah, there you go. Got him.
I rest my case.
Beam me up, Scotty. There's no intelligent life form.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Hold on, but in that, hey Cedric, are you denying that they're African though?
Yeah, you keep making straw man after straw man so you could knock down by yourself. You can go ahead, create your straw mans and see if a crow flies in, because I ain't biting.
No, just say you don't want to answer the question.
I never said that. I keep saying, I drum. I have the African drums. I speak an African dialect. I am completely conscious of a part of my culture, which is distinct being African. However, I do recognize its uniqueness. I recognize its distinctness because of the other influences.
Nobody didn't deny the distinction, yo. Nobody's saying that you can't make the distinction. Sadio, can you read that again?
Sure.
I just want everybody to be clear.
African American culture is rooted in the blend between the native African cultures of West Africa and Central Africa and the European culture that has influenced and modified its development in the American South. Understanding this.
Don't make you European either, though, sir. If that's the point, going your way.
No, I'm saying no. African culture got a blend from European. Nigeria got a blend from European, but it's still African. We don't say that it's not African. Yeah,
because they're in Africa.
You see what I'm saying? So African people, if African people create a new culture.
Read it again.
Because Nigeria doesn't have a majority of white people up in the place.
It's saying that African people can't. It's like saying that African people can't create another culture outside of Africa.
Basically.
And when they do, y'all saying that they cease from being African because they created a culture outside of Africa. That don't make no motherfucking sense.
Makes no sense at all.
So hold on. Whoa,
but there's a
hold
difference
on.
between creating and influencing.
Wait, why niggas diving and relax? So what about when they came and formed America? You ain't still calling these motherfuckers French, right? In Belgium.
No. But we still calling it European though.
Hold on.
It's still European though.
No, says you. I'm saying is we ain't calling the French, Belgium, nor motherfucking British, nigga. That's
what do you mean?
So what I mean
you
is
agree with American
you're
Dream.
saying no. What I'm saying is I conceded
you gotta
to you
recognize
early.
when you're agreeing with American Dream, yo.
No, I'm not. No.
You are.
I conceded. No, I conceded earlier about 5 hours ago. I said, yo, for real, yo. This shit is real nuanced and it's dependent on each individual. I recognize that. I never said you was wrong. Now American
No, this
Dream
ain't
clearly
talking
wrong.
about me. I'm saying this is American Dream argument now.
No. Okay, well, the American Dream, he just got beat up by a source. He talking off the top of his head. He done. He done got blew up.
What
Nah,
source
he don't
beat
got
me up?
No. Based off what you say, American Dream, the nigga just came through and shot the whole corner up, yo. You niggas is limping on that motherfucker, yo.
Because
come back
the whole
with the hit with the sword.
If the source beat him up, if
beat him
the
up.
source beat him up,
Yes,
then
it
you
showed
can't
him
be
the
disagreeing with me.
culture.
Nah, American Dream didn't disagree with anything
you,
that's in that source. He never disagreed with anything in that source.
Okay, so then it's the way
your
we
boys
feel
are
about
bugging,
it.
Man.
No, yo,
Maybe if you
it's
let me
essentially
talk.
central.
Maybe if you let me
No, I
talk.
don't want to let you talk.
Exactly.
Okay, the source actually said that African American culture is a blend. What does the word blend mean? Meaning you take other elements, right, Central, West African, and European, and formulate a culture. So that means you can find pieces of Europe in the culture. You can find pieces of Central Africa that look like Central Africa in the culture. You can find pieces of West Africa that fucking look like West Africa in the goddamn culture.
Show me that. That's what American Dream saying.
American Dream is saying
American Dream saying, show me the African shit in American.
A blend does not mean that the shit disappears, bro. I gave you clear example of motherfucking libation, my nigga. Clear example of niggas trying to put juju on you. Niggas, Americans is crazy. African Americans is bugged out. They just trying to put shit in food.
Missing the point. You keep missing the point, He's not saying that you can't find niggas going out.
Missing the point.
He's saying that American Dream is not saying that. He said that in Jamaica you can find piece and parcels of influences in Africa that's in Jamaica. So
and you can find it in
England
too.
It's not called Jamaica. No, but it's not called Jamaica for real. It's just Africa. Them niggas through the word Jamaican on this shit, my nigga.
You know it's not called. Come on. The word is distinguishing where the shit originated from and all the mixes that are gonna encompass.
It's that Muslim logic.
That's why it's fucking Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? So he's saying that you can't find Jamaican culture in Africa.
What? All right, let's talk about Jamaican.
That's crazy as hell.
So listen what you're saying. Listen what y'all trying to say. You basically trying to say that Jamaican culture have different Africans that were enslaved. Correct?
Reggae.
Hold on.
Hip hop. Soul.
It's Caribbean. It's Caribbean. Reggae is Caribbean music, my nigga. Stop it.
Jamaica's Caribbean.
Nigga.
Damn near every musical art in America.
Hold on. So watch this. So you saying you find Caribbean music in Africa?
No, I'm asking you.
Okay,
is it there?
Okay. So, but you can find the African parts that's in Jamaican and Africa.
No
Am
shit.
I correct?
Of course.
There's no fucking Rasta in motherfucking Africa, my nigga.
Thank you.
That's his point. That's his fucking point.
But that's his point. Hold on. If that's his point, then we sitting up here arguing on some dumbass shit.
Thank you.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, that's dumb.
So
that's dumb.
That is not that man's point.
The way he came at me for.
The point didn't
make he come at me for.
The point didn't
That
help.
is not that man's point.
No, I don't think nobody mad at you for not finding a Jamaican shit in Africa or find and the African American. Like, come on, yo, but the pieces that make up what's Jamaican and the pieces that make up what's African American, you can find in different places of Africa, yo. You can't deny that.
Find that shit all over. Yeah. But he's saying that.
Come on, yo.
But he's using that as an argument to say that shit is, and I agree, that shit is Jamaican. That is their shit, they own shit.
If I can get in.
Like, nigga.
Yes, but that's okay. Right. But guess what? If you make that
shit
point,
from you, and I take some shit from Chef, and I take some shit from Sabio, and I take that shit and do my own shit, that's my shit. I did that shit. I got a little bit from you. I got a little bit from Chef, but this is my shit.
Okay,
that's what he's saying.
So when you go somewhere else and see it, what that means?
So when y'all hear nigga talk and say, yo, this in chapter such and such on page such and such, nigga, that's John Henry Clark. When you hear me bang about the African this, that's Dr. motherfucking Ben. Now, am I even one of them? No, but you can look at my game, right, which make up God Killer, and you can get those different people. You can see them different people in the way I present what I do. No nigga would get up here and argue like, nigga, that's the way I blended is me. Yeah, the way I put together is me.
Yeah, I get it, but nigga, but I'm telling you that I'm Dr. Benedict and a motherfucking John Henry Clark and a nigga, and then I'm gonna bring what I grew up to the table. So when you see me speak, you see the nigga from Baltimore and the arguments I had with my friends growing up, because we were some intelligent niggas, and then you hear me John Henry Clark in it. Right? And then you hear me Dr. Benedict. I'm getting fucked with y'all niggas say, nigga. And that make God Killer, nigga.
Just
you gotta love Unc, yo. I'll drop that shit raw like a motherfucker.
Shit.
Let me know when I can say something, okay?
I'm sitting here like when somebody gonna put up a sword. I'm sitting here.
Can I say something?
I'm sitting here waiting for somebody.
I ain't gonna argue with you. Come on, yo, we all right, yo. Ain't nobody wrong.
Right.
I'm sitting here.
Right. We banging.
Motherfuckers don't like this shit separated apart. We just banging right now, nigga. We all got a point in it, motherfucker, nigga. Trust me.
Hey, but there's so many people in here. I can't even figure out who the border is, bro.
Yeah, it's hard to. Yeah, come on, American Dream. You just do your American Dream part, and nigga, we was already.
Go ahead. Who was Stupid? We got Jamaican on deck. Nigga,
okay.
We got a Jamaican on deck.
Can I say something? The formulation of how many of the groups?
Concrete Corey in the building.
Yeah. How many of the groups form? Whether it want to be the NOI, the Rastafaris in Jamaica, or other groups worldwide, were actually an African response to colonization or the European treatment. So whether we want to be in Jamaica, anything, we're still African. When we face a problem, we come with similar solutions. We form ourselves into groups. In America, you form the NOI, which was a religious group. In Jamaica, we form the Rastafarian, which is a religious group. Weren't there similar responses to similar problems by African people?
Yes, Stupies, but that's what they're calling us. Those people who made those groups, yeah, they're calling this thing is an African group, but that's what the white people are calling us, Africans. So yeah, we're gonna call ourselves, okay, the Royal African, all this stuff. We have African Charter of this, African this. That's what we're calling ourselves. Cool. It doesn't really make us something of a specific non-existing tribe, or you know what I mean, like African. There's no African thing.
That's gonna get us too lost if we do that.
Right.
Hey, Stupid. Let me ask you a question.
Lost the war, nigga. We lost the war.
Argument. This is the argument, Stupid. Is Jamaican culture or is it African? Is that your own shit or is it African culture?
They only serve It's Jamaican culture.
Somebody get robbed. Right.
Man.
The formulation of Jamaican culture.
I got to mute.
You don't want to eat. No.
Somebody getting robbed.
I muted her. Go ahead, Stupid. Is it? Don't get into the formulation.
Is a response. Jamaican culture. What we call Jamaican culture is a response to people that were taken away from them land, put in a new situation.
You bug dancing.
It's African created with influences from external.
Nigga, nah, don't do that double step shit, nigga. Is it African culture or is that Joe shit?
I'd have to call it African because African people created it.
All right, that's your
stance. Stupid. They forget we just come out of slavery 62, huh?
Go
ahead, man. Let me hear that, man.
It's what they had. It's what they had. They used to create the culture.
Shit recent, bro. African people.
They didn't have what they had back in the original land. So they had to use what influenced them now to create a culture.
Exactly.
And amalgamation of many things. But it's the same
Okay,
people.
So Mesopotamia is African culture.
Oh boy. So because you could go into Jamaica and find the same. You could find the same stuff American dream doing in America. In Jamaica, that means it's Jamaican. How you know it's Jamaican culture? So ain't it the same way? Ain't it the same way you could know? Ain't the same way you know that stuff came from Africa? The same way you could know he brought that stuff from Jamaica. How you know? How you not know that stuff coming from Africa?
Y'all want to hear something funny, yo? Y'all want to hear something funny? Can I tell you something funny? You know, I ran into this when dealing with the whole Egyptian piece, yo, with the Nubians and everybody else. The truth is, yo, the lines are more blurred than y'all realize when it comes to Homo sapiens, and cultures and all that shit. It's really blurred the fuck up. It ain't a clear line. That's why I say everybody really has a good point in this conversation. I swear to goodness, yo, it's very, very nuanced. It's very personal. Trust me, yo, where you gonna like, nigga, man, look, I'm trying the rice. Who eats rice, goddammit? Asians eat rice, Africans eat rice. Yeah, man. Yeah, we could just start. The lines are blurred at this point, yo. Like,
no. All right, look at some fundamental. How we cook our food, what we consume. What they want to be people in America. Do black people down south cook like white people down south?
Yeah, nigga, fried chicken is white people food. You ain't know that?
Right.
You should know that.
You should know that.
And they don't cook like us. They don't cook like us, stoopies.
Pig. No, nigga, y'all tripping. Fried chicken comes from the south.
We use the ingredients that we get, but how we cook it? Do we prepare it like how they prepare it? How we prepare it? Or how we prepare it is more similar to our African origins. Like in Jamaica, most of our foods are stews. We stew everything.
Our food is closer to African, not Americans though.
Yeah,
Black Americans' food, they're way different.
Them collard greens. Listen, them collard greens, them fried chicken, them yams, that's straight Southern food.
Like they don't even know what yams are. When they say yams, they're talking about sweet potatoes. We eat real yams, you know?
You're right. See,
Let me see what I say. When the food was available to them, when the Africans in America got the food that was available to them, did they prepare it like the European, or did they distinctly prepare it their own way?
They did it the way they could do it. Remember, they was getting the feet of the pig and the nose of the pig and the ears and the tails and the guts. They wanted to get the pig, the master would roast the motherfucking pig and get them the scraps, right? So you know what I mean. We was the ones cooking the food though.
We cooked the food. Hold on. We gotta relax. Now we jumping the fence. The Africans came to America knowing how to prepare their own food, yo.
Chef for stupid. He said we
the y'all jumping the goddamn fence. Listen, when they brought the Africans here, No, stop. The Africans already knew how to cook their own food, yo.
Why do you say that?
Yeah, because we prepared it differently, yo. Like we knew how to cook for our fucking selves, yo.
I know we ain't saying that. I don't think nobody said
no. So no, it's distinctions in African American cooking and cuisine than it is white people shit.
So go ahead and name it. Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead. Watch how you get caught. I'm listening. Go for it.
Get caught in what?
No, go ahead. Explain the difference. I'm listening. Give me some food item that white people don't eat. Distinctly black people. Go ahead.
No, we all eat the same food. It's prepared differently.
All right, name an item, nigga. Go ahead.
Nigga,
spinach. Name an item.
Spinach.
No two black people prepare spinach the same, Jeff.
You said that nigga said spinach.
Damn, I thought that was white people food, yo.
You ever ate white people spinach? Hold on. Have you ever ate white people spinach?
No, nigga. Yeah, I thought I was, but I
Shit
thought I
is
was joking.
disgusting.
No,
Man,
that's
y'all go ahead and
Every
think,
person
man. We
spinach,
niggas
bro.
are not.
That
That boy
Man,
said out
scared to say it?
listen,
Yo,
It's a joke,
they got
Sheffrey.
like
yo,
they
that
It's
boy
American
said
dream, man. I
spinach.
need American dream.
no,
That boy
they
said
put
Because
cheese
spinach.
in
I've
that
been
shit.
having
No,
my hand
stop,
raised
yo.
for so
They
long.
put cheese in their spinach, yo.
All right. Chillin'.
And that
Word.
cheese
My
is
people say,
Some black people do
that
that
cheese
too.
fire. I don't know. I fuck with that cheese and that spinach though. You tripping with
they
that?
That
say they
shit
don't eat, white people don't eat
disgusting.
chillins, Chef.
Can I
Use the
say something,
chillins. They
please,
don't eat
man?
chillins, I don't think.
Y'all
They don't eat
killing me,
chillins.
man.
White
Like it's
people
like
do
y'all
eat
purposely trying to.
chillins.
You say white people, I was trying to help you out, Chef. Damn.
Yeah,
Word,
you
but
shot your
y'all
man,
realize,
Chef.
right? Yo, I
Hold on,
want
man. I
y'all to
was saying, hey,
realize
yo,
that
hey,
everything
Chef, you know
y'all are
you
saying
can't
right
prove my
now,
point.
Hey, what about them
yo,
pickled
everything
eggs
y'all
and
are
all that?
saying right now,
Where that
Now,
come from?
hold on, American Dream. Hey, you gonna get the
It come
last
from
word on
white
this,
niggas
American.
won't even give me a
That's
chance,
Yeah,
bro.
you gonna get a chance because you got a good point, and don't nobody know it. But go, Black, who's that talking?
I told y'all he already done beat me up.
Nah,
Yeah, he got a
that
good
was
point.
me.
You
All right,
can't.
go,
That's
You
Haskell. That
came
was
in.
Haskell. That was Haskell.
Yeah,
go
but
ahead,
I'm saying
Haskell.
No,
y'all
Hey,
I'm
keep
saying
Haskell,
bringing
go
up
ahead,
American
these
Haskell.
Dream
points
beat
and
me
y'all
up
just like
already.
talking over
No,
them.
go
Like
ahead,
I'm like,
Haskell.
good
Yeah,
Hold
grief,
on,
y'all
American
don't even
Dream.
that
Don't
focus.
say it. We
American
want to
Dream.
hear
No,
Haskell first.
hold on, y'all. American Dream, you already won, yo.
Got
Why
a
No,
you
good point.
still
That shit
talking?
mixed up like a motherfucker.
it's a different war. It's a different battle.
Oh, okay.
I had my hand up
We
for
gonna
like
defend
10 minutes.
American
Y'all
Dream.
know
There's
I
a lot of
won. It's a
there's a
different
lot of
battle
people on the
now.
panel
I'm
though.
trying to
There's a
answer
lot of people
another
on the panel though.
question.
You
American
won
Dream, but
what?
we
You got
still
shot
arguing.
down.
We
I'm
still
It's
trying to
called
mad.
answer
source
another
up or
question,
shut up.
Chef.
No,
You don't talk. It's
American
called
Dream.
source up or shut up.
No,
You better bring
American
a
Dream.
source to win this fight.
Niggas is really mad and still arguing over the point that you already beat us up on.
Nah, boy, he
So
beat
Beat
you
you
up.
up.
these
He
niggas
beat
is
you up.
just trying
Speak
to
for
get their
yourself.
last gas out, yo.
All right,
I
speak.
came
Right,
through
but
a
I'm
Mayweather his
trying to help
ass.
them with that, like that anger and frustration they have. That's what I'm trying to help them with right now. Like I'm trying to help them digest it better. You know what I'm saying? And y'all be like, that's the battle I'm trying to fight now. The fact that for some
What are you
reason,
saying? What's
y'all
your point?
think
Go ahead. What's your
for
point?
some
Make it
reason,
clear,
right?
yo, because I want
I'm trying.
Haskell to dive in
I
deep.
think I'm gonna have to do I think I'm gonna have to lay out do an expose
I'm telling
on
you, you ain't know
African
why I
American
win. Go ahead,
culture.
American Dream. Hold on, yo. Go ahead,
Thanks.
American Dream. What are you really trying to tell us right now? I
Here's
want to
what I'm
see
really
why
trying to
you
tell
beat
you.
up Chef so bad. Go ahead.
Right. Here's what I'm really trying to tell you, because
All right,
this
go
is what
ahead.
I'm really hearing from y'all, right?
All right,
What I'm
go ahead.
hearing from y'all is that y'all somehow think that
Mm-hmm.
when Caribbean people or anybody suggests to y'all that your culture is not African, right? For some reason, when you hear that, you think that they are trying to take away the
No, I
Africanness
just
from
think y'all
you.
stupid.
Please let me finish,
Fact.
That's
Please
what I
let me
think.
finish.
I think it's
So,
stupid because you went through the same
but let
lens
me
we went
finish
through.
though.
So if our
Let
shit
me
gone,
finish.
your
Gov shit gone, you dill wad.
Right? So y'all think like Jamaicans call themselves Jamaicans or Jamaican Americans. However, we certainly know and appreciate and understand our Africanness. We know that we have African ancestry. We know that. But the fact that we call ourselves Jamaicans doesn't mean we're denying our Africanness. We're calling ourselves Jamaicans because that's the land we live on. That's the culture we've built. And so when we say to you, y'all are, if anything, y'all should be calling yourselves American Americans, not African Americans. And the reason is what y'all were just talking about. Most of what y'all call Black culture in America doesn't come from Africa. It comes from white people down south. What y'all call the Black culture in America is nothing but Scottish and Irish culture put together. It's white people culture. It's not an African culture.
All right.
So it's
Put a
more
pen.
appropriate to call it an
Freeze. Hold on.
American culture.
Put a pen. Relax. Now I heard you out. Chef, I don't know why you let that nigga beat you like that. You just arrogant as fuck.
He right, yo.
No, he's not right. No, he's not. Okay,
Thomas
hold
Sowell talk
on,
about that.
hold on, Chef. If the guy is right, then he's right about all Africans that got transplanted from the continent. Then the same thing he just said about us it fits everywhere. Like, are y'all serious right now?
That's
Y'all
what he
can't
said.
see that?
He said it fits
No,
him
it's
too.
not. Chef, yo, you punch drunk right now, Chef. That ain't what the nigga said. The nigga tried to explain to us how the
That's what I
Jamaicans was
said.
but yet our shit wasn't fucked around. I'm saying, yo, you so fucked up, American Dream. You in the same boat taking on water with us, my nigga.
you miss his point, Unc.
Yeah, he's saying that he not denying that, yo. He's saying it's Jamaican.
He's saying exactly what you. He's saying,
and we never had to assimilate to white people. We were 20 to 1
for everybody.
Yeah, he's saying,
American Dream. No, not because American Dream.
Y'all had majority white people in your country.
Now, man, come on, man. American Dream. So
let me go
it's
real
not
quick.
A separation there. Hold on, yo. You're gonna change the whole thing, Haskell. I already know what you're gonna do. You're gonna take it out there. I know what you're gonna do before you do that, Haskell. Before you do it, American Dream. Are you saying that y'all in the same boat as us? That it's equal on both sides? Like we all lost a lot of that and it's all mixed in? Are you agreeing to that? Because they seem to think you are agreeing to that. Is that what you're saying, American Dream?
That's what he's saying.
American Dream, that's what you're saying. The Jamaicans in the same level as us. Go ahead, I want to hear it.
Well, absolutely, but the only difference.
Oh, but the only difference. I don't want to hear that shit. Go ahead, Haskell.
Bro, like I said, I'm just repeating what
Go ahead,
the
Haskell.
difference is. We call ourselves Jamaican Americans.
Nah, man, keep moving, yo.
Just
Keep moving. Go ahead,
Jamaicans.
Haskell. I heard you.
We don't have the holder. We don't have a hang up to call
Wow.
ourselves Africans.
I'm not even listening to
and
you,
we don't
bro.
feel that the fact that we
That's
don't
crazy.
do that.
Go ahead, Haskell.
Means
All right,
we're
we heard you, yo.
denying Africa.
Okay.
Come on, Unc. You got to stop doing that, dude.
He can't ask for his point, then mute him up.
You got to be a man, bro. You got to be a man.
Yeah, I'm finna beat you up again. So go ahead and get your nonsense.
Yeah,
out.
but yeah, he's saying what you saying, bro. Like all of the diasporic cultures are unique and got their own, you know what I'm saying, agency, but they got Africanisms in them. So he on the same page with you.
He hit me with the butt though. What's the butt word mean? Why he put the butt in there? See, the butt changed the whole dynamics.
What I'm gathering from American Dream is he thinks that the appending of the word African onto your particular cultural identifier is really just a word that he finds problematic, appending it to American. That's really all he's saying. Like, for instance,
that's a personal opinion though, my nigga.
Huh?
That's his personal fucking opinion is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, that's his personal. And I don't think American Dream would deny that that's his opinion.
That's all I was trying to tell us. We all got an opinion in the comments here.
Yeah, that's
clear on what I'm
that's
saying.
fine.
Can I try to be clear on what I'm saying?
No, I'm going back to my source.
Real quick.
Hold on, you could clean up on the back end, American Dream.
I'm going back to my source after you finish.
All right, let him clean it up on the back end. Go ahead.
Yeah, you
could
clean it up on the back end, American Dream. But from that's what I'm gathering is because he made an analogy between blacks and Americans calling themselves African American,
right,
and people identifying or black people identifying as Israelites. He finds both to be equally fantastical, right? Now, that part, that I find troublesome because when a black person in America identifies as African American, they're specifically saying that, this is where their lineage come from, right? Yeah. Likewise with the Israelite, the only thing with the Israelite is the black Israelite, they don't have anything tangible to connect themselves to that culture. You know what I'm saying?
Neither does the black American. Neither does the black American.
Stop.
You can't go back to my source.
Let me go back to my source.
Nothing, bro. We got nothing tangible.
Hey,
let him make a statement, bro. Let him make a statement.
Y'all be letting American Dream trigger the hell out of you. I don't know why he gets to people so much, but yeah, you heard him just say that he agreed with me, right? Now, here's what I'm going to clear it up for American Dream. The reason why that analogy is completely off is because you do have, remember, I said lineage, right? When someone says identifies as African American, they're specifically speaking to their ancestors, their very recent ancestors, where they came from. And, that's an actual tangible, real history. When a dude dresses up in a Mortal Kombat outfit and stands on 125th, that shit is a psychosis. Like, it has no basis in no kind of reality. So that analogy is completely, that's where I have an issue with. But I get at AD's point. He has a contention with appending that word African to American. That's his issue.
All right. So let me hit him upside his head a few more times. All right. So right here it says, after emancipation, unique African-American traditions have continued to flourish as distinctive traditions or radical innovations in music, art, literature, religion, cuisine, and other fields. 20th century sociologists such as Gunnar Myrdal believed that African-Americans had lost most of their cultural ties with Africa, but anthropological field research by Melville Herskovitz and others demonstrated that there has been a continuum of African traditions among Africans of the diaspora. The greatest influence of African cultural practices on European culture is found below the Mason-Dixon line in the American South. For many years, African-American culture developed separately from American culture, both because of slavery and the persistence of racial discrimination in America, as well as African-American slave descendants' desire to create and maintain their own traditions. Today, African-American culture has influenced American culture and yet still remains a distinct cultural body. So again, before you speak and run to the word African
shot up, my nigga,
and try to parse it again, don't do that, because we are African. We still hold on to whatever little cultural memories we have, no matter how long we've been in America. So until you bring a source, I don't want to hear nothing you have to say, Mr. Nightmare.
Damn. But you think there's been a lot of assimilation?
I get a chance to respond or no?
No, not without a source.
You on the ground. Moron.
Man down, man down, man down.
Go ahead, make a state American dream. Who was next? Somebody else tried to speak.
Hey, Sabio, I appreciate you redeeming me today because I was getting my ass whooped.
Oh, you good, my
dog.
American
That's
Dream
Redeemer.
was fucking me up.
We gonna call you the Redeemer.
Yeah, we're gonna call you Sabio the Redeemer. From
He already read what we talked about. Let American Dream respond. If somebody else try to say something,
let somebody else go, because I don't want to
y'all kind of acting like y'all still on some Brer Rabbit shit though. Like it's not like that. Y'all know it's been assimilated from the 6th. Y'all know it's been assimilated. Like if everybody was like the Gullah people in America,
No, but
then
who
it'd
are
be a
you?
lot
Can you
different.
say your name, brother? Can you say your name?
It's Six Finger. I'm in here all the time in the chat.
Oh,
I know you still got to say.
You finally came on the panel. What's up?
Yeah, you already know. So I'm saying like,
damn, but don't, hey, Brad, hey, before you shoot me, yo, I just want to know who you was. So before I cuss you out live, nigga, I just want to get it straight.
But let me just respond to what Sabio just read.
No, you gotta let my man go. No, let my man.
I don't want to hear anything you have to say.
I'm saying y'all ain't on no stuff
yet?
like no old Brer Rabbit things anymore. It's like if y'all were all like the Gullah, that's a much better case. But y'all are very assimilated. Obviously, yes, you still have African influence. But the thing is, y'all were not like the Caribbean where we were 20-1 black to white, where the masters were just there.
Hold on, where you from?
I'm from Jamaica.
Yeah,
so in the Caribbean, the white people down there.
Get out of here, nigga. You just like us, man. Knock it off. Y'all Jamaican
America, listen, America was where white people came to live. White people didn't come to live in Jamaica.
You know what it is?
The white people came here to live. They didn't come here just to come collect whatever and do their little things as punishment or come do the family farm. So they came here in big numbers and they developed higher. So you guys had a lot more to assimilate to.
I see the issue.
We didn't have no big old streets in New York and all that.
Can I hear your favorite? Can I hear your famous phrase, please?
Nah, let get
Pseudos die at they what?
Yeah, but Sabio, this is the issue. Yeah. Jamaicans look at Americans, right, or other Africans that come here and they see that African Americans, because we live side by side with white people, right? They think that somehow that we lost our Africanness. That we lost because they made us live side by side with them. We was the
Of course. So yes.
But when he read shows you that we still kept our shit.
Yes, I understand that. But I'm not saying by choice. I'm not saying you chose to do any of this.
Stop arguing.
Hey, Sabio, like stop cutting the man off, bro.
All you gotta do is go. All you gotta do is compare the culture. Like if you go spend time with Gullah people or in Gullah culture in the Caribbean, in Brazil, you see, damn. That's why Americans go to Brazil and they see, damn, I'm so disconnected. I feel they go to Brazil and they think they're in Africa. What do you mean? They're talking about they're reborn and all this shit because it's so black down there. Because we're much more connected. We didn't have all the white people like y'all have with all this fancy shit. We were still in the bush doing our same old shit.
I told y'all. That's it.
I'm keeping it real. It's not ignorance. I'm not saying that you had it nice. I'm not saying that you had it sweet. I'm not saying that you had it sweet. I'm not saying that you had it nice. I'm saying that you were around nicer shit and that influences you.
Okay,
more
cool,
development, standard of living, all this shit. So let me. Like, what do you mean, yo? My dad got. You get.
American dream.
Hold on, everybody, chill. I'm gonna let American Dream go next. I just want to say too, that's in Savior's argument in that article. That's what it was talking about. That's what it referred to American South. It's talking about like Geechee and Gullah people. Go ahead,
I feel that. And in the deep South, you still have much more of an African ties and a black African, like you're talking about the African American culture. That's much more strong and alive in the South. The further south you go.
Go ahead, American Dream. Go ahead, get your rebuttal back in.
I'm finna go get another source.
On this.
You know why? Because Jim Crow existed down south.
I got books on this, not only on.
I know, and that's why the niggas. That's why everyone from the South moved to the North. Just like in Caribbean colonies, we moved to Britain and America all over. Y'all moved to the North. Same thing.
I'm going to say something now. There is, even on the motherland, even in Africa, there's no longer any such thing as African culture. The favorite foods are European. The favorite sports are European. The method of government is European. What they listen to is not African music. African music is not the #1 music on the continent in West Africa. It's a mixture of reggae, hip-hop kind of blend they listen to. So where's their culture? Culture is dynamic. It's ever-changing. It's influenced by people who come around you. So the African in Africa, even his culture has been poisoned.
All right.
Yeah, but stupid, right, you just said that it's no longer African culture. Like you kind of just killed yourself in your own rebuttal with that one, man.
Okay, so look, I'm finna show my book that I'm finna read from. Because this is my personal book.
You gotta understand what it means.
But Stabio, just summarize what the book says and just read it, because a lot of stuff you already already covered.
Okay, cool. I just want y'all to see. I still want y'all to see the book so y'all know that I study this shit.
Yeah.
No, I did my screen. I shared the wrong shit.
Unless you must drop something niggas ain't never heard of.
I just need to turn my camera on.
Oh yeah, we tried to call on you, but you was.
All right, so here go the book. This is Garner Murdoch's The Negro in America. All right. Yeah, okay. Arnold Rose, the condensed version of Garner Murdoch's An American Dilemma. All right. And what he says in here. All right, I'm going to a specific page. And I got to remember exactly where it is. I just had it
Jesus
before I closed the
Christ.
cover.
But tell you what, let American Dream go, and then you come after American Dream. Go ahead, American Dream.
It ain't gonna take me that long. Go ahead, American Nightmare. Go.
American
Speak
Dream.
your piece.
American Dream going once.
Yeah, I love American Dream.
He must be doing something in the background.
There was something.
Yeah, he must be busy.
Chuck, you want to get something in real quick for Sabio go?
So I found it.
Yeah, all of y'all is slap crazy. That's what I want to say. Sound crazy. Y'all have goddamn.
That's how we do it. We slap crazy over here.
That one is. No, I love it though. Yeah, go ahead, Sabio. Go ahead, Sabio. Let's keep digging in the rabbit hole.
So what he says in Values and Beliefs, he says, the unity of a culture consists in the fact that all values are shared in some degree. Even a poor and uneducated white person to some isolated and backward rural region in the Deep South who is violently prejudiced against the Negro and intent upon depriving him of civic rights and human independence, has also a compartment in his mind housing the entire American creed of liberty, equality, justice, and fair opportunity for everybody. And to some extent, these ideas shape its behavior. In America, as everywhere else, people agree that the more universal values, those which refer to man as such and not to any particular group or temporary situation, are morally higher. These values are given the approval of religion and national legislation. All right, so basically, what he's saying, to break it down for those who don't understand, is that in order for us to further adhere to the American creed or the American ideal, we had to do what? Lose some of the Africanity our ancestors had in order to take on the ideals of America. But we still held on to those values and beliefs that came with our ancestors through what? The discrimination. So all this you're saying, 6 fingers, American dream, stew peas, all that.
Ain't on the Jamaican shit, yo. Let me say this, yo.
Right, but it's that
hold on for a minute. Hold on, I'm not
because y'all have
not gonna yell at the
book on this shit.
Hold up, man. Hey, yo, this ain't the come at us with the fucking.
You muted yourself, bro. You muted yourself.
All right, listen, let's relax. Don't chop us up. Relax.
Never about Saber.
Let me say this.
Two piece, hold on.
Hold on, sweet peas. Listen, I think this is a moment of teaching right now. I hate to tell y'all, but cultures are formed out of pressure, right? Environmental pressures, whether that environmental pressures are caused by humans, Homo sapiens sapiens, or weather, food source, a lack of animals, abundance of this, abundance of that. Out of these environmental pressures, right, which could be human, okay, cultures are literally formed. So what the fuck was we supposed to do? The same type of fucking topography ain't in Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? It's not in Africa. It's different animals, different plants. What the fuck we supposed to do? We were supposed to form a culture that would help us survive in that particular environment. And for anybody to think anything different, it's some fucking bullshit, and you're doing this shit on purpose. So at this point, I'm starting to think that the people from the Caribbean islands is doing this stupid shit on purpose now. And I mean, y'all all on the same page as the dumb shit. Everybody form their culture based off their fucking environment, dude. Simple as that. There is no way around it. All Homo sapiens sapiens do. Nigga, do not cut me off. I'm teaching right now. Meaning I don't need you to cut me off. I'm teaching you. I'm teaching. So I'm trying to tell you that whether you're in Jamaica or whether you're in the motherfucking Caribbean or whether you're in the fucking downtown Baltimore, we create cultures to survive, to raise babies, food, clothing, and shelter. And the culture is based around that. Why do niggas in the South eat chitlins? Because what was readily available to us was the inside of the pig's stomach, was the egg the pig is, the pig feet. Do you supposed to cry about it? No, you make that shit a fucking cuisine. It's culture. Damn, none of us was wrong. Knock it off with the Caribbean shit. All that shit was formed out of environmental pressures, man. That's how all cultures are formed. Damn.
That's exactly what I was saying when I talk about the food. When I was talking about the food.
If y'all didn't disagree, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
When you
doesn't understand the conversation.
Nah, y'all don't understand the conversation.
Hold on, Xavier. That's our conversation, Xavier. I know we understand.
Can I get my turn now?
Two P's. American Dream was supposed to go, and he never got a chance to go before you. Then after American Dream, 2P.
Indeed. If the one thing that's being made clear for me, at least, is that when Black people call themselves African Americans and when I call myself a Jamaican American, like, it's just apparent to me now that we just mean two totally different things. When I say I'm a Jamaican American,
what?
Bro, can I finish, bro?
No, you can't finish. You might not be able to finish. You might get kicked off the panel.
Let him rock out. Oh, God damn. Let him rock out, man.
God damn. He keeps saying the same thing over. We all agree that we all have a point. No one's right. No one's wrong. Like, God damn, yo, it was a good, great show. We're going to go on for another 10 hours. I can't make
What
you
want
see
to do?
my
You
way.
want to end the show? You want to end the show?
Yeah,
Son?
yeah. Let's end. The shit is over. We all
So
made
let me
our
just finish
point.
so let me just say what I
Well,
have to
let
say.
him make
and
his
then we end the
closing
show.
statement, bro, and then I'm gonna end the show. We can end the show. Let him make a closing statement. Let's do peace, wrap it up, and then we can end the show.
Yeah, let the Jamaican contingent finish off.
Word. So you
Caribbean.
know, again,
And every Jamaican ain't having the same standpoint, dude. So don't make it just like blanket.
No, I'm talking about right
America.
now. We do have the Caribbean contingent right now. Like they coming from the Caribbean. Like we need this diverse conversation. Like without them, the conversation is fucked up. Trust me. Without American Dream, without Sweet Peas, the conversation is we don't get that cultural perspective.
Stew peas.
Word.
Stew peas? You said stew peas?
The stew peas, nigga. You don't know what stew peas is?
Oh, stew.
Yeah.
What I call them, sweet peas.
Yeah, man. America, you know what I'm saying?
I apologize, sweet. I mean,
doing that shit on purpose. Shit, taking a
I
Jamaican
wasn't
out
even
of shit.
doing it on purpose. It was my Baltimore cultural standpoint coming out of me. Go ahead, American.
Thank you, Unc. So again,
I ain't had to see the movie.
when
man.
I say,
I was listening
so
to
again,
them in the
Ask him mute up. Ask him mute up.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, from Ben Stein.
Oh, no.
Why you ain't watch it though?
Haskell.
They didn't make a movie.
They did. They got it on Netflix. You know what I mean? On Netflix.
Haskell, mute your
Yeah, I saw the first season.
That's good. It's
Yeah.
Somebody mute Haskell out, man.
I got him. Go ahead.
Yeah, so when I say I'm Jamaican, right, what I mean is I actually have family that lives in Jamaica right now, and I visit them, and I have a home in Jamaica. I have a house in Jamaica. I go there and I visit. When y'all say y'all are African, that's not what y'all mean. When I say I'm Jamaican, I mean I actually speak the language. I go there and I speak the language with them.
That's fine.
When y'all say y'all are African, that's not what y'all mean. When I say I'm Jamaican, I mean I actually I dress the way Jamaicans dress. Well, actually, they dress like I dress because when I go there, they just take all my clothes. But we dress the same way, right? When y'all say y'all are African, y'all don't mean y'all dress like them. Y'all mean something different. Which is
How do
why
Jamaicans dress, Joe?
Which is why I say
How
when
do
y'all say
Jamaicans
y'all
dress?
are African Americans, it's more of a religious thing. It's something different from like a real world connection to like a country. It's not something real that you can do something with. It's like a religious connection.
This nigga joking.
I'm telling you, we're joking.
Jamaicans do dress different.
I'm begging. Let me rebut this.
Let him rebut. Go ahead.
Please.
Rebut that, please. Rebut.
I'm begging. You
see,
that
do it.
That dude don't have a clue. Him don't have a clue.
None at all.
He reminds me of my grandmother. When I was younger, I would say to my grandmother, "Grandma, are we Africans?" And she would say, "No, my grandfather was Scottish." My black grandmother remembers her Scottish grandfather. In Jamaica, you have this disparity where a lot of people do not want to claim their Africanness, just as it is here. And as a result, their children come with a bag of misnomers. When you ask them, "Are you African?" They say, "No, I'm Jamaican." It's because of the grandmothers who believe that lighter skinned people were better people. Let's put this on the
You were going to refute what I said, right? You said you were going to refute what I said, right? At what point are you going to refute what I said?
Let the man finish, man. Hey, come on, man. Come on, you not talk already, brother.
About
grandmothers.
You gotta refute.
Hold on to these. Hey, Sosa, stay out of this. These are Jamaicans having a Jamaican dispute. We don't have nothing to do with that.
No, stupid.
You're right.
Either you're going to refute what because so far you haven't said a word about what I said. You just talking
what
about
you are saying is that what you are using.
What you're talking about.
You are using because you don't have any idea what it is to be a Jamaican. You are
stick
not a
to what I
Jamaican.
said.
Stupies is correct.
That's not what I said. Stupies. Can you stick?
You have no clue what a Jamaican is. Not because you visit the island twice a year.
But
you
that
are
has
not
nothing
a
to do
Jamaican.
with what I said.
You're brainwashed. Your grandmother brainwashed.
Okay, I'm going to mute out and wait to see if you say anything about what I said.
Hey, Stupid, just let him talk though. Like, this is bad radio.
American Dream. All due respect, you had a chance to talk. Make the man go on now. Make the man
no, Stupid's cut him off though. Let him
American
Dream was
finished. Jamaican dress.
Not only did he cut me off, right? He
was
cut me off
finished.
and said he was going to refute what I said. He cut me off and said, Yo, shut your mouth and let me
They don't
speak.
dress with
He
American
said-
flags
he
over their
said-
face.
He said he cut me off to say
Yo,
he's
watch
going
your
to
mouth,
refute
you know,
what I said.
Yo,
Then
dude
he
here.
said nothing about what I. Then he started talking about Jamaican grandparents. What the hell did I say about Jamaican grandparents, bro? Stick to the arguments, please. Like if you're not going to say, if you're not going to talk about what
nothing
I'm
but
saying,
Jamaican.
like what are
I
you
don't want to
talking
hear nothing
about?
but Jamaican
Let me
voices.
finish.
Go.
Let me finish. No, let me finish. Let me finish that. Let me finish. Let's address the whole Jamaican dress issue. Let's go back into history. I'm going to talk about the dress and I'm going to talk about the music. Going to talk about the dress and I'm going to talk about the music. I'm going to speak slowly that my accent can be filtered out. One, the dress. We dress like Americans. We were highly influenced in the 70s and 80s by American dress. Jamaican don't dress any particular way. Our dress culture came from America. That's where it came from. Our shoes culture, Clarks, came from
Clarks
England.
came from Britain. Exactly.
From England. We do not have a particular style of dress. We dress like the European. We absorb that into our culture. Right?
Daggers.
Now, number two, let's talk about the music. Reggae music was influenced by rhythm and blues in the 50s. Those were the only records.
Uppercut to the punch. Uppercut to the gut.
Wait,
No, hold on. Let me finish.
Jamaicans don't have a culture.
No, hey, American Dream, he didn't cut you off.
You have no
Let him
clue.
go. He didn't let him finish American Dream.
You have no
And
clue.
let him go.
You have no clue. We took the instruments that were readily available to us. The easiest thing to make was a goat skin drum. That's why our music is so heavily based in drums. When we got introduced to the bass, we fell in love with the bass. So our music is heavily influenced by the drum and bass. The Americans took that heavy influence of drum and bass and put it to the rap music. It's a cyclical process where Africans tell me what that has to do with what I said. It has to do with what you said. What I said, stupid. Because you don't address what I
said.
What I'm addressing to what you're saying, that you have no historical context as to the culture of Jamaica. You only talk but based on what you see.
What
you
does
don't
that have to
know
do with
what
I,
bro,
hold on.
Saying,
He hurt
when
now. When you start cutting people off, that means you got punched upside the head.
No, man, come on, yo. I don't need you jumping in safety.
Let me help you out, Stupids. Let me help you out and refute him real good. All right,
Yes.
you said when you go to when people go to Jamaica, they can see what you do
No, when
here.
I go to
it's
Jamaica.
the same, bro.
I said
All
I
right,
go to Jamaica and dress like them and I talk like them.
So,
and I say African Americans don't go to Africa and dress like Africans and talk like Africans. Refute that.
Are you a Jamaican
Tell me
or are you
I'm
an
lying.
American?
Where's that wrong?
Are you an American?
Hey, American Dream,
Are
you
you an
gotta let
American
people.
or are you a
Hold on,
Jamaican?
because this
I'm
thing
an
is really
American.
out of
I'm an
order.
Bro,
American
no.
citizen.
Are you an American, bro? Or are you a Jamaican? Were you born in Jamaica or were you born in America? That's my question, bro. You can't be born in two places at the same time. I'm asking you what's your nativity?
My nationality? I'm
No,
an American.
nativity. You said
Is your
nativity. Where were you
nativity? Where were
born?
you born at? That's what I'm asking.
That's not my nationality. My nationality
Where
is
were you
I'm a
born?
citizen of.
Oh my
I'm an American. I was born in
He
Jamaica.
said your nativity. He said your nativity.
In Jamaica.
Okay, all right, we got it. Go.
That's
Which
why I say I'm a
hospital?
Jamaican
All right.
American.
Which hospital?
I wasn't born in a hospital, man. I was born in my grandmother's house. That's still down there.
All
What
right,
the hell is
cool.
wrong
See?
with y'all?
All right, bro.
I don't know if I
I'm just
believe you.
asking questions.
No,
Like,
I don't
we
believe
can
that.
ask questions.
Now, right
No, I'm
now,
just saying.
Chef.
You
Ask
said,
Chef where
bro,
in Africa he was born in
this
his
is the flim
grandmother's
flam
house.
because you want me to refute
Why
you, but
bring
you're
me
talking
into
through
it?
it.
Africa
And you
he
had
was
your
born.
chance to speak. You had your chance to speak, dog. I want to talk, bro, without you interrupting because I never said shit while you were talking, dog. Just chill, bro. So
Why are you trying to be like an African American? Why don't you be more Jamaican?
Don't tell me all for fucking me, brother.
There you go. There you go.
No, that is not your fucking concern. Oh, I want to talk. Why don't you be more Jamaican?
You're so easy.
Talk about yourself, brother. Why won't you be more Jamaican? Why are you talking
Go
like
ahead,
an American
bro.
on the panel?
Go
Chill out,
ahead,
bro. I'm
bro.
gonna fucking talk, bro. I'm gonna say it again.
Go
Let me
ahead,
speak.
Go ahead,
Yo,
bro.
can y'all mute him, bro? Because this is bullshit, bro.
Yeah, don't cut him
go
off.
ahead,
Go
you
ahead.
So,
Go ahead.
he said earlier in the chat talking about, oh, when you go to Jamaica, you can see the shit that he do here and all that bullshit. Like, bro, when you go to England, you see the same shit by the Jamaican people in England. If you go anywhere where Jamaicans at, you gonna see the same shit. Just the same, when the Jamaicans go anywhere, you could see that African shit in them. It's the same shit. They got that shit from somewhere, they develop their shit there, and when they go somewhere, they taking that shit with them. It's just like a trend, bro. So the same shit you trying to make a point out of, it's the same shit that Chef was saying. So you really didn't body Chef, and you really didn't dagger Chef. Chef actually got you on that one, bro.
I
Real
don't know
talk.
what the hell you just said, dude.
Yeah, because you don't
what the hell
understand
you
English,
just said,
bro.
or how it applies to what I said. But
Because
thank you.
you're
Good
saying
try.
the same culture that
anything.
you will find. You stupid, you understand me or not?
No, understand. What he does not understand about culture.
Stoopies is going to
He
pretend to
culture.
understand. What?
No. You
I
do
bet you
not
Stoopies
understand.
doesn't even talk about what you said. Go ahead, Stoopies.
No.
Don't say
You
a
don't.
word about
You
what he
don't
said.
understand that wherever we go, wherever black people go, if you want to be black Americans, they take the African American culture with them.
All right, bet.
If Jamaicans, we take our culture with me, it's an amalgamation of our experiences.
Thank you.
It's
So the
amalgamation of our
same thing the
experiences.
Africans them did.
If the African American taking
Same
culture
thing the
with
Africans
it's
did. That's what I'm
Gideon,
saying.
let one person
Can you
speak,
go
Gideon,
back to the
please.
source of that culture in Jamaica?
What culture?
Yes or
Our
no?
culture is a diversity
The culture that Jamaicans take with them
influences.
all over the place.
We take our food.
And listen to me,
We take our
Stoopies.
language.
Stoopies. The culture that Jamaicans take with them everywhere. Can you go back to Jamaica and find the source of it there? And find it happening there in Jamaica.
Where Aki and Sawfish come from, bro?
Yeah, come on, Gideon, come on, man. Can we
Where
get like one or two people at a time?
Where oxtail come from? Where
Yo,
where did
you answer the question I asked you? Are you like afraid of the question I'm asking you or something?
Oh, I just said it. Our culture is an amalgamation, is a mixture of the Africans that were there during slavery. The introduction
That's
of the
not what
Indians.
I asked
What
you.
you asked me?
That's not what I asked you. Why you always answer a question I didn't ask you? I said to you, can you find the source of the Jamaican culture that's in England? Can the English person in England, the Jamaican in England that's being a Jamaican, can he go to Jamaica and find the source of his culture there? Can he go to Jamaica and be like, oh, see there, see the Aki there where me love. Oh, see there, see the reggae where me love.
Okay,
Can he
stop.
do that? Can he
Stick a
go to
pin.
Jamaica
Stick a
and do
pin,
that?
Stoopies. Stick a pin, right?
All
right,
come
KD,
on.
American Dream, hold on. Now, American Dream, what Stoopies is going to point out to you, specifically using that word source, Jamaica is not the source of Aki. That's number one.
Bang.
Number two, the point that he made regarding reggae music was exactly germane to your argument about it being it having a Jamaican source. It doesn't. It is slowed down. America. Hold on. It is slowed
Aki
down.
and Saltfish?
Stop
Aki
talking.
and Saltfish? That's
Stop
not
talking.
Jamaican?
Stop talking. One at a time, brother. Right? You use the word source, right? Aki is from West Africa, right?
Shots.
The music, reggae, is slowed down American
Where
R&B
did that
music.
the Jamaican in England,
Brother,
where
come
did
on,
he
man.
get it from?
You see it?
Where is the source?
He's
the Jamaican in
punch
England,
drunk.
his
Yeah.
source is Jamaica.
Hey, American Dream, you're out on your feet
Jesus
right now.
Lord.
You're out on your feet.
Bro, listen to me.
You're
Yeah,
done.
he over.
You're done.
Can I speak? Can I speak? We
in
tired of hearing you speak.
The Jamaican in England, his source of eating Aki is Jamaica. I don't care where Aki came from. His source is Jamaica. His mama was in Jamaica eating that shit.
You changing our
It doesn't originate there.
I'm changing
yo, you
what?
tripping.
So look.
You can go to Jamaica and find the source of it. What are
Mr.
you
Nightmare.
talking about?
Mr. Nightmare.
African-American
Mr. Nightmare.
culture, you cannot go to Africa and find the source of hip-hop. It's something different.
So
Because it was created.
they just brought the Aki seeds all the way to Jamaica and they don't eat Aki? Come on.
Hold up. You see, this is hold up. So hold up.
Whoa. Hey, yo, hold on. You know the griot, yo, you know what I'm saying? Colorful stories. That's how hip hop started out with colorful stories. Like, is he serious right now?
Yes,
like, what the
he's
fuck
serious.
is wrong with this nigga? And they tell stories over the drum and the beat, nigga. The bass is man, let me get off this motherfucking show. This nigga lost his motherfucking mind, nigga. Nigga, we had an oral tradition before. Hold on, yo. Listen, do you realize we had an oral tradition before a writing tradition in West Africa, nigga? Listen, yo, we had an oral tradition in West Africa. What is oral? The griot. Let me, nigga, if you cut me off, I swear to God, yo, I'm gonna cut you off this motherfucker, yo. I'm teaching again. I'm teaching. So we teaching, I see. West Africans had an oral tradition. You probably think niggas was sitting there saying, and the history of our tribe was such and such. No, nigga, it had a rhythm to it. It was in song and dance, nigga. All right. And so storytelling, right? Matter of fact, that's the best way we learn through stories. Early hip hop was storytelling, my nigga. Right now, these young boys is telling stories in their music. You too fucking old to realize that they storytelling about the world around them. The same thing the Gulag did. He talked about the history of his particular tribe and the world around them and their interaction with the world. You is crazy out on your feet, dog. I'm done.
Blues musician, reggae music musician.
So you're
saying
saying
look,
Shaka
so look,
Zulu
I have a
was
book.
B-boy.
I have a book.
I have a book. Are you saying Shaka
No.
Zulu was a
Can you
B-boy?
yo, please hush. Because I need you to check this book out. It's by Eileen Southern.
Shaka Zulu was a B-boy.
Yo, come on. I need him because he thinks he knows what he's talking about. This book is called The Music of Black Americans, right? It's by Eileen Southern. This book traces the creation of every form of music back to where? The griots that Ankh was just talking about, the song and dance that the Africans did, you know, when they would be out there shouting and beating on the drums and pray and all that. They traced all of that back. So blues, soul music, gospel, all that is African created. Which
cowboy music too.
All of it. Rock and roll. Everything. Everything.
How did you get in this? I thought this was a Jamaican argument going on.
Hold up. Because
you mute your mic, Fabio.
You mute your mic because right now I got another source here for you.
Mute this man.
Yo, we adopted Sabio, bro.
Non-Jamaican speaking.
Yo. I need you to hush. I need you to hush.
Heck no. Okay,
because I also took a class. I also took a class on this. Yes, I also took a class on this. It's called hip hop, the study of hip hop. Okay, so I have this source here, and the book you can get. You can also get this book. Damn, I done lost the name of it. It's when I remember it, I'll let you know. But it says the African continent, its legacies, challenges, and history have long served as a focal point of what many label conscious hip hop in the late 80s and 90s, is evidenced by the works of such artists as X-Clan. All right. So let me see. This source, I'm trying to get to where it actually traces since its inception, hip hop artists have used the art form to provide alternatives about the realities of Black life in America. They have also used their art to deliver deliberate and provocative commentary concerning the significance of race, place, and belonging. Some have argued that over the last decade or more, such hip hop, particularly hip hop which champions Pan-African vision, has gone underground, and that what remains is rap created for mass consumption. So, man, this ain't even the right source. I grabbed the wrong source.
Where their blood?
Come on,
oh man, yo, you done, yo.
Yo, Haskell,
I grabbed the wrong source.
This is your fault, Haskell. I told you not to
actually, that's my fault.
Actually, that's
the wrong source. They talked about me.
Yo, you back out of the family, Sabio.
You kicked up. You had him on the ropes. Yo, you gave this nigga.
John was Sabio, fuck it up, brother.
John Noah,
Y'all
mute
stupid.
yourself.
Yo, that was the wrong source. They was actually talking about music and how
Yo,
it
you're
gets
in the wrong.
transformed.
Yo,
I'm
Savior,
on the
let me
wrong
say this.
source.
Let me say
The
this.
wrong
My
place.
fault.
Bye,
I'm in the wrong
Savior.
place.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm in
you
the
done
wrong
woke, you done
place. I
put
was
water
actually
on the
looking for.
smelling salt on this man, yo.
I actually
You
thought that
done
was the
gave this
book
man smelling
that
Yo,
I
salt,
was
yo,
mute
and
your
looking
Savior. Let
for.
me say something. Let me
Oh
say something.
God.
watch.
Let me
Go
say
ahead and get him.
something.
Go ahead and get him,
Go
American
ahead. Come
Dream.
on.
Go ahead.
I'm with you.
Let me get
I'm
him,
waiting.
please. So
Go
here's what
ahead.
I'm
Talk.
saying. Here's what I'm saying. For some reason, y'all think when especially Jamaicans
Oh,
tell
God.
y'all think that Jamaicans want y'all to stop being African. When in
No.
reality, Jamaicans are way more close to their Africanness than Black Americans are.
That
When
is
was the
so.
last time y'all heard a
That
black
is so
Why,
rapper?
dumb.
yo?
Bro,
Last
why
time you
you
heard a
say
black
that?
rapper sing about Africa?
Oh
Man.
When
Why
was
would
the
you even
last
say
time you
that?
heard a
Let him
black
say it. Let
rapper
him say
sing
it.
about
We get him.
Africa? Yeah, let me finish off. When was the last time you heard a black rapper or a black R&B singer sing about Africa? When was the last time you heard a reggae singer sing about Africa? Every freaking day. When was the Jamaicans have a more of an affinity for Africa than Black Americans do. So for y'all to think that the reason we're telling y'all that calling yourselves African Americans is different than when we call ourselves Jamaican, for y'all to imagine that we're doing it because we want to deny Africa, because we want you to deny Africa, is a false thinking. We do not want you to deny Africa.
No.
And the reason we know that is because we
He doesn't
embrace
speak
Africa.
from
You can hear it in our music
So hold on. Let me get
and
some
in our
clarity
culture.
here.
Yeah, that's his
Yeah,
opinion.
American
Yeah.
Dream. Let me get some clarity
He's
here.
dreaming.
If I can condense your argument, if I could distill it into one sentence, right? Your basic contention is the appending of the word African to the nationality American is redundant and silly. Would that be fair to say if we were to condense this thing down? Does that kind of encapsulate what you're trying to get across?
The main thing I'm trying to get across is that your culture, I believe that culture is most effective when it's tied to a nationality, right? So if you're going to adopt a culture, right, it should be a culture that's if you're going to adopt or create a culture, it should be a culture. It should be tied to a nation or a nationality in order for it to be really effective and to give you the value that you want from it.
Right.
So what I'm suggesting
hold on. But
is that
answer the question
let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
No, real quick. So appending the name, do you have an issue or do you find it problematic, the appending of the word African to American as a cultural or an identifier?
The reason, and yes, and the reason I'm just saying that is because they are tying their listen, Haskell, don't cut me off. They're tying their culture to a continent, which is Africa. They're not tying their culture to a nation or a country. They should tie their culture to a country. That's why I said earlier that it's better off. They'd be better off if they call themselves American Americans. Like if they have a problem with calling themselves just American, like rather than they should just be American.
All
And
right, we
they should
heard
tie
you.
their
Okay,
culture to America.
Cool.
And
No,
that's where
don't
they
jump.
get the
Hey, Savior,
value
no,
out
you
of it.
don't got him. Stop, Savior. You gave this man fucking
No, I
smelling
didn't.
sauce, water.
No, I didn't.
You
I
fucking
didn't try to
bell.
do that. I
The
put up the
rubber
wrong
came out.
source.
The
I got
nigga
him
was
right
on the
here.
road show. You hit an
I got
early
him right
bell,
here.
all that shit. Be quiet.
Look,
Let me make
I
this
got him
point.
right here.
Nah, you don't got him. No, let me go now. I know how
I
to
got him
handle
right
off the
here.
top of the dome. Listen, I'm telling you that
There
all
it is.
humans. Hold on, man. No, it ain't. We ain't listening to you, so man. I know.
Right there
Now
on the
listen to you,
screen.
Savior. Well, we
Right
trying
there
to
on the screen.
Hey, Savior, if you don't shut the hell up. You the one rung the bell early, nigga. The nigga was
Look,
down, nigga.
I got it right here on the screen.
Yeah, you could
hit the
go
bell
after
too early. You
Sabio.
fell off. You
All right,
sneezed
go ahead.
and hit
All
the
right.
bell, nigga, and stopped the ring. He was done.
I
He was
got
done.
when you finish, I got
you
it.
won't. No, you won't.
Yes, I do.
So listen.
Trust me, I'm gonna finish him off.
Listen, the only thing that American Dream is expressing right now is just the way he feels. He feels as if we ain't this and that's not true, yo. Like Africa is in our heart. That's why we all on the show, because it's in our heart. So no matter if we use the words, you don't think it's the right words. I know when the Black Panthers was connecting to Africa, they was in their heart. Like you can't say that African Americans don't love Africa. That's the most crazy. The whole conscious community was supposed to be based on that. The John Henry Clarks, the niggas went pseudo. It's why I came to the fucking rescue to say, oh, yo, we can love Africa and fuck with science too. We don't gotta believe in God to love Africa. So, yo, everybody got their way because we was all caught up in the slave trade. Whether you're in Jamaica, whether in the motherfucking South America, Brazil, or in the halls of Baltimore, some goddamn way, in Murphy Homes that they blew up. Listen, man, it's in our heart, yo. And the way we express it is going to be different based off of our environment. What does your environment allow you to get away with? How much of that can you express before you got to grab on to something else around you? It's always that, bro. And I said it like an hour ago. So I don't know what you about to do. You about to fuck. I don't know.
All right, so I'm not about to fuck it up.
You let me down, Sabian. You rang the bell.
Look.
You gave him the smelling sauce. You called the ref, and he was done. He was done. Yo, they was count. It was on 9, and you rung the bell, nigga. You gave him.
I slipped up.
Come on, nigga.
I got him. Washington, D.C. Hip hop, which started as a music and a culture in New York in the 70s, was a product of inner city life and has historically been the voice of the Black inner city youth. But it has deep Jamaican and African roots, which can be seen in the rawness of its beats and the rhythm of its lyrics. Some of the first pioneers of hip hop were from the Caribbean and brought with them the same rhythms and style that were to give birth to reggae in Jamaica. Looking back into hip hop's history, one inevitably bumps into West Africa. Hip hop, like all African American music styles, borrows from African traditions. In the case of hip hop, this is particularly true of its lyrics and their delivery. Rapping in African music and culture is a tradition that was carried to the New World in the 1400s. History has come full circle, and rap music and hip hop culture are now being recreated by African youth all over the continent, who have taken rap's current day manifestations and added a new African twist.
All right, I already killed him. You backed it up.
But let me listen one last.
Good point. That's a great point. Can we ponder those results for a minute, though? Let's ponder those results. Let's ponder that for a minute, yo. Everybody just think about what just was read. All right, we all said it earlier. We said it. Now we source it up. So at this point, American Dream, we're not listening to you. You need a piece of paper at this point. We don't believe you. Matter of fact, we're thinking, you know what the hell you're talking about. At this point, to get back into this conversation, at least for me to have a conversation with you, you need a goddamn source to say what you're saying.
No, but
stop trying to imitate Chef Renell. When he's
remember you said it, bro. He's giving his opinion, so he don't really need no source. He just talking about how he feel.
Look at Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey, UNIA, Back to Africa movement. Marcus Garvey's largest following in the world was found in the United States of America by African Americans who had the Back to Africa, who had Africa in their heart so much that they gave thousands and thousands of dollars to fund for the opportunity to go back to Africa. If the Black Americans didn't see themselves as Africans, why did they join the UNIA in such large numbers? Why were they attached to that organization? And then to deny and to call people African American, dude, they're disrespectful on so much levels with little knowledge.
Tired of the disrespect. He don't bring nothing but his asshole ass opinion.
Hey, but I wanted to ask y'all, for the Americans on the panel, I wanted to ask if anyone knows, where did the pickled stuff come from? The pickled eggs and the pickled pig's feet and all that. What's the history on that?
I think it just lasted long when you pickled the shit. You know what I mean? It just lasted longer, yo.
But that's unique. That's something uniquely developed by the slaves, right?
No,
I'm not sure. I don't know.
No,
I think
like how we preserve the roots wine and shit. I mean,
hey,
kind of shit.
You know some? Hey, Unc, you know some ill shit I learned on home team history. He was talking about playing the dozens. He said that came from. Yeah, he said that came from West Africa. Like they used to have actual tournaments in the 14th century and the 15th century. You know what I'm saying? We just roasting people. Like, that was some raw shit to me. Like, he was like, I'm thinking that was some American shit. That shit came from Africa. Talking about a bitch mama and all that, and you so black, and
Jonas,
that's some
yes,
African
sir.
shit.
That's African shit.
I already know it, nigga. That's why I'm a champion, nigga.
Nah, you ain't no roaster, bro.
Nigga, I'm roasting books, nigga. You don't know?
You definitely roasted a book.
Books, yo, no.
Ankies are Nazi.
Yo, that was crazy.
Bobby thinkers are Nazi. Only Nazis burn books. Burn the book.
Barbecue that.
Barbecue chicken.
Somebody TV
Yo,
loud
who
as
got
shit.
music in the background, man?
I gotta mute that out, yo. You're gonna turn that
music back there.
About to run out, show off the thing with that. Mute that, man. Somebody...
I think that's Clark and Jackson. Who's Clark and Jackson?
Man, yo, Mark, get him out of there, Clark. Come on, yo. Hey, Chef, you got to mute some Sosa.
Hey, well,
Nigga thought somebody thought they was at the hip hop hall or something.
Hey, you know, hey, everybody got good points. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I said.
Yeah, everybody.
So that's how you take over. That's how you come in. Hold on, you play music. You play music, and then when we say, "Yo, who playing music?" then you jump in and start talking. That's a good one.
Hey, but also the Caribbean.
The music technique.
Hey, hold on. The Caribbean, we also gotta give praise to them. You know, like George Padmore. They the ones started Pan-Africanism, though. You dig? Black American was the first who's, you know, I know using the word African, being African, as you know, saying, but yeah, everybody had good points, you know what I'm saying?
And the biggest point is, I'm glad you brought that up. The biggest point that motherfuckers is denying is that motherfucking Caribbean Americans are African Americans too. Like, and the reason why I say that is because the same way you brought up that Pan-Africanism, what the hell? The same way you brought up Pan-Africanism was started by people in the Caribbean like Marcus Garvey and them, was big proponents of that. African American or African study groups and stuff was started by people from the Caribbean also, or people in the Caribbean contributed to it, like Schomburg and them, right? I think he was from Puerto Rico.
George Padmore.
George Padmore, you know what I mean? Martin Garvey, Schomburg, you know what I mean? All of these people were from the goddamn Caribbean, and they come to America and blend in with American culture and push their ideas among African Americans, because those ideas both better with African Americans than it did with people in the Caribbean at that time. So that just says a lot, you know what I mean, about the progressiveness of African Americans versus Caribbean Americans.
Hey,
because the most progressive,
that's a hell of a point. Damn, that's heavy.
Yeah, the most progressive Caribbean people didn't get their show on the road until they came to the African American community. They tried the same things in the Caribbean, but it just didn't float as well. You know what I mean? And it's probably because of the close cultural tie to colonialism versus the separation that African Americans had amongst the white colonials in North America. That's my point.
Stefan, that's exactly what I'm saying when I brought up my grandmother, when I brought up Marcus Garvey and the largest following he had in America. We have to accept it that the relationship between the Caribbean African and the African American is a symbiotic one. We have benefited greatly from it.
Yep.
But yet still,
all the same.
This dude is now saying that the African American is not African. The African American.
I live in the Jamaican. I live in the Jamaican American community, so I definitely see the ties. Like my first couple girlfriends was Jamaican, so you know what I mean. They ain't even know. You know, that ain't. I see it. It's the same shit. You feel me? They just talk funny.
Listen,
They feel the same about the Baltimore.
The colonizer was international, and he carried the same bag of tricks anywhere he went.
But hold on. Let me also say this also, but you know, I read Marcus Garvey book, and he was talking about how the lighter skinned Jamaicans were you know, would date other mixed skinned the darker skin was the majority, and the mulattoes were the second largest group, and the smallest group was the white. And they used to only do deals with the mulatto, and the mulatto would look at the darker skin, which was the majority, as not equal and nothing like that.
What did I say about my grandmother? What did I say about my grandmother?
So to me, white folks are the most conniving and smartest group I ever seen, because when they know they're not the majority, they would try to divide, you know, saying certain group. Now it's different in America, because America, they were the majority, but they blend the mulatto and the darker African in America together. You know what I'm saying? It's a little different in Jamaica and the Caribbean, but that's why the leaders of the Pan-African movement had a stronger
affinity
saying in America. But when Marcus Garvey went back to Jamaica, the Jamaican people wasn't looking at him like that. They wasn't looking at him like how Black American was looking at him in the early 1900s. They didn't respect him.
Right. That's because he moved around. Like it's all right. First when he left, I think he went to like
England.
Yeah, he went to England.
No, he didn't.
Did.
He didn't go to England first. I promise you, he ain't go to England first. I think he went to Central South America somewhere.
He went to England.
You're right, Sheffrin. You're right.
Sheffrin South America first.
He died in England eventually, but he didn't go there first.
No. I think he died in Jamaica.
Was he buried in England? Where was he buried at?
He died in England. Was buried in England.
Yeah, he died in England. And his body was still passed
to Jamaica. I'm saying when he first went to South America to get his shit off the ground, and he wrote a paper. I think it was in Panama or somewhere.
Actually, he wanted to start that in Jamaica, but he knew Jamaica was small.
Yeah,
so when,
Jamaica wasn't fucking with him. You know what I mean? Yeah, like some you right, 22 Love. He went everywhere but Africa. That nigga was wild. Like how the fuck he
No, because he
went
was
everywhere but Africa.
I don't think he was welcome in Africa by the colonizers.
Ah, man, y'all banging on Garvey. Is anything
that was the issue.
He had one of them hats. You said always look at their hats, yo.
Hey, Chef going after all the sacred cows, bro. First was Nzinga. He took Nzinga away from us. Then he took Egypt. Now he gonna take Garvey. That nigga Chef is a
Garvey.
I had to take Nzinga away.
You
from
ain't
y'all.
take Nzinga, nigga.
Y'all was you holding on to a ghost. You need to let that shit
you
go.
Right. She is the motherfucker ghost, nigga, of African liberation. Nigga, you right. That is the ghost.
No, you holding on to a motherfucker ghost. Let her go, yo. You know what I mean? Now Garvey is tricky. Because I don't know if he was scheming or not. But I'm not even gonna do it. I'm gonna leave it alone.
Man. Yeah, you tripping. Leave that alone.
Leave it alone.
Yo, you said he didn't really buy the boat, but he bought the boat. He didn't buy the boat, he bought the boat.
Yo, so hold on. So Garvey, so when Umar said he a descendant of Garvey, he might not have been lying, is what you saying, Chef. Like he on that same type of time.
Yeah, Umar scamming too.
That's
He
some
might be
cut.
trying
Yeah,
to
that's
tell us
crazy.
something.
Hey, ain't no,
Might be
hey,
trying to tell us
wait,
something.
ain't no two.
Don't say Garvey
he's a
scam.
descendant.
Nah, don't do that.
Hey, ain't no
Umar
two.
doesn't say Garvey, man. He says Frederick Douglass.
Nah, he
Oh yeah,
say
yeah.
Garvey too.
Nah,
His
Garvey wasn't
academy,
scam.
his
And
make-believe
Garvey, too.
academy is called the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, American Dream. So
Yeah,
he
it is.
claimed
Yeah.
Garvey too.
Yeah,
Sure, but
Garvey
he
too.
only claims ascendant or to be a
Oh, I
descendant
get what you're
of
saying.
Douglas.
Direct descendancy from
Right, only with
right, I
Douglas.
got you.
Frederick Douglass.
Oh. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow I was.
But yo, Chef, man, you can't just say that and just let that float out there. I don't know if at some later date you're gonna get into some specifics of why you think Garvey might have been on some shuffling. I ain't never heard nobody say it like just raw like that.
I
bro.
mean, like
Garvey was definitely on some shuffling.
Hey.
Damn, 220 Love said straight up. She said Garvey was a scammer in
Yo,
all
look,
caps.
man, that
Yeah, I
man went to
believe
jail
that.
behind that shit. Look, he
Yeah,
went to
Garvey
jail
was
behind
definitely a
that shit.
scammer.
I mean, I ain't
Hey,
I ain't
he go to
gonna
jail behind a lot of shit, bro.
Oh man.
Hey, I went to jail behind some shit.
Brother Unc,
That don't mean
aka
nothing.
Bobby Banger, has nothing to do with this conversation.
I know you don't, but
I don't believe it,
you
Elvis.
know me and you already had this conversation.
I don't even remember.
I can agree. Agree you don't want to have it online. We both agreed that we was never gonna have this conversation online.
Right.
So
Well, correct.
yeah,
And I don't even remember the
we got to.
conversation so much.
Hey, why we can't have this? I want to hear this. Why we can't?
Because these niggas can't handle the truth. You see me fussing over the Dogon right now. These niggas are trash.
Man, listen.
Oh man.
I study histories. What happened with Adolf Hitler in Germany was they fought too many wars on too many fronts. You gotta let it cool down first.
Yeah, we can't take every fight on right now. You know what I mean? We gonna
Hey,
just
boy,
spread
hey.
too thin, and they gonna
Hey,
pick us off.
nigga.
Haskell.
If y'all go after
ourselves
Garvey,
too thin.
nigga, every conscious community group pulling up, nigga. The Mossy pulling up, Sarnetta them pulling up. Goddamn.
Man.
Nigga.
Red, black, and green pulling up.
Y'all something wrong with y'all, man.
Hey,
I'm no longer listening to this show.
yo. Hey, Chef. To be honest, hey, Chef.
Oh, look at the screen. It's red, black, and green.
Hold on, but Chef, let's be honest though.
No, don't do American Dream. No.
Hold on. The NOI 3 years later started, and they had the same.
They duplicated the process, right?
Mm-hmm. And they were using Marcus Garvey line.
Garvey.
Yep. Your mighty race. But they put Islamic shit on it. I believe the NOI, listen, this is my theory. The NOI, the NOI was founded by the American government.
Y'all niggas.
Yeah, they tripping, y'all.
Hey,
I ain't tripping,
nigga.
nigga.
Y'all fucking up
They
might not be tripping with that one.
They got rid of Black Moses, Marcus Garvey, and brought that.
Yo, all the our friends gonna fall out with them, boy. They gonna be like, "Oh, you hanging with them niggas."
I'm getting phone calls now. Oh my god.
Y'all know but y'all understand what their main scam was, right?
Nigga say you changed, ever since you started hanging with them niggas.
The major scam was American Dream came up here without a source, and now he's trying to redeem itself.
No. But the main scam, right? The main scam and
it
wasn't just Garvey. It was also, it was most of the Black leaders that came out of the Black Power movement and out of the 60s. Their main scam was really the Africa thing, trying to get Black people to be Africans. And they,
American Dream looking to get shot.
You looking to get shot again. Stop. You already dead. Stop trying to come back to life. You hurt,
American Dream.
Just
Leave
stop.
them people and the organizations alone.
Stop before I cut you down
That's
to size.
a fact.
Before
Like,
I take
you
your
know,
head
'cause
off
this is-
again. I don't want to do it again.
Sabio, humble yourself.
No, you humble yourself because right now you have no need to be speaking, sir. You are speaking on something you have no idea what you're talking about. You are a Jafakan who think you have some type of evidence and some type of voice and some type of knowledge, but you have none. You haven't shown a source to back up anything. You haven't shown a source, so you just talking off the top of your head is annoying. People come to these channels to learn, not just hear your stinking ass attitude.
Sabio, why you such a hater?
I'm not a hater.
No, you a hater, bro.
Nah, I don't like idiots.
You've been hating on me since day one. Why you hating?
I'm not a hater. You see the concept? No, the concept is if you come on these platforms, you come up here with sources to back up your argument.
Else for sources. Who else did you ask for sources?
Because everybody on this panel, the only person on this panel that had a contention.
Not
Listen. The only person up here who needed to show a source was you. I can't because everybody on this panel said everything on the claims that you was making. And you didn't. All it was your stinking ass attitude. You know what the claims you was making.
All right, man. I ain't trying to hear y'all.
Sabio.
I'm done.
One claim I made that I needed to put a source for.
Hold on, Magic Mike and Magi's in the building. Who want to go first?
Oh, so I'm not going.
Go ahead, Smash.
I wanted to say though. No.
Peace to the brothers.
Go ahead, man.
How y'all doing?
What else, man?
Nothing. I just tapped in. I was smoking, and I heard somebody y'all was beating up Garvey. Didn't even finish my joint. I said, "Hold the fuck on." Because I know we be doing it and shit, but I want to hear the sourceable contention that we got with what Brother Garvey put forth. The sourceable contention, not the gossip and the hoopla. Point us to the facts about him scamming.
Nigga, keep that same energy, Chef.
No, I said I wasn't going to do it. I said I wasn't going to do it. Man, already.
See, that's that crazy shit. No, not because
we taking on too many fights.
Yeah, y'all do be. I wish I could have said this in the back room. Y'all be putting them all on y'all shoulders. It kind of be like y'all be just trying to see who y'all gonna get mad today. You feel me? I told you I couldn't stop smoking.
No, you know what I mean? So let me, all right, without seeming like we're bashing them, do you think it was some type of, is there some reason to raise an eyebrow?
Definitely not. I perused all that information. We could go in on Garvey history right now.
So that's good without bashing them. Let's do it without, you know what I mean?
Without making the community mad, because we love the serial killers. We know y'all don't got that in y'all heart, but y'all be keeping it too real a little bit. Sometimes I say, let me just say something. This is what you call an inconvenient, if what you're saying is truth. It is called an inconvenient truth. Yep. Sometimes the truth ain't, we misuse the truth. That's what Black people do. And like you might say some shit in the wedding. He's sleeping with Cheryl. You gonna scream that in the middle of a wedding? You know what I'm saying? That's what we mean by inconvenient truths. And some shit, that's why they give out knowledge in degrees, because everybody can't handle information. Some people get some information and muddy up their own house. You fuck up your own house. That's what I'm saying. But that's just my standpoint. I do want to know if you got something sourceable that'll lean me towards your view. You see what I'm saying?
All right, let my bad. I clicked off. My phone had rung. So this the thing with Garvey. Now I know that his business partners did some shit, and his followers are basically saying now that it was his business partners and the white boys that got him tangled up in the shit, or they did the shit
the wrong way or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? And it wasn't necessarily. Go ahead.
Hey, Chef, you sure you don't want to set up a show with you and this brother where you're more prepared and y'all go through this?
But we ain't debating or nothing.
We ain't debating.
To the people.
Okay.
We ain't gonna debate. We just give some
Well,
clarity
nah,
for the
I know
listeners.
y'all are not debating. I know y'all are not debating, but I know y'all are having a really good conversation. And you know, but go ahead, like I'm just wishing. You know what I mean? I'm hoping.
Yeah,
Chef,
I
you know,
because I don't want to seem like I'm attacking Garvey. So
against Garvey.
I'm
right,
trying to.
And I don't want you to feel like on the spot to like because you may not remember details of stuff, and I would rather.
No, I'm pulling it up now. I'm pulling it up now.
And nor am I in a position to defend him. I'm
The
simply trying to
issue
get
is
more. I know y'all don't got no ill will in y'all hearts, right? But y'all know y'all be going at cats hard, right? So show me what you've seen to make you feel like it's qualified to be online talking about Garvey or scammers.
Well, I'm just going to be very general. I'll be very general with Garvey and leaders like him from that time. I have nothing to say negative about him, but I do think that him and others like him were not necessarily prepared to run their organizations once they got to the level that they rose to. From a management standpoint, from a finance standpoint, most of these guys, they just weren't prepared to, and maybe even never thought that their organizations would rise to that level of prominence. So once they got there, it presented a host of challenges that they were just not necessarily prepared to deal with. And, you know, human error may have come in and they made some mistakes. They may have tried to hide the mistake. We just don't know. But I do think the intent was positive from the beginning.
Okay, now that I can rock with.
I can rock with that.
I can rock with that all day. Your outcome may not have necessarily been your intent, but your intent was not upfront indicative of going to scam and hustle people. Thank you very much.
Did he ever falsify any of his credentials?
I don't know.
Nope.
I don't know.
Not that I'm aware of.
Garvey never claimed to be anything other than who he was.
I do know he was driving around in army outfits like he was a general in an army, and he wasn't. He had nothing to do with an army. So in that respect, you know, to say he never pretended to be something he wasn't.
He was representing his
own
powerful
pictures. Some of his most powerful pictures are pictures of him dressed in like Royal Army garb.
He was represented in his organization. They had a dress code. It's like people belonging to a group, and they develop a dress code. He was the leader, and he dressed that way, but he never pretend to be anything else. He never tell you that he's Dr. Garvey or that he heals the sick.
But here's the thing, though, right? Hello.
You know, that's why I wish more research was done on it. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
man. So is the NAACP? Go ahead.
Yeah, Marcus Garvey is one of my favorite. Somebody to look up to, right? To a point that my Metro PC, my name is Marcus Garvey. But anyways, here's the thing though, that I got a question though. Now, he was supposed to be sending people to my people country, Liberia. Now, it was already established. Liberia was already a sovereign nation at that time. So I questioned that was one thing I questioned about Garvey. Like, yo, how are you gonna set up a nation within a nation of Liberia? That's the only thing I questioned about. You know, I was a little confused because it was already established already. It was already a sovereign nation at that time. But he wanted to set up shop in Liberia. But how are you gonna do that in another sovereign nation at that time? So that's the only core I had with Marcus Garvey.
Because at that time, Liberia was established for Liberia. The purpose of Liberia, the establishment of Liberia, was for freed American slaves. Right?
Yeah,
let me finish. All of the other African countries were colonized or colonies of England who did not want African people there in large numbers. Liberia was willing to accommodate us. So he was going there. And it wasn't really to establish, to set up a government. It's more like to strengthen. that was a country that would have accommodated us. The other states that were controlled by the Belgium, the English, did not want us there. But because
if you tried that today, you would probably say, okay, let me get 50. Let me go over there. Let me do a little test study, see how it works, and then we'll add 100. Then we'll add another 50, and you do it in levels instead of this overall mass thing that got out of control.
Let me ask you why.
Hold on. To a point that Marcus Garvey never went to Liberia.
Did they not go in mass? When the
never-
Jews were going back to Palestine, did they go back pieces or did they go in mass? Why we as a people have to go in pieces? When other people going to reclaim a land, they go in mass. It's like an exodus. We can't have an exodus.
Stupid. What I'm also saying is Marcus Garvey did not settle or even went to Liberia before or after he left or left when he got expelled from Georgia when they sent him back to Jamaica. He never attempted to go to Liberia. Only I think a couple of his people did go, but he never
was broke. He was broke then, yo.
Right. See the level of complexity of pulling something off like that logistically and financially is why you would do it in phases. And then the people that relocate, you could come along and say, hey, they could kind of be your advocate saying, hey, this is how it is over here. They can convince others that, hey, this is something that we really need to do, blah, blah, blah. You try to do it in mass. The opportunity to fail increases exponentially, which is what happened.
Yeah, you're right about that. I agree, but I still love his attention back. I love how he was thinking.
Let me rebut that. The white people who got to Guyana, what do you call them Christian there? They have a special name. There's an offset of the Mormon church. When they went to Guyana, they went in mass. They didn't have any money. But now they control a lot of the Guyanese economy. People traverse. Is that we as a people didn't have certain skills. That's why probably would never do so well in Liberia. We never have the required skills necessary to really establish and do well in Liberia. But people always, from day one, when people move in, as we talk about people move from one place to the other, when people move in, as early as 60,000 years ago, they didn't send two people. It's the whole village pack up and went. They didn't know what was over the river or over the hills or across the horizon, but everybody went in mass.
Which people are you talking about? The people that went where?
Early people, early man. When early people was moving, was migrating.
Yeah, but those people
to migrate.
Yeah,
did
but
they
those
send
people
two people to migrate, or did they migrate in mass?
No. But those people were all aligned with the idea that we're going to migrate. They had made up their minds they were going to do it. They didn't have to be convinced they were going to do it because they wanted to do it. You see what I'm saying? It's a little different. They were all aligned on the idea. Make sense?
All right, so let me say this, if everybody, about Garvey. Now, not to attempt to drag him, but to put it all out on the table, the things that he was accused of at his time, right? I won't go into nothing, speculative, you know what I mean, but how people viewed him at the time that he was alive or doing what he was doing. I think that's the most telltale of how people felt about him. When somebody died or years later, we can create superheroes, right?
Romanticize them.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So for me, I feel like people like Garvey has been overblown or blew up more than, you know what I mean, than they was at their own time, because you have to remember how Marcus Garvey died, right? Being poor, you know what I mean, a shell of himself. So he didn't go out there. In his prime in Harlem, he was the man. I have no doubt of that. You feel me? But where he ended up being, you know what I mean, is far from where he basically he ended where he started at. So
lower than where it started at.
yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? So how African Americans at the later part of his deportation, how they begin to view him is where we need to start to look at Marcus Garvey, you know, A. Philip Randolph and them, you know, and the NAACP. Now I know the NAACP. Yeah, I know the NAACP. Right. I know the W.E. Du Bois. Now, W.E.B. Du Bois is tricky to me, right? Because if he would have said the type of things now that he said about Garvey back then, a lot of African Americans now would be offended by the shit that he used to say about Garvey.
Give me an example. Give me an example.
He was a bully. He was a member. W.E. Du Bois was an asshole. He undermined Garvey.
But Chef, give me an example.
Like you know, talking about his looks, right? Because he had more he had more African features, right, than Du Bois did. Exactly.
But also Garvey in that book, he said that he didn't trust people like Du Bois because Du Bois because he was one of those fair skin cats that he knew of in Jamaica. He didn't trust those fair skin ass looking motherfuckers.
And he was that. Du Bois was that.
And he was, but the crazy thing about it, when Du Bois got kicked out of the NAACP, right? Years later, where did he die at?
In Africa. What?
In Ghana, where Garvey trying to, you know, have his people. It's kind of ironic, like how you end up where the play, how you decide. I mean, it's just tricky because Du Bois' whole shit was if you perform well in America, the white man will reward you.
Right.
Reward you with listening to Garvey. Said, fuck that shit. You know what I'm saying? We don't need a white man to reward. We could get our own. We could have our own God that look like us. You know what I'm saying? Our own land. You know what I'm saying? We can make our own rules and regulations. We don't need to be under the white man yokes. Come on now, man. But then Du Bois at 80, 90 years old, he took his wife and then both died in Ghana. Ain't that something? That's crazy.
Because Du Bois realized that everything that he believed in most of his life was a lie. That's why he went to Africa. Because he realized that everything that he believed in most of his life that he preached, that if you're a good, talented tenant, you're a good, bright, well-behaved African, you'll be accepted by the European, by the white man. And he was a good boy all his life. Well-educated, spoke well, dressed well, and undermined the blackest of the blackest. And yet still he was not accepted. I'm not saying that Garvey was not a scammer, but Garvey brought a lot to the table. He died like a pauper, yes, but he brought a lot to the table.
Yeah, well, you know, one of the things that Garvey always claimed is that Booker T. Washington program is what, you know, made him want to come to America in the first place. And Booker T. Washington was always at odds with Du Bois also. So you can see how that they was going to have that rift in ideology regardless.
Booker T. Washington's intention was to develop the skill of the black man.
Yeah, definitely.
Equip him with skill that he can form a nation. Right? W.E. Du Bois was about intellectualism. W.E. Du Bois wanted to be a Socrates, a philosopher, somebody who would have fixed out brilliant idea and to speak. And so the black man should be more refined. He should speak like the European. He should act like the European. Is an artist.
I agree. So let's read. Go to the wiki and read the criminal charges of Du Bois. I mean, I said Du Bois. Wow. Of Garvey, and let's see where it lands at. All right. criminal charges from 1922 to 1923. In January of 1922, Garvey was arrested and charged with mail fraud for having advertised the sale of stocks in a ship, the Orion, which the Black Star Line did not own yet. All right. So he was selling stocks to a ship that he didn't even own yet. That's the charge, right? He was bailed out for $2,500. Hoover and the BOI were committed to securing a conviction. They had also received complaints from a small number of Black Star Line's stock owners who wanted them to pursue the matter further. Now, these were probably Black people who invested in the Star Line. They wanted the government to go forward with the charges because they felt like they got scammed, all right? Garvey spoke out against the charges he faced, but focused on blaming not the state, but rival African-American groups for them, all right? So Garvey started to blame other African-American groups to conspiring to take him down, right? That the charges was trumped up. These are other African-American groups that basically want my spot. That's what he was, you know what I mean? And want me out of the picture, all right? As well as accusing disgruntled former members of the UNIA in a Liberty Hall speech. He implied that the NAACP were behind the conspiracy to imprison him. The mainstream press picked up on the charge, largely presenting Garvey as a con artist who had swindled African-American people. All right, so what y'all think about that so far?
So what does that sound like? What does that sound like? Someone that doesn't know what they're doing, not experienced at that level of bringing a company to the market, or is that someone that intentionally kind of did that, or did they just kind of fall in the middle? I'm going to go that it's probably someone that did not know how to do what he was trying to do, didn't have the right advisors. It got out of hand. People lost money. This happens all the time in the market, by the way. You know, and that's what happened to him. He was ill-equipped.
All right,
could it be a little bit of both?
It could be a little bit of both. It could be a little bit of both. But guess what?
Right.
He wasn't lying, because if you read up on it, W.E. Du Bois, who was a member of the NAACP at the time, was an active proponent against Garvey during that trial, or even before. And a few complaints. Thousands of people invested. And when Hoover used a few, it's almost like what Hoover did to the Black Panther Party, where he introduced infiltrators into the party. And those can be agitators and complain, because any Black person could buy stock in the company at that time. So you could choose any collaborator, white collaborators, to buy stock into the company and then start complaining. He tried to finance the buying of the ship the wrong way. You know, you see the ship there? He said, we're going to buy. Let's sell stock to that ship. Garvey.
See, when you got your stuff tight and in order, the haters don't have as much opportunity to kind of knock you off.
But guess what? People have always financed things that way, even in the white community during that time. You look the financing.
I still do it now.
Yeah, I still do it now. They look the financing before they buy the product. They show you the product and say, this is ours. I will go and get the financing. It wouldn't have been a problem if it was a Rockefeller or a Vanderbilt who financed a train or an oil line, saying that we have the oil line before a pipeline was 1 inch of pipe was put in the ground. It wouldn't have been a problem to Hoover at the time. People need to understand who Hoover was. Hoover went after Martin Luther King with letters of his infidelity and promised to expose him if he took the Man of the Year award. That's the dude we're talking about here. Can we rely on Hoover as a source to condemn our people? We need to take that into consideration.
Okay.
What's the next charge?
All right, so Smash, you got anything you want to say about that?
Yeah, I do. Because if we was talking about the brother being a scammer, we're not talking about, just like the brother just said, we're not talking about charges of his outright racist U.S. enemies. We are more or less concerned with whether he misrepresented his ownership to the people. Was he telling the people, look, we're trying to buy these boats. I need everybody to buy this stock in this company. And then the white man just had a problem with that? Or did he misrepresent his ownership? And even if he did, the brother just told you, in business, if you're trying to make an acquisition, that's not the most egregious thing. But I just wanted to know, did he misrepresent it to the people that he owned it or not? Or was he saying he's trying to buy it?
Okay. All right, so check the move. Magic Mike, you wanted to jump in? I see you open your mic up.
In order to gain more interest from investors, he probably overinflated his claim to whatever he was saying he owned. Again, which is not, uncommon in this type of practice. It happens today.
Yeah, and I'm willing to agree with that, but we ain't taking nothing into consideration that all of these charges, just like the brother said, was brought by Hoover, who was hell-bent on stopping the next Black Messiah, in those words. And so obviously he could have done things wrong, but we're talking about, are you a scammer or not whether you did faulty business practices.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on. All right. After his arrest, Garvey announced that the activities of the Black Star Line were being suspended. He also made plans for a tour of the Western and Southern states. This included a parade in Los Angeles, partly to woo back members of the UNIA's California branch, which had recently splintered off to become independent. In June 1922, Garvey met with Edward Young Clark, the imperial wizard pro tempore of the Ku Klux Klan, at the Klan's office in Atlanta. Garvey made a number of incendiary speeches in the months leading up to that meeting. And he thanked the whites for Jim Crow. Garvey once stated, and quote, "I regard the Klan, the Anglo-Saxon clubs, and white American society, as far as the Negro is concerned, as better friends of the race than all other groups of hypocritical whites put together. I like honesty and fair play. You may call me a Klansman if you will, but potentially every white man is a Klansman as far as the Negro in competition with whites socially, economically, and politically is concerned. And there is no use of lying." End quote. News of God.
Stop there.
Yeah, I don't have no problem with that statement. I agree with it. I like my white supremacists right in my face. That's how I like them.
I have no problem with that.
But here's the thing. It's the same blueprint the Nation of Islam used. Remember, with the somebody having a meeting with the Klan member.
Oh yeah. What was the white boy name? Man. Come on, the one that was funding the Nation of Islam. Come on, pseudo killers. We just talked about this. Was it?
Anybody have a problem with that?
No, I don't have a problem. I'm just saying that the Nation of Islam copied the whole Garveyism kind of shit, like that. But they just put an Islamic shit on it.
Yeah, you gotta remember Garvey's fundamental idea was that Black people would never get a fair shake in America, and the only way to solve our problem was to separate, right? So in his worldview, him and the white supremacists fundamentally had the same aims. Right. And whatever he could use to achieve his objective, that's what he was going to do, because it's pragmatic. It's not a matter of, he hate Black people. And he looking at it from a straight up pragmatic point of view. Like, we got to separate from these people. And these white supremacists happen to agree with me. Right. So, he wasn't in bed with them like that.
Right. I agree.
What countries that war don't leaders need?
You said what?
When countries are at war, don't the leaders meet? Don't they have
Yeah.
conversations? Don't they talk?
Right.
Okay.
Sure do.
Yes, it do.
Problem is that
Okay.
the ideology is wrong. That's the problem.
Magic Mike, all right.
What's fun about the ideology? Isn't every white person racist?
Yeah, because no, the issue is now so are y'all separatists, right? And now if y'all agreeing with Marcus Garvey, agreeing with the goddamn Klan, then you also are saying that Martin Luther King and all of the gangs that we got from the civil rights movement was wrong.
It was wrong.
Y'all
It was
got to
completely
think
wrong.
about what y'all saying.
I
You know what
agree
If
with-
Marcus
I'm-
Garvey,
What?
hold on.
I agree.
I'm saying this for the chat. I'm saying this for the audience. If Marcus Garvey is correct, right? Then Dr. Martin Luther King and them was wrong.
He was
I'm
wrong.
gonna tell you
Y'all got
right
to
now.
deal with that.
Martin,
Yeah,
but
Martin
right?
Luther King,
Listen.
towards the end of his life, said he was wrong. Like he said he integrated us into a burning
A
house.
burning building.
So he came around to Garvey's viewpoint. Now, we'll say this, Chef, how viable is the idea in actually putting it into practice? This idea that we're gonna completely separate from what I don't think that's doable in any real practical sense, right? But the thinking behind it, I do happen to agree with the thinking that led to that. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The idea that these people ain't gonna never give us a fair shake. I agree with that part.
So so I'm just putting that I'm just putting that on the table that, you know what I mean, that is in complete contradiction to Dr. King and the civil rights movement.
It really isn't though, Chef, because
it is, and we all benefited from
it's
it.
in contradiction. Martin,
no,
the civil
listen, again, like I said, maybe with Dr. King's earlier philosophy, but again, towards the end of his life, he came to he had a reformation. You know, in fact, he there's recordings of him where he was he said he regretted the civil rights that civil rights legislation. Was that in 1966 they passed that? Y'all know what I'm talking about.
No.
And he was even saying that he was saying straight up that we need our money. Fuck all that other shit. It surprised me to hear those recordings because it was in stark contrast to what we know MLK for and what he represented earlier in his career. He was talking that ADOS cut the check shit towards the end of his career. Like, yo, we need our bread. All that sitting next to you and my kids playing with your kids, that shit is out.
But also,
MLK was saying that, bro.
Yeah, I kind of look as we look at it, right? If you feel like integration was the right thing for our people as we look at it right now, pretty much? Because
yeah, hell yeah.
Now, the only reason I say that because we had more. I think in the 50s, 1950s. I think we had smarter people back then in our community. I feel like we had business-minded people. I think we were relying on ourselves more than we are doing to this day.
That's called being strangled. That's called being strangled.
But I think that mindset. Listen. Yeah, but that mindset, right? Now, listen to this shit, right? Mm-hmm. We dominate in a field, right, that we don't control. We dominate in football, basketball, right, that we don't control. We more quicker, right, to think about, see, in those 56, we were to ourselves, we're buying together. Now, it seemed like everybody doing their own organization, rich guys doing their own organization by themselves, like little, little this, little. They don't come together. Man, I seen a picture with P. Diddy, Puff.
Yo, it's always been that way. Come on, yo, you gotta stop. You fantasizing. Listen, the fantasy is that black people were more together. Listen, in the 50s with Jim Crow and all of that shit still going on, before those civil rights bills and stuff was being passed, yo, you didn't have equal housing, yo. It was places you couldn't live at. You were restricted to certain school districts. Now, if you choose to do that, that's fine, right? Not being able to go in stores, right? That you actually had the money to afford, being like, no, that you actually saying that black people would like the living like that? Like, no, and that's why more black people got on what Dr. King and them was saying than what Marcus Garvey and them was saying. You feel me? Marcus Garvey and them was talking some old friend shit, yo. That shit sound good to some old revolutionaries. But for most people, they just want the regular old American shit, yo. You feel me?
Absolutely.
Most black people don't want to go back to Africa and struggle. No, they want the comfortability that
They want the white
America
picket
affords.
fence and the apple pie. They want the white picket fence and the apple pie.
Yeah, we want the shit that we work for, not the shit that we. So y'all got to get that shit out of y'all head to think that y'all grandparents actually, you know what I mean, wanted to take their children back to Africa. No, your grandparents was working in motherfucking steel mills and shit, and they wanted a motherfucking single family home and be able to take care of their kids the same way white people wanted. You know what I mean? We ain't want to go back to Africa.
Hold on. But how much
Some
of us
crazy
got the
niggas wanted to go back to Africa.
How much of us got the white picket fence and the apple pie and the dog that look like classic? How many of us got that? How many of us got the white picket fence, the apple pie, the chicken in the pot, and the dog that look like classic? How much of us got that? What percentage of us got that?
Today, the ones that are getting it are the ones that are working for it. So, there's your answer.
I have a fence and I have a fence and a dog.
That's what you're saying?
I have a fence and I have a dog.
I said today, Stu Peas. Now I don't know about 70s, 80s.
So
the ones
how many manufacturing companies we have?
I don't know.
That's irrelevant.
Manufacturing is not the only industry where you can get a job and do well.
Well, it's not irrelevant in this sense, Chef. It all depends on, you know, what your mindset is, right? If your mindset is ownership and autonomy, then the only way
Where you from? Where are you from?
Me, where I was born?
Yeah.
I was born in Jamaica.
All right. So when you left Jamaica, why you ain't go to Africa if Marcus Garvey was right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was 14. My mom brought me here. So
you can go now, my nigga. You can go now, my nigga.
Yeah, but again, Chef, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not necessarily agreeing with the whole going to Africa part, right? Because again, remember, whatever it is that you choose to do has got to be practically, you know, something that you could do, you know, in a practical sense, right? I agree with the fundamental idea that, you know, if autonomy and agency is the ultimate goal, then what Garvey is talking about as far as, you know, a kind of insulation or this kind of galvanizing, even if it's not necessarily pure hardcore separatism, right? The only route to that, right, meaning autonomy and complete agency, is that, right? Now, the road that is shorter and more comfortable, absolutely, is the assimilation route, you know, that you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? But if you do that, you're always going to be
at the bottom.
Right. You know what I'm saying? You could chalk out or you could etch out a nice little living for yourself as an individual. But if your aim is to gain power and autonomy, like you will never get it going that route.
You'll never get it. But I don't think they want that.
I think that's fine though, because you know, for each, it comes down to the individual, right? Everybody might not necessarily have the desire to, I want my people to be, to be, to have a complete self-determination and autonomy and all of that.
But the strategy made no sense. Because Garvey and his closest contemporaries could have moved over there for 6 months or 12 months, got some experience, set some infrastructure in place, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and then would have been able to kind of come back and explain the process. You see what I'm saying? That's not the route that it's not.
But here's the thing, Mike. Remember the conversation that we're having, and what Magi asked is, we're looking for, like something nefarious. What you're describing is possibly ineptitude. You know what I'm saying? That's a different thing. I did find some online recommended by the sister Purple Glitter in the chat of a letter that Garvey wrote to a white supremacist named Ernest Servier Cox. Right now, I found a little quote here. I haven't been able to find the actual letter, but let me read this quote real quick, right? It says, "The fact is, the modern Negro is a lazy, good-for-nothing slumberer. That is my conviction, arrived at by close and careful study and experience. And if something is not done for him, he will die as other unfit races have." That was Garvey's letter to Ernest Cox.
That's powerful right there.
I would throw that out like
it's real powerful. That shit is powerful as hell. Okay.
No, you gotta throw that out.
What throw what out?
Just say, like somebody just say that's Garvey's letter. He said he ain't got no primary. He can't find the primary. And we have to keep in mind, I'm not just blaming everything on white people, but have y'all ever seen anything on how the FBI went to far extents to vilify Marcus Garvey?
That's true.
Have y'all seen any of those specials? Y'all ain't seen none of those?
Yeah, and we've seen it with MLK too, also.
Yeah, and so I'm saying we would have to hear what his partners and contemporaries thought about a letter like that in his time, if they even knew about it. But I would just throw that out if I was just trying to be honest. Like, let's take somebody else besides Marcus Garvey and just say, here go a letter he wrote to somebody, and we don't got a source on it. But
take it with a grain of salt. I've yet to find a primary, so
I'm not blaming you for not having a primary. I'm just saying things like that coming from the time when they had these COINTELPRO movements is suspicious.
Yeah, so think about it from, all right, so we already dismissed Du Bois, right? So we're gonna dismiss Du Bois because Du Bois had the same issues with Booker T. Washington. All right, so he was standing on the other side of the fence completely already. So we can go with A. Philip Randolph, right? Now, if we all familiar with A. Philip Randolph, he was the precursor to the civil rights movement. So if you look at him, by him being in contention with Marcus Garvey program, right? And he would lean more towards Dr. King and them, right?
Yeah. He was an integrationist.
Yeah. So it would lean more like away from the criminal charges. You dig what I'm saying? Can we start to even look at it like Marcus Garvey was on the wrong side of the fence? Whether he did anything, whether he was a scammer or not, you know what I mean? Like the civil rights movement benefited us big time. We wasn't all going back to Africa. So that's like a pipe dream. You feel me? So for every African American that lives now and all of the people, Africans that came from the Caribbean and everywhere else, we all benefited from the opposition of Garvey, whether we like it or not. Whether Garvey should sound better or not, you know what I mean? The actual benefit came from his opposition versus his proponents. What y'all think?
So what you're saying that it was basically two camps at the time. It was two camps at the time: the separatists and the integrationists. Garvey stood on the side of the separatists.
He leaned more towards the separatists, and his meetings with the Ku Klux Klan and letters that speeches that he gave to his own organization about the Ku Klux Klan that we just read. Yeah, it would lean to that. Yeah,
and Philip Randall was an integrationist. He believed that we can be a part of the greater United States. And
Frederick Douglass, all on board.
Frederick Douglass. Yeah, but so Marcus couldn't have been the only separatist at the time. Weren't there other?
No, but he was the biggest. He was the biggest.
Yeah.
He was the biggest. But that's not criminal. That's not criminal though. We're discussing the criminal case.
Where was Noble Drew Ali at in his stance? Was he more of a separatist? Would you consider them a separatist? Noble Drew Ali, them kids?
I think they was all like Garveyites somehow.
Yeah,
because
it's weird. He was late to Garvey. Like they was, I think.
Yeah, he
followed him a little bit.
Yeah, it's weird with Drew Ali, right? Because Drew Ali was promoting a sort of separatism inside of this political body, right? If you read his if you read the Circle 7 and then his bylaws, right? What he was proposing was kind of building a framework kind of based off the United States Constitution and how the executive and the judicial branch and et cetera was formed, right? So the Moorish Science Temple was meant to be like a sort of microcosmic government, right? And then his idea was that microcosm would eventually over time grow and grow and grow to where it would basically supplant the superseding political body that was so in essence he had separatist ideologies, but he wasn't
inside of the American framework.
Right.
Was Booker T. Washington a separatist? Booker T. Washington came out as a separatist. Booker T. Washington was a separatist.
No, he was no separatist.
No, that's not what he was. Nothing to do Booker T like that.
He accepted separatism on the basis of white people racism. He didn't fight against it. He basically saying white people can have what they want, just let us be able to work, right? Don't starve us, you know what I mean, financially, right? Like if we have a skill, let us, thrive in that skill. Like if y'all allow us to, make y'all shoes, we're gonna be the best shoemakers. And if y'all gonna allow us to work in y'all manufacturing companies like for bricks and stuff, then we're gonna be the best brick and stone masons, right? We're gonna be the best farmers. Like whatever y'all allow us to do, we're gonna be the best at it in the workforce. That was kind of his thing. Like, he would be a more like a labor champion, right? A teamster, a labor champion for Black people, more than likely, but with skilled labor. Go ahead. Yeah, it would have been more like with skilled laboring.
Well,
that's why he created the technical school.
But W. Du Bois was totally against Booker T. Washington.
Yeah, because he was with the academics. He wanted to push university learning versus technical learning. He didn't think that the worker could push the Negro forward. That's his claim. The worker can't push the Negro forward, but the talented, exceptional Negro is the ones that can push us forward.
When you look at like the boys now, you can't just paint like stupid. You can't just paint the boy like he's just an idiot. Like that's not even.
No.
Even the nigga was brilliant.
Even in this day, you still have even forward-thinking individuals that think like, the most talented should supersede the lower level. Like in terms of voting shouldn't be for everybody.
because certain people don't even understand. You know what I mean? So that mindset, you can't just be like, just shut him down on some like he just.
And Du Bois
away.
and Du Bois was one of the greatest writers of all time. If you listen to how hold on. If you listen to how Barack Obama his speech, you could tell he was influenced by Du Bois. Yeah. If you listen to that, who that light skinned nigga with green eyes? Jesse, what's that nigga name? Jesse, when he said black magic or blue, whatever that shit on the BET award. He's an actor. You know what I'm talking about?
I know you're talking about, but I don't know that nigga
with the green eye. Yeah, with the green eye.
The problem with Du Bois.
He's an extremely great writer himself. If you see how he write, Well, anyway, what I was trying to draw, not to get off topic, but don't you feel if that would have went through, I believe if a lot of African American went back to Liberia, even though Liberians, like, what is it, 5% of the population in Liberia? If it was like 15-20%, man, it would be a lot of great influential. I mean, if it would have went through, I'm telling you, it
would have went over that bitch and starved to death. Y'all crazy.
How?
You want to say something? That's not necessarily true.
Chef. Liberia in the 80s was better than China at that time, I think. It was on the world map. Everybody at that time on the continent wanted to go to Liberia at that time.
Y'all think them Africans was gonna let y'all thrive over there while they around that motherfucker starving? They would have took that shit.
Yeah, you're probably right. But look at what they was
crazy.
Look at what they was inspired by, blood. There was a place called Little Liberia that some brothers in 1919. They actually thrived for like 10 years before the Mexican government was like, y'all getting too big. But they had bought 20 acres in around Ensenada, Mexico, and it was called Little Liberia. H-E-G-H-U-G-H, Hugh Macbeth.
I read about that. Yeah, that's
so
go ahead.
Garvey was inspired by shit like that. You feel what I'm saying? They really did what he was trying to do right before in his time period. That's all I'm saying.
Two things after W. Du Bois. If W. Du Bois did look at the French Revolution and realize that change came from the working class, or even, the Russian Revolt was after his time. But change always comes from the working class. W. Du Bois was fortunate to go to Harvard and to graduate. But he brought into the white man concept. That's the problem.
He brought into the white man what?
The white man concept of the ruling class, of the elite.
But you know what? Du Bois, it went beyond just the idea that only a certain elite class is equipped to like rule and
he went to the light skin,
vote and make decisions. He went beyond that. His 10%.
The light skin.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about the light skin part, but I do know that his whole he did. Well, I'm not surprised. Right. That you know what? That even bolsters the point that I was gonna make even more. His idea was based on this pseudo biology. You know, it was right. It was a eugenics like type of
definitely.
Right. It was based. It was the idea that on a genetic level that the Negro race.
It's some unfit groups in society.
Right. We're inept. We're innately inept. Right.
Right.
However, there's a sliver of us, a 10%, that somehow, some way, you know, we shook off that innate deficiency, and this 10%, the light skin group, is particularly talented, and that was his plea. Because I remember reading the letter, he was pleading to these white folks like, "Yo, man, we not like these other niggas. You know, we know niggas ain't shit, but us 10% light skinned niggas, we're different." Like that was his whole thing.
So was he racist in that, or was he analyzing data?
He was part of the
race.
He
was the eugenicist.
Yeah, but you could make that same claim today about multiple different ethnic groups. But would you be being racist, or would you just be analyzing the data of who actually rises to the top and actually becomes engineers and builds institutions and et cetera, et cetera.
Mike,
Dr. King wasn't that far from
Mike, hold
being
on, Chef.
eugenics, if that's the case.
Making the observation, right, about what groups of people happen to be progressive and forward thinking and just looking at what's in front of your eyes, and that isn't racist. Saying that has some sort of biological connection, that's where the racism and the eugenics comes in.
Okay.
Right? Because we both know, Mike, that there's plenty of factors that go into what makes a particular group be in a certain position or whatever. He's saying from a biological standpoint, like innate, like you're predestined to be, this group is just predestined fuck-ups.
Mm-hmm. Hey man, this is let's get back into this in this Garvey and see if we can find out what type of wild nigga he was, if he was. Let's see. All right. News of Garvey's meeting. All right. Can y'all hear me? Because my phone rang.
Yes.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry. All right. News of Garvey's meeting with the KKK soon spread and was covered on the front page of many African-American newspapers, causing widespread upset. When news of the meeting was revealed, it generated much surprise and anger among African Americans. Grant noted that it marked the most significant turning point in Garvey's popularity. Several prominent Black Americans, Chandler Owens, A. Philip Randolph, William Pickens, and Robert Bagnall, launched the Garvey Must Go campaign in the wake of this revelation. Many of these critics played to nativist ideas by emphasizing Garvey's Jamaican identity and sometimes calling for his deportation. Now, these are Black people against Garvey. This ain't the white man. These are Black people saying, kick this nigga out our country back to Jamaica, right? All right. Pickens and several other
kick this non-ADOS nigga out. That's what they were saying. Kick this non-FBA nigga out.
Exactly.
You know
what I mean?
That's
so
what they were saying.
So this shit go back to the 1920s. You know what I mean?
Right.
So all right. All right. Pickens and several other Garvey critics, KKK, my bad, critics, claim to have been threatened and sometimes physically attacked by Garveyites. Randolph reported receiving a severed hand in the post, accompanied by a letter from the KKK threatening him to stop criticizing Garvey and to join the UNIA. In 1922,
that's
also
a lie.
brought.
Where was the hand? Where was the hand? Where's the proof of the hand? If you get a severed hand, wouldn't you carry control to other people?
Yeah, I would.
So
let me see.
Randolph is a liar.
So you saying Randolph
is a liar.
Okay.
Yes, where's the hand?
Let's just take the information in. Y'all got too much information about. I said let's just listen to it.
In the mail. Only you alone know about
Let's just do it. Let's just hear out the information first. Go ahead.
In 1922, also brought some success for Garvey. He attracted the country's first Black pilot, Hubert Julian, to join the UNIA and to perform aerial stunts to raise its profile. The group also launched its Booker T. Washington University from the UNIA-run Phyllis Wheatley Hotel on West 136th Street. He also finally succeeded in securing a UNIA delegation to the League of Nations, sending 5 members to represent the group in Geneva. Garvey also proposed marriage to his secretary, Jaquez. She accepted, although later stated, I did not marry for love. I did not love Garvey. I married him because I thought it was the right thing to do. Damn, that's horrible. They married in Baltimore in July 1922. She proposed that a book of his speeches be published. It appeared as The Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, although the speeches were edited, removed more inflammatory material. That year, UNIA also launched a new newspaper, the Daily Negro Times. At the UNIA's 1922 convention, Garvey called for the impeachment of several senior UNIA figures, including Adrian Johnson and J.D. Gibson, and declared that the UNIA cabinet would not be elected by the organized members, but appointed directly by him. Yo started tripping. When they refused to step down, he resigned both as the head of the UNIA and as provisional president of Africa. Wow. This nigga said he was the president of Africa and never went to Africa. Are y'all hearing this? Probably.
Yeah, I heard somebody in the chat say that president of Africa thing, but I want a primary on that. That shit sound crazy.
Yeah, so all right.
But because he made up that red, black, and green flag that we got, because he made up that flag, like over 40 countries in Africa adopted those colors. So it really was like he was the president. Look that up. It really was like he was the president. He was just, doing his boss.
Yeah, but if he said that's some megalomaniac shit.
That's a big reach.
The
That's
real
a
countries adopted those colors. What do you mean, please?
The symbolic anecdotal.
You don't gotta win that.
Yeah, that's fine, Smash, but if he himself proclaimed himself to be the president.
You're right. I mean, you're right. I just was saying theory. I mean, he was getting acknowledged by Africa. That's all I'm saying. You're correct.
I don't believe those words. I don't believe those words came out of his mouth. Like that's like something like that's like something like a megalomaniac would say. Like I don't.
I see it. I could see if he said on the honorary, like you get an honorary degree.
That's Boosie. He said it. That's whack. But 40 countries took the colors of his flag. Keep that in mind.
All right. So okay, it says all right, he put them out of his. He resigned as provisional president of Africa, probably in an act designed to compel their own resignations. He then began openly criticizing another senior member, Reverend James Eason, and succeeded in getting him expelled from the UNIA. With Eason,
Chef, you're muted.
You muted
Chef,
yourself,
you're
bro.
muted.
oh my bad. Damn, I have read all the way down here. Or with Eason gone, Garvey asked the rest of the cabinet to resign. They did so, at which he resumed his role as head of the organization. In September, Eason launched a rival group to the UNIA, the Universal Negro Alliance. In January 1923. Now, these are all internal beefs. So this ain't nothing criminal. You know what I mean? I'm just letting y'all know that. In January 1923, Eason was assassinated by Garveyites while in New Orleans. Hoover suspected that the killing had been ordered by senior UNIA members, although Garvey publicly denied any involvement. He nevertheless launched a defense fund campaign for Eason's killers. Wow.
Damn, so them putting their work.
That sounds like some Malcolm X. That sounds like some Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad shit right there.
It sounds like NOI.
NOI, yeah. That's crazy.
It sounds like the NOI took the blueprint directly from Garvey.
All right. Following the murder,
That's
8
crazy, bro.
prominent African Americans signed a public letter calling Garvey an unscrupulous demagogue who has ceaselessly and audaciously sought to spread among Negroes distrust and hatred of all white people. Yo, this is the Nation of Islam. Yo, this is crazy. Yo, they argued the Attorney General to bring forth the criminal case against Garvey and disband the UNIA. Garvey was furious, publicly accusing them of the greatest bit of treachery and wickedness that any group of Negroes could be capable of. In a pamphlet attacking them, he focused on the racial heritage, lambasting the 8 for the reason that nearly all are octoroons and quadroons. I guess that's the boys who was not among the 8 then wrote an article critical of Garvey's activities in the US. Garvey responded by calling the boys a hater of dark people, an unfortunate mulatto who bewails every drop of Negro blood in his veins. Damn, these niggas was going hard, yo.
No, hey, this will make a nice miniseries. Honestly, we need to get 50 Cent to do this miniseries. This could be power.
Y'all want to build on that real quick before we get into the trial?
There's no proof on that because Hoover would have jumped on that and arrested Garvey if there was proof that Garvey directed the killing of that gentleman Easton. Because think about
prove it. You can prove it no different than you can prove Elijah with Malcolm. He got members. If he feels it, it says it, they're gonna go do it.
All I gotta say is the Nation of Islam is a knockoff of the Garvey movement.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Hey, but it lets you do, but that does let you know that, yo, them Garveyites they was ready to knock their heads off, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I gotta deal with that.
They was ready to put on some work. All right, we're gonna read the trial now. It's the criminal shit. So he wasn't that favorable among Black people at this time. This is 1923.
Wasn't favorable the boys and the Octoons and the mixed and the light-skinned Black people.
Yeah, they was banging on each other.
The light-skinned Black people, but the dark-skinned one would put in work for him, so they loved it.
Yeah.
Hey, Chef, did you read so far what was his occupation? Like, what did he do?
Garvey?
Well, Garvey, he was a writer. He at first, I think in Jamaica, he was a printer, I think.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, he was a printer. He was a printer's apprentice, and then he became a printer. And that was his original occupation. But remember, the man was heading one of the largest organizations in the world. Do you still want him to work? You tell Creflo Dollar to go and work?
No. I'm talking about.
I think he tried to start a circus at one time also.
Yeah, I'm talking about prior to him kind of going into some of this.
A printer. He was a printer apprentice.
Creflo Dollar, bro.
Excuse me, Brethren. Can I jump on real quick?
Go ahead, bro.
Peace and love. I just want to extend peace and love to the entire chat and everybody that's on the panel right now. But as a Garveyite, I'm hearing some things that I would just like to respond to, if that's okay.
Knock yourself out. Go for it.
All right. I actually I saw a couple of the things that you guys were talking about in some videos probably last year. And I actually put a video out responding myself to specific claims, some of the which that I'm hearing y'all talk about right now. Just working in reverse, when you talk about the murder situation, the people that was actually arrested for the murder actually were cleared of the murder, not just Garvey not being accused of it. So not only Garvey was not accused of the murder, he, you know what I'm saying, the actual was arrested for the murder was cleared for the murder as well. Also, as far as what was he doing, he was a printer, but the goal was to create the Negro Factories League so we could have our own industry so we could pay ourselves. His personal paycheck was very low when he got from the UNIA, as well as several other high-ranking members, because they was paying out checks to the people. You talk about the case with him getting.
God damn.
Might want to mute that.
Somebody in the bathroom? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and make it brief, but I just want to hit a couple points real quick. When you talk about the case when he got arrested and then deported later on, you know what I'm saying? The president himself.
Yeah, hold on. We was about to read that.
Okay, we don't gotta get to that. Just to some of the things that you said already.
Yeah,
because
I'm at the part where we're about to read this trial in 1923. So I mean, you can go over it if you want to, because we definitely gonna read it.
That's excellent, because the trial transcript is also in the Marcus Garvey papers, and you can see that all of that. I will go ahead and just say that not only the president, but the attorney general that prosecuted the case, and 7, I believe, or 9 actually, of the actual jurors that convicted actually later on said that they knew that the case was fraudulent, because of those same people that you was talking about wrote the letter saying that he was being disingenuous and stealing from the people. Nobody actually said that he was taken from them in that case. Like the brother just said, if he was really thought to have been involved in the murder, he would have been arrested for it. So when you talk about the people being stolen from or something like that, there was no Garveyite that said that they were stolen from. You know what I'm saying? The people that actually split and went with Easton and others during the different splits, even none of them accused Garvey of stealing money. That's ridiculous. Because here in Buffalo, I'm part of the historical preservation thing for the Garveyites here in Buffalo. Okay, and I have the loan receipts where we was given loans. The dues that we was paying back then, you know what I'm saying, was able to be paid back out as loans to the people that were starting businesses locally. I heard a claim one time that Garvey was fronting because he was stealing cars or something, because people didn't have cars during the Great Depression. But here in Buffalo, now Buffalo is a small city compared to New York City, but here in Buffalo, we had car companies, delivery companies, and chauffeur companies, right? So the car that you see him in the famous pictures with the plumes that people keep making jokes about, that car was owned by Black people. It wasn't Garvey's car. That particular car that you see in picture was not his own, right? The person that you see driving it was his car. And then here in Buffalo, the same thing happened. I have records of here specifically, personally, myself, that can refute a lot of the claims personally. When you go into that same thing that you read, and when you talk about the KKK meeting, you know what I'm saying? He went there because he thought that those were the hidden government of the United States. He went there and met them in uniform, and they was armed when they went and met them. And I also mentioned in my in the video that I did that the lynchings after that went down. I see a lot of praise for Du Bois and Hubert Harrison and all these other people that actually talk down about Africans. You know what I'm saying? They was actually selling us out. They was talking about Liberia. I saw a joke about we need to be careful in Liberia. Right now, the UNIA has a farm and a school in Liberia.
You say Hubert Harrison did what?
I'm also talking about some things I saw in another post, in another video, as well as some things I see in the chat.
The boss hated Africa.
I'm sorry?
You said Hubert Harrison and them talk down on Africans.
I never heard of it.
Time out. What I said was, let me just rewind. I probably misphrased. What I meant to say was, Hubert Harrison was mentioned, and I didn't mean to bring him up in that. Du Bois and other people, that was the anti-Garvey movement, literally the Garvey must go movement. It wasn't Garvey that brought up the fact that he hated dark-skinned people. Du Bois himself called him an ugly, dark-skinned Jamaican. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we read that.
That was in response.
I mean, it was in response. Well, yeah, like I said, I felt in the video. I'm gonna shut up. Let me say this.
Garveyite one. So what did it all fall apart for Garvey? What did he go wrong?
I'm gonna say this one last thing.
Why? Hold on, but explain. We trying to get to the other. Why did people have contention? Why did the other members try? Why did they leave Garvey and go in another direction with other members?
Okay, what did it all fall apart?
Let me just say this one other point because it'll really be the answer to that, really. Because when you talk about the Garvey must go movement, you know what I'm saying? Marcus Garvey, and it was not alone. He had millions of members, okay? We keep talking about Garvey.
Millions. Yeah,
yes.
that's urban legend. They ain't say nobody find it.
It's like
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Superhero mythology.
700 groups in 35 states and other places worldwide. Garvey had millions of followers.
Are we saying that he did not have? I mean, there wasn't millions of Garvey.
Followers, followers and members, two different things. Keep going.
Well, that's what I'm okay.
So
we're
doing social media followers. Okay. What about? Go ahead.
All right. Well, I mean, I hear y'all laughing, you know what I'm saying? But I also heard the brother bring up the fact that the countries in Africa did adopt the flag because they did respect the action that was taken in the 20s. And Kwame Nkrumah himself, you know what I'm saying? He literally put the black star on there because he was the #1 student of Garvey. So when we talk about the successes and failures, we have to look at Ghana's success as far as trying to liberate from the oppressor class, because that was Garveyism. Because of what I was getting ready to say was it wasn't just Garvey, he was not alone. And then when you look again at the failures of the liberation efforts in Africa, the reason the Garvey movement failed in the 20s is the same reason that the AAU failed. It's the same reason which every other unification effort has failed. And it's the same reason I hear y'all giggling right now, because the reality is, I'm about to tell you, the reality is, just like Nike, we're supposed to just link up and do the thing, but we can always find a reason why not. You feel me?
Hey, can I address something?
Just like Nike. Go back to Nike. Nike what?
Just do it.
Nike, just do it.
Just do it. It's simple as just do it. The reality of it is,
do what?
got out of his way.
Anything that black people
got out of the way. Let me say this real quick. If they would have got out of the way, if they would have, real quick, I'm gonna shut up. I promise. I'm gonna mute my mic after this. To answer the question simply, Garvey had a followership, a readership of 200,000 on the Negro world. Those sellouts that had the Council of Eight that wrote that letter, that sellout letter, they had a readership at the Chicago newspaper, not Criterion, but I can't think of the name of it. The two other ones, right? A. Philip Randolph and them other boys. They had all these. They had over 600,000 readership a year on the newspaper. So if you compare the media versus media, they was able to put out fake news, which they all admitted to, because W.E.B. Du Bois himself admitted that he was wrong about going against Garvey, and ended up going to Africa preaching Garveyism.
That's that bullshit right there.
But hold on. Before Chef read something, I want to add on.
I want to add on. Can I be waiting? Can I please?
I'm gonna be real brief. Listen,
Nah, Glarkar, let him go. Let him go. I don't want to hear you. I've been hearing him. Let Craig go.
Okay.
Yeah, because I called up here for this. I like this story right here. But anyway, when we talk about paying Africa, that is W.E. Du Bois. Garveyism is Garveyite. The paying Africa was W.E. Du Bois. So when you talk about Kwame and all that, that's up out of the W.E. Du Bois lineage of paying Africa.
You're crazy. That's not true.
That is
true. That's your problem letting this man go.
Garvey's failures cannot be blamed on others.
What the brother just said is true. What the brother just said is true.
Let him get it out. Let him get it out, bro. Let him get it out.
I just want to agree with you. I just want to say to the brother, that part is true. I agree with that. Term Pan-Africanism.
Don't nobody follow Garvey in Ghana and stuff like that. All this, they got W.E. Du Bois schools all through the none of them is Garvey. They got a Garvey nothing out there.
But hold on. But Garvey influenced hip hop. When you hear this music, listen. Garvey influenced. Garvey
influenced hip hop. Let's get back to some of the facts, bro. Like, come on.
No, man,
he got that, bro.
Let's get back. Because when he say one love. Where you think all those niggas be saying one from?
We gave you hip hop.
Right there from Garvey.
Bro, we gave you hip hop, bro. We're talking about some of the tangible shit that happened. Like,
that is tangible.
Can I say something besides the hip hop?
Good job.
Can I say something besides the hip hop thing? So now
the
the brother
gave a line in hip hop.
The brother was right
so
about
did a lot of
That was a
people.
big song.
Wait.
Let
Let me just jump in real quick, Brendan. Real quick. When we say Pan-Africanism, that term did come from them. That's not what we're talking about, though. When we talk about nationhood, think about who was talking about building a nation. It damn sure wasn't them sellouts. They was talking about integrating and being a part of this place here. Straight.
You can't call them sellouts, man.
They were sellouts.
It's just a different
I promise
idea.
you, I can show you they were sold out.
If you don't buy in, you can't sell out. They never bought into that. They didn't
If they
sell
got
out.
paid for
They
it,
had a different idea.
No, brother.
They had a different idea.
They got paid for their action.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were incentivized to act that way based off of pay or based off of whatever, but they never bought into that. You can't sell out of what you don't buy into.
So if you disagree with Garvey, you're a sellout.
Okay,
I don't disagree with Garvey.
Hey, check this out. This is another thing that I read up here.
If you don't buy in, you can't sell out.
They bought in.
No point. Garvey was getting money from the KKK and the white eugenics.
So was Dubois.
Don't nobody know he wasn't. There wasn't eugenics. He gave real eugenics. The nigga who do sterilizations.
W.E.B. Du Bois did a speech with Margaret Sanger. He sat on the board with Margaret Sanger.
Madison Grant. He was getting from Madison Grant.
W.E.B. Du Bois, I'll show you this right now. Sat on the board with Margaret Sanger. She invented eugenics. We can keep doing this all night, brethren. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, it did.
And then nothing, bro.
Garvey said that African are ass backwards people. Like, that was his thing. He was like the Nation of Islam, like he said earlier. It was ass backwards people. We got to go there and save their ass.
Yeah, but if he was all like that, why?
Yeah, what you mean?
Why they kicked him out? Why he got kicked out?
Hold on, yo. Y'all talking over each other. I don't even know what y'all saying. Yo, hold on. We was having a constructive conversation. Now y'all just arguing.
I'm gonna let the young folks go, but I got an answer.
Continue reading, Chef. Continue reading.
Yeah, continue reading. My fault.
No, I mean, did everybody get it out? Like, what was the contention that we just had? I want to state a point. Garvey was messing around with the real eugenics white people. As far as Madison Grant, y'all can put a pin in it and research it.
Yo, man, quit disrespecting Garvey like that, homie. I'm playing with you.
Like, I can show you what Margaret Sanger was doing.
The guy, the KKK guy that Garvey used to meet with, that was the guy that W.E. Du Bois beat that guy up in the debate, and they laughed at that white boy. That white boy had a diss thing for W.E. Du Bois, and that was Garvey's homeboy. Garvey had a diss thing because
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, hold on. One more thing. Give me 30 seconds. Yep. Really, what Garvey was mad at what's the name, because he did stop the Pan-African meet because Garvey could get a passport to get there in time. He wanted him to wait on him to step the Pan-African movement. And it was over with by the time Garvey representative came there, and he got mad for that.
Who can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Now, in the letter, who is the brother that's running this? That was reading it. Who is this? What's the name?
Chef.
Peace and love, family. In what you was reading about the KKK thing, right? Right. It
somebody called you over here on this. Go ahead.
No, not on you. No. The reality of it, it's not on you, because the move of the nation, the Garveyite nation, is to unify all of it. It don't matter what you believe. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody must have called you
over
here.
I disagree with
and
that.
told you that they talking about Garvey.
I'm telling you. Listen, bro. I'm not.
I don't care what you're telling us,
bro. Literally every single word you hear me say, I can prove to you. Understand what I'm telling you.
And I can disprove it all. I've already done a whole dissertation on Garvey. Garvey wasn't what you claiming him to be, man.
Which part I was wrong about?
A lot.
Okay,
that's
so far,
right him a parent slap in your face with it.
Brother Shep, brother that's hosting it, to the brother that was originally saying something about the what was we talking about? The letter. No, we was talking about Garvey getting money from the Klansmen, right? And Du Bois debating the Klansmen. First of all, Garvey did not give the platform to this Klansman to go out in public to talk to this dude. They was out there lynching our people. When the Bloody Summer happened, okay, there was a time when it was killing Negroes in the streets. Du Bois saw this, said nothing, and led a silent protest. Garvey went down to them strapped in uniform. Y'all see the uniforms that y'all just giggling about.
Okay, go. That's the biggest lie ever heard. Go ahead.
I'm saying you can.
NAACP was behind all the.
It's documented.
Garvey did was quiet.
I'm talking to the host right now. I'm talking to the host.
You and I no protesting. They didn't do no speaking out about nothing on the continent of the United States.
To the host right now, I want you to look up what you're talking about right now, right? Go find out, please. As a matter of fact, not even to the host. Literally, everybody that's hearing my voice right now. Go find where Garvey spoke about him going to meet the Klan. He didn't want, there wasn't no secret meeting. He talked about it, okay? And he went there strapped with his second in command. He was the leader of the African Union, okay? I mean, the African Legion. Trust me, everything I say, brother, you can contact me. I'll send my link to the host. Y'all can link me anytime. I can't continue this right now, but trust me, every word of what I'm saying I can prove. Race first.
All right. We need to set up something I have here again.
All right.
All right. Sheffrin, continue reading, please.
I want to do a presentation on Garvey, man. I want to do a presentation on Garvey versus W. Du Bois over here one day. Can I do that?
So you're siding with W. Du Bois, right?
They're right.
Okay.
100%.
Then no, you can't. This is a Marcus Garvey line right here, boy. I'm playing with you. I'm
100%. Everything I heard about, they were blasphemy about W. Du Bois when I was hearing this. I had to call in. It was just pure blast. And then Marcus Garvey must go. Y'all need to read that junk. Y'all will understand what he was getting charged by other black people.
What was he getting charged by? What was he getting charged by? You make a statement. What was he getting charged by?
That Marcus must go campaign.
You make that statement. What was he getting charged with?
Because of all the things he was scamming people out of money, the whole thing, he was attacking people, putting propaganda, slandering them. He was just doing the most. He was doing the most.
You know, you're generalizing though. Get specific.
Okay, I'm just saying, what you think? What you want? Do you want to read? We can read, but
no, you don't have to read. Just give me a specific situation.
I said that
we have been reading it so far.
They was charging him with slandering. They was charging him with being a race traitor. He was the race traitor.
Who charged him with being a race traitor? Because he met with the Ku Klux Klan.
It was a whole 2-day thing event on why Marcus Garvey.
What you need to do is go back to the beginning of the program and listen to what Sheffrin was reading. We started to address most of those.
The whole thing. I read the whole thing.
Because if you go back and read it, I was talking about it. Where in it was it charging him of being a race traitor?
It's a race trade. If you read the original document, article. I'm talking about the original document.
Did Garvey ever said 90% of African people is garbage?
Do you understand
the talented 10 can lead them? Did Garvey ever say only 10% of African people, which happen to be the lighter color mixed people, are the proper people to lead the African people? Did Garvey ever say that? Who said that?
This is what I said. You try to move the goal.
The talented 10. And the talented
10.
You try to move the goalpost on me. I said we can read it.
Garvey was a race traitor, and I'm asking for a direct.
It show you what these people say. His contemporaries said at that time. We can pull that up. That's easy.
Pull it up.
I'm at work, bro, on my phone. We can do that at a later show. That's what I was saying. We can set it up.
Let's just continue to read them, please.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I want you to challenge me to that, though. I want you to challenge me to that so I can pull it up so we could get deep into this. I want to get deep into it.
But
Ratchet Craig.
Finna
Finna get ratchet on you.
That I must defend. And then we can talk about it. Give me one particular specific incident on Garvey that you have researched and you know about that I can defend, and I will defend it, and we'll move on to a later date. But if you're continuing to generalize, I'm not defending any generalized statement.
I said we can get into details later. I said right now, I'm not prepared. I just spurring my disdain for Garvey. Like you spirit your love for him.
Scammer. Give me a source for your
spirit your love for him. I spirit my disdain for him. All right? Can I do, if you do what, I can do the opposite, all right?
Okay. Sheffrin, you still there?
Dance.
You love that nigga.
Dancing
You love
machine.
him.
Who dancing? I know for dance. Why dancing?
Take the challenge. Take the challenge. Take the challenge. Take the challenge.
Yeah, but it's no way to win the challenge because you're gonna find
Yes, it
information.
is.
Way to win the challenge. It is a
So-
way to win the challenge. If it's a challenge, it's a way to win it.
You have to give me one person who said, give me a name of a person who said garbage scam there. And you cannot find a name. You can't find
Now
it.
you moved to scam.
Now
You
you've
wasn't
moved
talking
it.
about scamming.
That's
Stop moving it
why
from
I say,
scamming.
listen, that's
You
why I
see,
say
stop
there's no
moving
way
it
to
from
win.
scamming. Oh, it is. Oh, it is. Because listen. You see, this is what happens when anger gets away.
You the boss out our mouth, bro. That's what I said.
Hold on. I got you, Craig, because I want to hear this. I want to see this. I want to see somebody step up and challenge you. So if they willing to put their Garvey stance on the line against your Garvey stance, then go ahead and do it.
I am saying that if he can say to me,
don't listen. He said
that Andre Brown in 1921 said garbage scammer, I am willing to take him up. But he cannot call a name.
Hold up. You see, you jumped in. Look, he did. Look.
Don't set terms for me. Do not
Hold
set
on.
terms for me.
I'm not setting terms.
You filibustering, filibustering.
Let me stop talking.
You're filibustering. You interrupted me. And all I'm saying is,
I
he said that
for the sport of it. I want to do it for the sport of it.
He said that he has some contentions that he wants to show. You said you want to see them. He said that he don't want to get specific because he's not prepared. You couldn't take that. So now you're mad and you want him to show somebody scamming. He didn't say anything about scamming. He said specific things that he has that he doesn't like about Marcus Garvey. Now, if you want to defend Marcus Garvey, no, stop interrupting me.
He said that Garvey was a race traitor.
Oh man, come on, man. Why? This is filibustering. This is filibustering. This is filibustering. This is filibustering. You keep interrupting me, and I was almost finished. Just let me finish, then you can respond. All that about what you said, you adding shit to it. He said that he has specific things. You heard what he said. Now, he said that he's going to bring out the stuff about being a race trader and some other things. Now, if he's going to bring out whatever else is what he brings out. Now, if you want to challenge him on that, challenge him. Don't be up here asking him to bring out shit that he said he wasn't going to bring out. Because you don't want him to do his thing. If you want to challenge him, challenge him. Otherwise, just leave it alone.
Can I speak now? Can I speak now? The gentleman came on and he said Garvey was a race trader and he was a scammer. I said, if you're going to make a statement like that, be specific. That is all I said. If you're going to make a statement,
he said he was a race trader.
He was generalized. He was not specific. You need to understand what the word.
He said he was a race trader. He said people called him a race trader.
You're interrupting me now. I asked, give me a specific incident and a specific person. Because unless you can't get specific,
the Garvey hated, call him a race trader. All the black people he hated, called him a race trader. That's why he hated.
Call him a race trader. What?
Yeah, they called him a race trader. And they had their claims about it. Why he a race trader?
Yo, you sound
y'all
slow.
Y'all just be hearing Garvey's side of the story because y'all worship.
Who you worship?
Y'all worship him. Y'all, they
Well,
never heard
who you worship? Well, who you worship?
You
Huh?
right now. You got an
You
art
worship me?
back and greed on that, so you real crazy.
So who you worship?
Shit, my mama and my daddy.
Okay, so how you gonna say I'm on? How you gonna tell me that I worship Garvey because I disagree with you, pretty much?
Okay, bro. You came over here capping. You doing a lot of capping about
I
Garvey.
do no
There was
capping.
a lot of untrue statements. You can't bag it up. And I will show you the truth, brother. If you want to be a part of critiquing my work,
This is your work or somebody else's work you gonna show? You gonna show?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Is this
travel
your-
back in my time machine and talk to Garvey myself, okay? God damn, why you gotta make this difficult, cuz?
Because people want to talk. They don't want to source up. They just want to talk. You see, they don't realize that this is a platform where you have to show sources to back up some of the claims. Stupid should know though.
Who made a claim a while ago? Who made a claim?
I'm not. You see. Here you go jumping in. I was talking
man.
to everybody. I was talking to
Who made a claim?
everybody.
Who made a
You
claim?
see, and you see.
Who
No,
made a claim?
you see. Here you
You're
go.
talking the
Here,
bullshit.
hit dogs holler.
Bullshit
Hit
you're
dogs
talking.
holler.
Because you
Hit
talk all
dogs
bullshit.
holler.
Because
Hit
you're talking
dogs
bullshit. You're
holler.
saying that I made a claim. I did not
No,
make a
I
claim.
didn't.
Who
No,
made
I
a
did
claim?
not. No, I did not. See, you see, there you go, assuming.
Why didn't you ask him where is the source of his claim instead of making that statement now? You're being
Stop
disingenuous.
assuming. Stop assuming. You see,
ask him for the source of his claim. Let me listen. I'm going to stop talking while you ask him for the source of his claim.
Watch this. Now watch this. Hold up, Craig. Hold up. Hit dogs holler. You see, I was in the middle of saying something. He jumped in. All I said was Stupid should know about bringing up a source, and I was going to continue, which he should. He's been around doing this for a long time. I wasn't talking about his claim. Wasn't talking about any claim. You see? Stop.
Then why you say Stupid should bring a source? Did I make a claim? You just said Stupid should bring a source, and I did not make a claim.
Damn. You see, this is what you call selective hearing.
Your own words killing you. You're disingenuous. I did
no,
not.
I'm not. Can you, if you would stop interrupting me and let me finish?
Bro, you did say bring source though, man.
Listen, hold up.
You did say
that. I was talking to you too. You see? Hold on. If y'all would let me finish and get it out and stop jumping in, I'm gonna hit everybody up here who've been up here talking without a source. But nah, y'all just but everybody up here just want to jump on me and not let me finish. Stupid's jumping in and not letting me finish.
Well, you told the dude, they jumping in because they don't got no source.
Stop. Hush, Glarkon, hush. Just sit back and take your punches.
All right, yes, sir. Go
because
ahead.
you ain't brought a source either. You just up in here being spewing. The dude with the Garvey, with the whole Garvey shit on, he didn't have a source either. Nobody up here had a source on anything they had. It was just all emotions, feelings, and what they thought and what they've been taught about Garvey.
Okay,
nothing. I'm not finished, bro. I'm not finished. Hold on. I'm not finished. I don't need you to question me or anything. I'm almost done. I know, but I'm almost done. Calm down. Jeez, let me finish. Nah, all I'm saying is what I've learned when we come over to this channel and we talk about these things, we have to have sources to back up our points. We just don't talk off of what we think. So Sheffrin was reading a source. Sheffrin was reading a source.
You're repeating yourself. Stop talking. Give somebody else the opportunity to talk. Because you're repeating yourself. Because the dude who made a claim had no source and you did not stop him at no time. He made a claim. He said Garvey was a scammer. He said Garvey was a race traitor, and he made no claim. When I asked him for specific, you did not ask him where is his claim. It's after I spoke, you start talking about I made a point.
I was talking about everybody who made a point. Even him.
I can't make it up.
Even him. That's the point.
Right?
That's the point. I was even talking about Craig. Y'all don't even
Okay,
understand.
but hold on. But you was also
Y'all wouldn't
talking to
even let me
Craig
say it.
about. Hold on. You talk a while. Let me say. You also talked to. You say Craig. You see, they don't even got a source. You talked to Craig who didn't have source.
Yeah, because you know why he said that? You know why he said that? He said that because I don't have no source. So what is the problem? Y'all
No,
didn't have no.
he didn't say you. He didn't say
Y'all
you.
don't
He
have
said
no
Craig.
Y'all
He
just
said Craig. They don't even got no source, man. You know?
Garvey, y'all just worshiping him right now. This is a lot of worshiping going on. Y'all got taught about Garvey like the Hebrew Israelites got taught about Yahweh.
Where is your source that Garvey was a scammer? Point me in the direction. Don't give me a specific source. Just point me in the direction.
Yeah,
point me in the direction.
We're gonna do a presentation, and you could say, "Nah, Craig, that's wrong," because I'm gonna show irrefutable evidence on what position I'm making.
You do not have irrefutable.
Is that a word?
If you had irrefutable evidence, because you have no primary research.
Say it again.
You have no primary research, so you don't have irrefutable evidence. If the evidence was irrefutable, somebody would have brought it up a long time ago.
No, y'all don't
challenge.
Because you don't have primary research.
You got two Garveyites versus him. I'm not even in it. I just want to see y'all beat him up if he wrong. If y'all finna beat him up, bring y'all source and beat him up.
Beat the brakes off me.
Shut him down.
Where's it? But he's making claim that he's making sourceless claim. I know the first one to say sourceless claim. Shut up.
He said so because he's going to do something now. Do it or leave it alone.
Man, take the challenge. Say, nigga, show me. Say, show me.
I said that 10 times already. I said that.
I can't show you right now.
Show me.
I'm at work, brother.
I wouldn't even read a line to research it. With an argument. Show me. Show stupid.
This is circular.
I'm telling you what I'm
Can we move on?
I'm going to tell you what I'm going to show in my presentation. That's all I'm telling you right now.
He told you what he's going to do, and now you want him to show you now, and he told you he's not going to do it. Can we move on, please?
Show me.
I'm at work, so, you know, that's why. So,
can we move on?
So is he gonna take me up on the challenge or not? Because that sounds very This sounds very
Anything already, because I don't have to research anything. Because you don't have any proof.
There go the game right there. He ain't got to research anything. He told you.
I don't have to research anything. This is
he won. He won. He wins off of emotion.
Arguments about the Turks. Arguments about the Turks.
No, it ain't, because I sourced up on everything, and you don't want anything to have.
The Turks argument is the silliest argument in the world.
What?
When it comes to logic, if
hey, guy with the understand that argument. Black and green with the the other Garvey worshiper. Is you willing to take the challenge?
Who you talking to?
You. The one with
Yeah, what's up? What's up with it? What you want?
Hey, is you?
I'm about money. I put 1,000 on it.
Oh shit. Money. You
know,
I sent $5,000 to you sent 1,000 to Cash App, right? Whoever win get that 1,000. That's
that ain't that type of challenge.
What you talking about?
That's not a debate, bro.
Dr. Craig, bring it.
Nigga, that's
you better
all,
take that.
Nigga.
That's money on the line.
That's money, homie.
Money.
Oh,
money.
How you gonna tell another man pocket?
Money. Money.
Hey, check this out. If he really wanted to bet, he would just said $100. When niggas say $1,000, niggas are lying.
But prove me wrong though. I bet you 1,000.
Oh, there we go.
Hold on.
There we go,
Time out, Craig. We have a separate bet, right? We got 2 bets going on now. You say I don't have $1,000 to give, right? I bet you $1,000. Hold on, time out. You just, nigga, you just told me that I don't have $1,000, right? I bet you $1,000 that I have $1,000, nigga. And I was sending to Unc or Sheffrin, so we can bet on that. I got $1,000.
What is the bet though? What is the bet? That I don't have the information I said I got.
Nigga, you don't want to say you want to. No. We're gonna debate on your information, right? For me, right? I'm gonna debunk your information. Cause you
debunk what? What debunk what? What is
that's
my
the
client?
debate. I want to debate you, nigga. Quit all the damn talking.
Oh, here we go.
What is
that
the
damn money up, boy?
If you don't understand the claims
that Garvey is a race trader, he was scattering, whatever else your claims are gonna be, Craig. That's what he's debating.
I'm gonna go. This is what I'm saying. According to his people, that outside of that, the NAACP, he was a race trader, and I said, I'm gonna tell you why they said it. They said it all words.
Hold on, you said according to the NAACP.
Just like in Garvey all words, he claimed they was race traders.
Nigga, you just said according to the NAACP, nigga. You lost already. You know.
NAACP, those gangsters back then.
Nigga, you lost already. You said it.
Hey, I bet you the NAACP.
I just want to hear the money. I want to hear the money. Is the money on the line, Fred?
I'm trying to get the claim down. I'm trying to get the claim down. I'm taking it up, but I ain't gonna say I'm putting some money on something if we ain't got to understand it.
Me and Craig got two bets going on. He claimed that I don't have $1,000, right? So I bet him $1,000.
You can't make me bet something, bro.
You just try to shame me, nigga. You just try to slander my name, saying I don't have $1,000 for this.
He took that personal. He took that personal, Craig.
I took it personal, nigga. I took it personal, Craig. This shit hurt my heart, nigga. This ain't this nigga.
If I say, man, bro, you sleep in a cardboard box. You gonna try to go to your house and show me your whole house right now, ain't you?
Yeah, you slander again, nigga. Put 1,000 on it. Put 1,000 on it, Craig. You slandering, nigga.
I don't care if you got $1,000 or not, bro.
Oh, now you don't care. Craig, you full of it, Craig.
Oh, man. It looked like Craig running from the money.
Craig
I don't care if he got $1,000. My original.
Now you don't care.
This is what I'm saying.
I just want to hear the bet, and that's all I want to hear. Money on the line right now, Craig.
Bro.
Craig broke.
I'm broke. That's why I ain't been. I don't even care about the money. We can talk about the money after we claims together, right? After we get to the claims, what I'm saying I'm gonna do, right? We can talk about money later. Like y'all putting the horse before the carriage. That's why I'm not trying to entertain this money shit right now.
What we debating on, Craig?
No, I told you I got a challenge that I'm gonna present this information, right? Then you can agree my information, and based on my information, we can make this what's the name, right? This debate, right? Because you don't know. I want you to know my sources. I want you to know it all.
So like, where your sources coming from, though? Where's it coming from?
Some of my sources coming from the UNIA, Garvey shit, and some of my sources coming from W. Du Bois and the NAACP, whoever got a disdain for they direct words.
Man, that's I mean, you talking to what you doing is talking to opposition. Of course, the opposition gonna say that's not fair, Craig. I mean, what kind of shit we dealing with right now?
If I said they said that he's a race trader, I'm telling you what they said, and they charging him with it.
Okay, Craig. So we
Craig
gonna
is
let
the
that
Craig is the prosecution. You are the defense.
Craig got to put money on my on this.
Some of them were calling each other race traders, right? We're just trying to see why they say race trader. Cause y'all know Marcus Garvey called a race trader. Y'all very good at it, but y'all don't know their side or why they call him a race trader. That's what I'm trying to bring out. Marcus Garvey called everybody a race trader. Shit, god damn, except him. Himself. Even though he do the most race trading shit.
Yo,
ever.
he did call the Ethiopian president a race trader, man, because he was dealing with those white boys, saying he was white. What's that nigga name? Haile Selassie. He called him. He jumped on his ass.
My thing is, I'm gonna show you the most race trading shit ever by Garvey.
Uh-oh.
Nigga, because he talked to the Ku Klux Klan, nigga. That's what you talking about?
I'm gonna show you how deep their relationship is. How deep? Y'all don't know it. And who was the other white people he was hanging around with? Because he had a posse full of white people.
So
I'm gonna tell you their backgrounds. They were worse. They were worse than that KKK dude.
What? What then happened in here?
Craig want to bet me $1,000, right?
I ain't say I want to bet no $1,000.
I said I want to send my because he had two bets on me. First bet that I don't have $1,000, right? I said I'm gonna send it to you. I say either you or Unc. I'm gonna send 1,000, right? Craig gonna send his 1,000, right? And we're gonna
y'all
bet
better
on
not send, none of y'all don't know me. None of y'all better not send me no goddamn $1,000.
In fact,
y'all better keep y'all goddamn money in y'all pocket.
Right.
Don't ever send y'all money to people on the internet. Or y'all done lost y'all goddamn mind.
Hey, but he a Garvey guy. He a Garvey guy. He a liar.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Shit.
You send me $1,000. Listen, y'all send me $1,000. The first thing I'm gonna say is I ain't get it.
Right. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, but Craig talking all that shit though, man. I went.
I ain't never said about Power City. Nobody no $1,000.
Craig, but on some real shit though, don't disrespect Marcus Garvey like that, man.
Bro, a Garveyite. If you a Garveyite, you is a good liar, and y'all kind of slow.
And we went.
Craig stupid. Because Garvey was a good liar, but for you to follow that nigga, you slow.
Okay, I take that. Wait, so where the money at, nigga? You gonna put your money there?
With you, bro.
That's what I thought.
I ain't bring up the money. You bring it up, buddy. They sound good to you.
Hold on, hey, Craig. Hold on. What you say? If you
he's calling people slow and shit.
Yo, Craig,
if you follow Garvey, he said if you follow Garvey, you slow.
Sheffer Craig is a fool, yo. Shit.
Hey, bro, they worship Garvey. What's his name was on here? He was up here arguing me. I'm just trying to make a claim and do a presentation and show you what the other side say. They charge Marcus Garvey with being a race trader too. The Garvey must go campaign people, W. Du Bois, it ran off. They charged him with being a race trader. They didn't want to hear that.
Yo, why are you going in on Garvey like this, though, Greg?
Because these niggas lying on W. Du Bois. They need to, it's blasphemy. You see how they just tried to say the whole Pan-Africa.
But Craig, where did Du Bois and his wife die at, nigga? You talking about Pan-Africa. Where he die at, nigga?
He was Pan-Africa. He done the 2 Pan-African conferences. Garvey never did nothing paying Africa, not one thing. He did Garveyism.
But Garvey inspired the boys to go to damn Ghana and die there, nigga. The fuck you talking about? Yes, he did.
Y'all be lying. Y'all be lying.
I ain't lying, Craig. Craig. Hey, Craig. Craig.
Garvey never went there himself. He hated Africa.
You a damn lie, nigga.
He called them ass backwards people.
Oh, why'd you say that? Why'd you bring
made,
that out?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring that out. And he called himself the king. He never been there, but he over the whole continent of Africa.
He was, nigga. What the hell are you talking about?
Oh,
what? Yes, he was.
Yeah, he's a Garvey. He's a nut swinger.
Nah, for real. So you saying the man they inspired African nation, you know what I'm saying?
They don't talk about Garvey.
He inspired Nas to write One Love, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Come on, baby. Yeah, he did, nigga.
That was the Houdini where he got that from. Houdini, nigga.
Nigga, get out of here, nigga. Nigga, Nas didn't say that.
The rapper from Atlanta. The rapper from
Garvey
Atlanta.
Knight, nigga. Nas a Garvey Knight, nigga.
Sheffrey, where do these people come from?
Hold on, you trying to say Nas didn't follow Marcus Garvey, my nigga?
He follows the nation.
Nas never followed no damn Marcus Garvey. That nigga said some slick shit. No, hold on, he said some slick shit that went with his rap song. You know what I mean? But
and the nigga thought he was a Garveyite. That's a damn shame.
That don't mean he was a damn Garveyite, yo. Rappers say whatever. Yeah, rappers say whatever rhyme and sound slick, yo. It don't. I mean, what the fuck, a Garveyite? Like,
your niggas hating, man. Y'all can hate
that nigga jumped off the bridge.
He said Marcus Garvey influenced rap early. Y'all didn't hear that?
Yeah, your niggas hating, nigga.
Shepard, read the trial, please. Read up on the trial.
Oh, y'all want to finish the trial?
Yeah, I want to finish the trial.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, please read. I'm done. I'm out for lunch break now, so I'm straight.
All right, let me pull this up. Y'all ready? 1923, the trial. Let's get back on track. Y'all done ran the brother who ran the Garvey movement off.
Yeah, I think he
was on lunch break too. He was on lunch break too. So.
Okay. Yeah. All right, trial 1923. Having been postponed at least 3 times, in May 1923, the trial finally came to court, with Garvey and 3 other defendants accused of mail fraud. The judge overseeing the proceedings was Julian Mack, although Garvey disliked his selection on the grounds that he thought Mack an NAACP sympathizer. At the start of the trial, Garvey's attorney, Cornelius McDougal, urged him to plead guilty to secure a minimum sentence. Wow. So you know when your lawyer tell you to plead guilty, pretty much think they got you. You know what I mean? You don't have a strong case. Or it'd be better if you just take a plea deal. Damn, that's crazy. All right. But Garvey,
I had to do a plea deal that I did not do, my dude. For honest to God, true. So, you know.
Yeah. I'm with that. You know what I mean? All right. Minimum sentences, but that mean they had you on, you know what I mean? That like, or did you have a lawyer?
I had at that time, man, I had a court-appointed lawyer.
Oh yeah, see that they gonna always advise you to do that, so you fucked up. But he had a paid lawyer, so that's a little bit different. Guy, you know, keep that shit in context. You know. All right. Where was that? Urged him to plead guilty to secure a minimum sentence, but Garvey refused, dismissing McDougal and deciding to represent himself in court. Wow. This nigga was delusional. Oh man, he didn't do this to himself.
Yes, he did.
He was a Moor. He was a Moor.
A moron.
Damn. All right. Hold on. Give me a second.
Man, y'all disrespectful, man. I swear to God. But go ahead. I apologize. Just call them morons. How you gonna do that?
Noble Nut Ali followers are morons.
But he represents.
No, I'm talking about Garvey. You saying Garvey? I ain't talking about nobody.
I'm talking about anybody that follow Garvey, and Noble Nut Ali is a moron. Noble Nut Ali was a super race trader.
Okay.
All right, my bad. All right. The trial proceeded. Remember, he decided to represent himself. He fired his lawyer, yo. All right. The trial proceeded for over a month. Throughout, Garvey struggled due to his lack of legal training. Damn. In his 3-hour closing address, he presented himself as a selfless leader who was beset by incompetent and thieving staff who caused all the problems for UNIA and the Black Star Line. So he blamed it on his staff.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So he told on other Black people. He said, it wasn't me, it was them niggas. You feel? Wow,
Keep reading. I read about this in college. Keep reading.
So he snitched. He snitched. He turned
He
state.
snitched. He definitely snitched.
Oh, man.
Yeah, this is funny.
All right, so on June 18th, the jurors retired to deliberate on the verdict, returning after 10 hours. They found Garvey himself guilty, but his 3 co-defendants not guilty. Garvey was furious with the verdict, shouting abuse in the courtroom and calling both the judge and the district attorney damn dirty Jews. Damn, this nigga was anti-Semitic too, yo.
Yep, that's what he called. That's what he called W.E. Du Bois, a Jew.
All right, in prison in the Tombs jail while awaiting
the Jews. W.E. Du Bois was in bed with the Jews.
Look at the Garveyite. Look at the Garveyite.
Did the Jews finance NAACP? Did the Jews finance NAACP?
That is true.
The Jews was allies. The Jews was allies back then, brother.
Nah, nigga, but they listen, man. The Jews.
Yo, this is hurting them, Sheffrey. This is hurting them. They don't even want you to keep reading.
The Jews owned a paper called the Niagara paper back then, my nigga. They had their own agenda, my nigga. Then you know what I'm saying? They're working with NAACP before it became NW. It was called the Niagara paper.
The Jews
the Niagara movement.
Yeah, whatever.
Continue reading, Sheffrey.
Okay. Where was I at? All right. Garvey was furious with the verdict, shouting abuse in the courtroom and calling both the judge and the district attorney damn dirty Jews. Imprisoned in the Tombs jail while awaiting sentencing, he continued to blame a Jewish cabal for the verdict. In contrast, prior to this, he had never expressed anti-Semitism sentiments and was supportive of Zionism. When it came to sentencing, Max sentenced Garvey to 5 years imprisonment and $1,000 fine. Sounding more like a Ku Klux Klan member. All right. The severity of the sentence, which was harsher than those given to similar crimes at the time, may have been a response to Garvey's anti-Semitic outburst. He felt that they had been biased because of their political.
The judge was a Jew.
Okay. He said he felt that they had been biased because of their political objections to his meeting with the acting imperial wizard of the Ku Klux Klan the year before.
Yep.
In 1928, Garvey told a journalist, when they wanted to get me, they had a Jewish judge try me and a Jewish prosecutor. I would have been freed, but 2 Jews on the jury held out against me 10 hours and succeeded in convincing me, whereupon the Jewish judge gave me the maximum penalty. A week after the sentencing, 2,000 Garveyite protesters met at Liberty Hall to denounce Garvey's conviction as a miscarriage of justice. However, with Garvey in prison, UNIA's membership began to decline. And there was a growing schism between its Caribbean and African American members. From jail, Garvey continued to write letters and articles, lashing out at those he blamed for the conviction, focusing much of his criticism on the NAACP. Out of jail. Out on bail in 1923 to 1925. How the fuck he do that? That's crazy. Hold on.
That shit don't sound right.
Went after him.
The nigga got convicted. The nigga got convicted and sentenced, but then got out on bail for 2 years.
For his appeal.
Listen, right. That's good. In 1923, 1925, he was out on bail. In September, Judge Martin Manton awarded Garvey bail, $15,000, which was duly raised by the UNIA while he appealed his conviction. Again, a free man, he toured the U.S., giving a lecture at the Tuskegee Institute. In speeches given during this tour, he further emphasized the need for racial segregation through migration to Africa, calling the United States a white man's country. He continued to defend his meeting with the KKK, describing them as having more honesty or purpose towards the Negro than the NAACP. Wow. Although he previously avoided involvement with party. Yeah, that's crazy. With party politics, for the first time, he encouraged the UNIA to propose candidates in elections, often setting them against NAACP-backed candidates in areas with high Black populations. In February 1924, UNIA put forward its plans to bring 3,000 African-American migrants to Liberia. The latter's president, Charles D.B. King, assured them that he would grant them area of 3 colonies. In June, a team of UNI technicians was sent to start work and preparing for the colonies. When they arrived in Liberia, they were arrested and immediately deported. What the fuck?
Shit. What the
This
fuck?
is nutty, yo. At the same time, Liberia's government issued a press release declaring that it would refuse permission for any Americans to settle in their country. Are y'all hearing this shit?
Y'all didn't know this? That's why the Black Star Fleet and all that shit about going back to Liberia never happened. I thought people knew this though.
So Garvey, then this is crazy again. Garvey blamed Du Bois for his apparent change in the Liberian government's attitude, for the latter had spent time in the country and had links with its ruling elite. Du Bois denied the accusation.
See? See? The boys, who's the race traitor? Who went to Liberia undermine Garvey? Who's the race traitor? Who went to Liberia undermine Garvey? Garvey had agreement for 3 colonies, and the boys went to Liberia and undermined Garvey. Who is the race traitor now? If you had the agreement for 3,
was that a fact or was it an accusation levied from Garvey to Du Bois?
But it's an accusation. But guess what?
Yes,
There's a lot of circumstantial evidence there. Before they had an agreement, It's circumstantial evidence. You never heard that term before? You have never heard the term. The first circumstantial evidence.
I'm laughing because that don't fly in court.
Circumstantial evidence?
You can't convict nobody off for circumstantial evidence.
If an officer sees you coming from a direction of a crime, if he doesn't even have knowledge that you commit the crime, it's circumstantial. He can stop you.
No, we
because
can't.
He has circumstantial. All right, let me stop. Talking.
Yeah. Move on.
All right. So it's a later examination suggested that despite King's assurances to the UNIA team, the Liberian government had never seriously intended to allow African-American colonization, aware that it would harm relations with the British and French colonies on their borders. That's crazy. Who feared the political tensions it would bring with it. UNIA faced further setbacks when Bruce died. The group organized a funeral procession ending in a ceremony at Liberty Hall. In need of additional finances, Negro World dropped its long-standing ban on advertising skin lightening and hair straightening products. Okay, the additional revenues allowed the Black Star Line to purchase a new ship, the SS General G.W. Goethals, in October 1924. It was then renamed the SS Booker T. Washington. Imprisonment. 1925 to 1927. In early 1925, the U.S. Court of Appeal upheld the original court decision. Garvey was in Detroit at the time and was arrested while aboard a train back to New York City. In February, he was taken to the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary and incarcerated there. In prison, he was made to carry out cleaning tasks. On one occasion, he was reprimanded for insolence towards the white prison officers. There he became increasingly ill with chronic bronchitis and lung infections. 2 years into his imprisonment, he would be hospitalized with influenza. Garvey received regular letters from UNIA members and from his wife. She also visited him every 3 weeks. With his support, she assembled another book of his collected speeches, philosophies, and opinions. These had often been edited to remove inflammatory comments about wielding violence against white people. He also wrote the Meditations of Marcus Garvey. Its name in allusion to the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius. From prison, Garvey continued correspondence with far-right Garvey continued his corresponding with far-right white separatist activists like Ernest Sevier Cox and the White American Society and John Powell, the Anglo-Saxon Clubs of America. The later visited Garvey in prison. Wow. While Garvey was in prison, Ashwood launched a legal challenge against his divorce from her. Had the divorce been found void, then his marriage to Jacquees would have been invalid. The court ruled in favor of Garvey's recognizing the legality of his divorce. With Garvey absent, William Sherrill became acting head of the UNIA. To deal with the organization's financial problems, he remortgaged He remortgaged Liberty Hall to pay off debts and ended ended up selling off the SS Booker T. Washington at a quarter of what the UNIA had paid for it. Garvey was angry and in February 1926 wrote to the Negro world expressing his dissatisfaction with Sherrill's leadership. From prison, he organized an emergency UNIA convention in Detroit, where delegates voted to depose Sherrill. The latter's supporters then held a rival convention in Liberty Hall, reflecting the growing schism in the organization. A subsequent court ruling determined that it was UNIA's New York branch, then controlled by Sherrill, rather than the central UNIA leadership itself, that allowed Liberty Hall. The financial problems continued, resulting in Liberty Hall being repeatedly remortgaged and then sold. Dang, he lost everything while he was in jail. The later Attorney General John Sargent received a petition with 70,000 signatures urging for Garvey's release. Sargent warned President Calvin Coolidge, that African Americans were regarding Garvey's imprisonment not as a form of justice against a man who had swindled them, but as an act of oppression of their race and their efforts in the direction of race progress. Eventually, Coolidge agreed to commute the sentence so that it would expire immediately. On November 18th, 1927, he stipulated, however, that Garvey should be deported straight after release. On being released, Garvey was taken by train to New Orleans, where around 1,000 supporters saw him onto the SS Sarmaca on December the 3rd. The ship then stopped at Cristobal in Panama, where supporters again greeted him, but where the authorities refused his request to disembark. He then transferred to the SS Santa Maria, which took him to Kingston, Jamaica. So then they didn't even let him get off the boat in motherfucking Panama.
And they put him on a ship name after a colonizer ship, the Santa Maria. What a piece of disrespect. The name of the Pinta and the Santa Maria, the three ships that Columbus here, that's the ship that sent him back into Jamaica with. The Santa Maria. What a level of disrespect. Anyway, continue.
Why didn't nobody say anything about him selling heroin?
He was selling heroin.
Yeah.
Where was that?
Y'all didn't know that Garvey was in the heroin gang?
You gotta drop that. Now you got a source up on that shit. That's so inflammatory, Samuel. You can't just make a statement like that, bro.
Yo said that man was selling smack.
That's a new shit. You talking about that Nicky Barnes and shit. Go ahead, drop that shit.
Bubby Johnson. Bubby Johnson. Yo had the doogie. Damn.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, okay, good.
I'm just joking, y'all.
Y'all are
stupid.
So yeah, that's what happened to Garvey. He went back to Jamaica from 1927 to 1935, and then from 1935 to 1940, he spent the rest of his life in London.
All right, so we have an answer to the question.
Negro. He was a European Negro.
We have an answer to the question why he couldn't go back to Liberia. Why he didn't go to Liberia? Why didn't Garvey go to Liberia? What?
I don't think he was accepted in Liberia.
He was never accepted. So he couldn't go back.
It just said that the Liberian government said that they was going to lock any Garvey and any of his people up.
That's why he didn't. So now we know why he didn't go back. So
Can I answer that? Can I answer that? That might work. The Liberia and the W.E. Du Bois, based off the Pan-African movements he checked up on Garvey through W.E. Du Bois because they was good friends. And that's how that happened. They was good friends already. So he tried to do a G check on who he was. Background check on the nigga.
So W. Du Bois is a G check on Garvey. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, it was background check.
So you straighten my argument that W. Du Bois was undermining Garvey.
Lie for Garvey. W. Du Bois was supposed to lie for Garvey.
Lie how?
No, because he gave a background check. He told him, don't fuck with that nigga. That nigga having problems over here in the United States. How he tripping? Don't fuck with that nigga. That's his nigga. They home.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
Man,
You understand what he's saying?
They called over there. He did like how y'all try to put it, like he just started wherever Garvey went, he just tried to stop him. The Liberian president called him to give a background check on Garvey. He should have made W. Du Bois his enemy then.
Sheffrin, you understand what he's saying?
African Conference. That was based off the Pan-African Conference, how they became cool. The W. Du Bois orchestrated. The real Pan-African.
You know what's strange though? Because how we don't really associate Pan-Africanism with Du Bois. We associate that with Garvey.
Because Du Bois wasn't a Pan-African in the earlier days. He wasn't a Pan-African until later.
He did that.
He wasn't a Pan-African when he was talking about the talented.
The African coverage was in 19 before Garvey even came to America. He was doing the Pan-African conferences, bro.
Okay.
Damn, I gotta look into that. I never even looked into that. I gotta look into that.
I think it was 1915 to 1917, something like that. Garvey was still on. Yeah, Garvey wasn't even. He was just some old poor motherfucker staying in New York, I think.
Who happened to rally more supporters than W. Du Bois?
Haile Selassie.
Who happened to rally more supporters than W. Du Bois?
No, he didn't. The NAACP it was backing W. Du Bois. They had the same members a lot of the time.
So what's the name of the falls? What's the name of the falls in New York?
Who?
The Niagara dudes were back in W. Du Bois. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, that was like in 1909 or something, or 1913.
The Niagara dudes were back in W. Du Bois, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sheffrin.
Based off hangings that was getting done. They was hanging people in New York and racial shit. So they had help with the Jews to stop their racial shit in New York. They get their ass rioted.
So what about? So what from what Sheffrin read do y'all not like? I want to know what y'all have a contention with what he read.
I don't have a contention with anything that he read. It is true that Garvey defended himself. It is true that a Jewish judge gave Garvey 5 years. It is true that a Jewish prosecutor who was more in line with the NAACP and the Niagara Papers give Garvey 5 years. It was true that the boys visited Liberia before the members of the UNIA went to Liberia to visit the place to see if they would welcome the 3,000 people who will come. All of that is true. Sheffrin read no lie. What you infer from it is different. What you read from it, what you infer from it now is individual opinions.
Who is more our
I'm about to end the show, y'all guys, man. It's been a good bill. Man, we rocking for a long time, probably like 10, 11 hours, man.
Yeah,
so I want to say
good
peace to everybody. Peace. Just shut down, dip out. Peace to everybody that stuck around this long, man. And I thought it was a good conversation, man. It was a really good conversation. It didn't get too crazy. Everybody let each other talk, man. So appreciate everybody coming on the panel. And peace, man.